个回合切换呀。
哎，但这个我在后台看了，确实每个队伍就每个人就一块儿啊，都一样的，没办法。
行，
来吧。
啊 ，King 来了，还是撞啊。
这个应该是 CK 那边第2大的那个双开门。
第一是 Zeka，
绝对是 Zeka，
就2兄弟都练得太壮实了。Calix 这也是农心挖到的一个小中段，年纪非常的小，
小宝贝儿啊，
哎，机务。而且就是 Calix 哦，他当时在队内他们是有3个中单，就是包括鱼神在的时候，就是有3个中单在一直轮换，然后农心来确定就是我究竟要培养哪一个中单，因为3个人年纪都特别小。 然后鱼神应该算年纪最大的那一档了，哎，所以鱼神后面就那个可能表现不佳，去刺激联赛。
哎，不是，我现在想了一下，好快啊！鱼神都是他们队最大的中单。
Hello, how's it going? Let's get ourselves ready for our first day knockouts of ASI. So, we've done our group stage. Now we're into our bracket stage. We'll have Weibo Nongshan on one side, BFX DK on the other, and I'm not sure how exactly this works, but we will have 3 rounds today. I just don't know whether we have winner or losers. Oh God, whoa! Forget all the talk about anything else. Our grasshopper friend, our grasshopper god, our leader of the cult is here to predict it. G, have you seen this before? We're predicting games with a grasshopper. Yeah, this is a tournament which is being predicted by a grasshopper. Or a cricket. Not. Yeah. Make of that what you will. Oh! La 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 la. Yo, let's go, Weibo. Oh, losers bracket will play today too, cool. So not winners bracket. Alright, Weibo have been predicted by God Guo.
主要最近这个亚洲邀请赛2-0的比赛其实蛮多的，对吧？很多时候都会出现碾压局。
目前算上来应该就2把
Okay.
打满了。
I gotta go get myself a drink and brush my teeth real quick because I just got out of bed pretty much, folks, and I'll be back in 8 minutes.
虎哥，你说军中无戏言啊，你都说过了，计划有变。
说谎的人要吞1000根针哦，不准骗我们哟，虎哥。主要现在就等虎哥带我们杀出重围了呀。
哎，你除了期望虎哥，还能期望谁呢？真的只剩他了。
嗯。然后今天这个下路对局，看一下 Light 跟刘青松的组合，因为机务其实在 LCK， 我个人觉得，尤其是在那个接近季后赛的轮次的队伍里面，他算是比较垫底的一批了。对。但是他在这个亚洲邀请赛表现还可以。
哎，但我觉得目前最狠的，我看下来，以我的感觉是迪亚波。
一定是迪亚波。
菠萝是最猛的。对，
大菠萝天赋太高了，就这小子就是年纪特别小，然后又特别敢操作，而且他在自己接受采访的时候也说，就是我跟 LPL 的礼物选手是非常接近。
他说我要越线。是的，
就是我们2个是属于那种不规范的选手，就是在那种需要做安全事的时候，我们会去做冒险尝试的。
来了。 第一题开始了，啊，这个版本我觉得沙皇最后的荣光，因为我们现在比赛版跟大家同步一下是15.19啊，距离20版本沙皇遭到毁灭性的前期打击还有一会儿。
20版本的沙皇前面几乎是对不了线的，对，就太弱了，
就他8级前完全推不动线。
但我觉得也合理吧，要不然这英雄在削弱之前的话，就是对线也不弱，然后后期还厉害，那就没什么道理了。
打边也厉害啊。
对啊。 这样
2手
，20版本的话，可能沙皇的班率就不会那么的高了。
搬2手了，然后这2手班位是名牌1楼抢瑞兹，瑞兹也给你搬了。现在是虎哥的英雄是受到较大的针对。
兔子呗不行，但是兔子又不好一选。
哎，飞机是可以一选
啊，保下下路，但右边可以选Nico。 右边是有卡莎、尼克这种组合的，
现在有个微妙的平衡啊，就是飞机它打到卡莎，如果只是这2个对位辅助没出 counter 的话，一定是飞机大优。
是的，
但如果打卡莎、尼克，卡莎压力会小很多。
主要是有尼克在啊，只要发育正常过渡到 Q 技能进化了以后，其实站中线卡莎也没太大压力了。
对的，看怎么处理啊。
反正农心下路选择也挺多的，而且实在不行可以后置位看有没有出希维尔的空间，先保尼克是对的。 因为就是现在也有很多拿希维尔去打飞机的，也是就是我对线期只要靠尼克挨过去了，我站中线也没压力。
而且飞机这英雄他的90%的数值集中在 Q 上，你对线如果被他 Q 砸就会爆血，但是有希维尔在不可能有这个画面。
哦，是的
，100%一吃 Q
兰博。而且这样对于 Gideon 来说的话，他打野位选择是挺丰富的。配兰博的话，现在最简单的是有位，只是说位没那么好出组合。
但是其实红色帮3楼出位，你往下面搬点位难打的英雄，这也是个好策略。
是的。
现在还有一个小小的伏笔，是飞机会被摇中。
我感觉不如微博保守兔子。
哎，
他也可以摇上去打兰博，对吧？小虎兔子也玩得好。或者就是要皇子，也是拆下你的组合，拆下兰博皇子。
那这样下去，农心是要搬奥恩的，因为皇子奥恩边线兰博一抓一死。
是的。我觉得不行就把兔子选了吧。因为你飞机加皇子的中野看着也挺抽象的呀，对吧？不可能再把它摇中去了。
除非这里你把朗姆拿了
啊，朗姆就是一个，但是我觉得呼吸有很多可以扛兰博的英雄。
现在想要几只啊？就是常规的坦克，像奎桑提、奥文都在，然后不常规的兔子、朗姆也在，是可以过的。
是的，
所以呼吸过到下一轮去了。
保了个牛。
那这样农心有机会3楼直接把塞拉斯弄出来啊，因为打野 AD 英雄很多，现在
还是要喂，
保卫，
对他还是保卫了。
那这样也一样，反正4楼先出，这微博还要办塞拉斯。
那这样的话，农心其实这套出阵挺厉害的呀，而且左边得翻卡莎了。就微博这个阵容再碰到农心来个卡莎的话，感觉有点顶不住。
这4楼太舒服了，
是，
我觉得是卡莎、塞拉斯2个班位都得考量，因为这把两边是个对冲局，你不存在拉扯塞拉斯牛头大的空间。
而且右边大概率会把兔子这种英雄送上班位。
是，治不了了要。
啊，兔子搬了。主要还是觉得微博这个第3楼保个牛，我有点没想到。就这，因为你正常打 Nico 的。
Okay, into draft. Let's go.
对吧？最好打的就是泰坦。
Oh, Corey Life, very cool to see you, Tom. Okay, let me get rid of this so you can see the actual names on there. Wait a minute, Nongshim. We're playing the losers bracket today as well, folks. The losers stay on, which is a bit intimidating for those teams. What have I missed? What have I missed? Alright, Ariana was banned, Kiana was banned versus Tien, no surprise there. Azir wasn't let through, mid lane matchup yet to be picked, and we've got bot lane centric draft actually. We don't always have that. Does anyone know anything about the top laner from Nongshim? Well, funny you mentioned that. I hear a couple of years ago he had a pretty big achievement. I can't remember what it was, but yeah. Jarvan Alistair. Jarvan Alistair has been a huge pairing this tournament. Like, the double knock-up combo. Very disruptive. Corki helps the Alistair get through lane here too. Is Nongshim stronger than D plus Kier? I mean, D plus are their own worst enemy at times. I think Calyx has been really good. I think Kingan's been really good. Jiwoo played very well versus NIP. He got a Penta in a crazy scrappy game where he was never dying. He was very, very good in that one. Hard to say definitively though. Who am I favoring today? I guess my delusion says Weibo. Charles. Very funny. Galio in for Xiaohu, Ambessa in for Breathe. Okay, alright. Weibo have a really good comp to pick people out of position. I'm a bit worried of Corki into Vi and into Yunara. Yunara and Nico will win lane pretty hard, and then the Vi will be able to follow you later on very well. That being said, if Weibo do get engaged into the backline with the Jarvan Galio, Ambessa Galio as well, really, really potent engage. King goes towards the Renekton. The Renekton is... Hang on a second. Whoa. Hang on, no, Calyx might be playing Rumble mid. I was thinking, oh, well, you know, they know the matchup. And suddenly you have either Renekton mid or Renekton top. Now, which matchup do you think it's better into? I mean, typically, Ambessa players ban away the Renekton, like, insta. I was assuming that this is going to be a Renekton top and then the Rumble goes mid, but then Rumble would then be into Galio. So then that would be in a counter matchup, even though people don't play the Galio into the Rumble directly now in top lane, because Galio's better mid lane right now. So I guess that's still Renekton mid, and then you side lane versus the Ambessa later if you need to. Okay. Did Weibo not win not hard win draft? I think that Weibo did win it in terms of a comp, but now that you have the Renekton mid, which can bully the Galio really, really, really hard, I actually wonder whether Nongshim can win through laning phase. They have a winning bot lane. They have a winning mid lane. I don't think Calyx has played Renekton mid before. Yeah, Carl, that was the problem, because I was sat there thinking, well, you know, Renekton is technically very good into the Ambessa. If you pick Ambessa, most of the time you're banning Renekton as well, so I was thinking, well, maybe you want that. But then I realized you have the Rumble into the Galio, and you don't really want that matchup, obviously. I think that the Rumble players have learned how to deal with the Galio pretty well, but Galio is a bit spooky into the Rumble. Alright, yeah, I think Weibo come away with a better comp, but I think the lanes are better for Nongshim. God, Guo has gone back into their cave. Oh, I love Guo Yongzhi. Tien should carry this entire series, best jungler at the tournament, I think. I think Tien's had a pretty good time of it. Obviously against JDG got a bit blasted, but yeah. Says Conqueror Renekton, no surprises there. Second win, secondary, also no surprises. Let's get on to the Rift for our first game of knockouts. So we'll be playing three best of threes today, our first round, and then I believe it's the lower bracket after that.
这把其实牛头跟皇子也没 combo， 大家见的比较多，有一套 combo， 大家可能想不到画面，但是就是布隆加皇子效果很好，是因为布隆能一级进野区给皇子探点，然后皇子3级能来，但是牛头这英雄一级是绝对的弱。
I feel like Galio not taking Aftershock is a big mistake here. The problem is if you don't take phase rush, you can never trade. You must be able to... The only way that you win a lot of the... Hang on a second. Gets the E in there. Flashing from Chris. Calix is probably blowing his flash too. I don't think you kill. Calix starting lane on very low HP. Yeah, the... Oh, has Chovy been playing Renekton mid recently? Renekton mid has obviously been... It was an LPL specialty, Renekton mid. It was a huge thing. Doonby loved playing it. It was a huge thing for a long time. But yeah, Phase Rush Galio has become very kind of important to the playstyle because you can't escape trades ever, really. Because what you can do with Phase Rush is you can hit your E and just get a quick hit, and then you can just run out of the trade. Especially against stuff like the Renekton, if you don't have Phase Rush, he can just kind of chase you down, which is a problem. Even though Aftershock is actually very, very nice for him too, of course it is. Calix plays top in solo queue sometimes, so he does play Renekton a decent bit. Thanks, Michael. That's good to know. Oh, Xiaohu misses the E there, so it's a bit of a worse trade, but hey. He's trying to make sure that the wave is on his side of the lane, because Calix doesn't have flash. So they can double flash onto... Oh my god, he gets around the back of mid lane. The ward doesn't spot him. The ward doesn't spot him. Oh, swing and a miss, though. Swing and a miss. Bot lane is fine for Weibo, like they're losing a little bit of push. At least they were before that. But they're still getting access to farms, so that's fine. Tien going from mid lane to bot lane. Can you get a flash out of him? No, doesn't get the knockup. Ooh. Nice auto reset there from Jiwoo. So Tien has gone from top to bot. He did top quadrant and then just skipped all of his bot camps to do like some look-ins on mid and bot. Misses both attempts. I did wonder whether Xiaohu should have flashed to confirm the knockup in mid lane, but chose not to. Oh wait, does that mean that Tien is now going to lose a camp on bot side? Because now they're losing bot push. Tien actually took some damage over from Jiwoo. He didn't get red buff. What was just put down there? Tien's gonna lose his red buff for this. Alright, not great. I think one gank going from top side to bot side was fine. I think this was risky. Okay, Chris starting to get the CC through. Oh, CC can get through. Ooh, Taunt coming through. Tien doesn't have the flag direct. He's been rooted up by the Nico. Lights over the wall. First blood goes to Calix. Remember, Calix doesn't have flash, so he can't escape this. Because it should still be a 1 for 2. Also, importantly, Tien has been left alive, and Tien also still has, he has a kill. He got the kill earlier. So now Tien has got himself, oh my god, after missing all of his ganks, he's now 2-0. Instead of going for his bot side camps as well now, he's going to go for the top scuttle, make sure he can get that. So Tien says, look, I can get my bot camps anyway now, let's go for top scuttle. Nico is hidden as a minion. Can Tien get this in time? Yes, he can. My dude, Gideon is right there. Careful, buddy. Oh, I say that. Oh, my... Oh, what is happening? Can someone hit some skill shots, please? God damn. Xiaohu gets the taunt out. Oh, Gideon. Tien wins his flag drag up. It's coming up in like 2 seconds. Doesn't he kill Gideon here? Okay, stuck up in real Lens. Doesn't want to go use the flash. Lens does have flash. Likely going to be flashing away. Tien flashing over. Lens, does he have an extra root in here? That was a little bit of a messy flash, I think, from Tien. How he has himself a flag drag. Can he get it now? Oh my god, Tien. I mean, the secret is don't gank a lane, just skirmish. What? What is this? We get a pause. Oh god. Okay. All right. Okay. So much random bullshit happened. I'm not exactly sure where to start. Oh god. Thanks for the follows, by the way. I appreciate you. Remake. The junglers obviously have high ping. Exactly. I like the way that you think. Obviously, we're pausing because everyone's missing their skill shots. Oh god. Hey Kate, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, what a fun game. And look, this is the great thing about ASI. Look, has it been the cleanest League of Legends? No. I'm loving it, though. I'm loving it. And it's predicted by a grasshopper. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Due to Weibo network instability. Oh, that's why Tian was missing all of his ganks. That's why. Free the grasshopper? I don't know if it would be safe to free the grasshopper. I feel like God Guo has so much unrestrained power that it must be watched carefully. The spirit of Fry's group lives on? Well, technically neither of these teams were in Nirvana or Rise, but they do play like it quite a lot. What was the Grasshopper's prediction for today? Predicted Weibo and then went back into the box. Okay, so Tian is now like 3-0. The stream is just frozen very quickly. There we go. Cool. Oh, yeah, people are calling it a Katydid. Or Katydid. Instead of a grasshopper. And then people are also calling it a cricket. I don't know what the truth of the matter is, but I will call it all three of these things now. Nongshim's honorary Rose group, yes. They were kind of locked in the torture chamber of group legend, of the legend group. You thought it was a mantis? No, it's not a mantis. Definitely not a mantis. With God Guo, I think IG will win Worlds. That is unfathomably based. Unfathomably based. Does Tian go damage instead of Sundered Sky just because of how hard he's snowballing? I mean, Sundered Sky is sort of damaged too. Let me think. I think in this game, I actually wonder whether you go more defensive, because you're meant to be the way that Galio gets into the backline. I think you go Sundered Sky, maybe even Sundered Sky Sterak's, and you just say, screw it, I'm getting the Galio and Ambessa into the backline. Because you are, I mean, I guess you do have an Alistair for frontline. Hey Eric, how's it going? The way you say unfathomably based, reminds me so much of the Spirit Dad and Megamind. That is an S tier reference. Megamind is one of my very favorite movies. I'm your Space Dad. Ow, my giant blue head. Imagine Worlds in Australia and the mascot is a giant spider. Damn. I'm so sad that there was no follow-up TV series or anything of the like for Megamind. I'm so sad that there was... I find it very strange that Megamind never had any other media again besides the first movie. The joke being that there was, and it was very bad. And that's why it didn't happen. Ever. Megamind is so underrated. It had an awesome soundtrack. All classic rock. Appreciate it. I think I hear Sam's door opening. You might have Sam coming through. Still waiting for the lag to die down. Yeah. Tian got like... Okay, so what happened was, Tian walked mid lane, missed his EQ, went bot lane, missed EQ, went into his own jungle, and Nongshim were like, well, you went full topside camps, so we're going to invade your bot side. And then they lost 2 kills on bot side invade, and Tian was then 2-0, and then went to top scuttle, missed another EQ, and then Gideon missed his Vaiku onto him, and then Tien killed another person.
Is this all of lag being really bad?
And now Weibo are pausing it for lag, even though they're the ones with the 3 kills, but I don't know how bad the network is. Yeah.
Can't hit that skill shot because of the lag. I can see that being problematic.
Yeah.
Is this the long call now?
So, hang on, let me see if I can find the clip. It was quite funny because it was just like, well, oh, EQ missed from Javan. Ooh, Q missed from Vi. Oh, wait, are we back in? Yay. Yay, nice. There we go. Okay, so Tien is currently 3-0. He hasn't managed to back to spend any of that gold, but cool. Wait a second. So Tien has not only gotten away with not doing his bot 3 camps on that. Hang on a second. King and fashion forwards. Chris doesn't have. Oh, he needs to hack slash. Oh, King over the flash. Breathe. Can you get anything more? It's so close. Chris has flashing over the wall. Tien going to the place. Oh, he has no flash, but King can just flash forward aggressively, and the cow will take him down. What is happening? Oh god. So now Gideon will finally be able to go towards the bot side camps. Oh, Sam's bringing his chair in this music. Okay, cool. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Al. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I need to change. It's happening again.
Oh, Sam, please don't hit Sam, you're knocking the microphone over.
I'm trying not.
I know, Sam, but you just kind of kept charging in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's safe now, but
Okay,
like,
yeah, no, I just don't like this microphone.
you did briefly just, you know, bull rush the microphone. Want to say huge props for getting selected for Worlds co-streaming? Yes, important announcement, folks. Sam and I will be co-streaming Worlds. So yeah, you'll be able to, if you're watching it wherever you're watching it right now, it will be available there. We're streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and then Onivia's channel. So yeah, we'll be chilling out. It won't be a proper cast, you know, because it's not. That would be disrespectful to the main cast. But we'll be chilling, adding in our own LPL knowledge and what have you.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out the setup a little bit. We might try and do it with some popcorn. We've got a giant sofa.
Yep.
Do it that way. I won't make the pun. But yeah, sorry about being late. It's happening again, Alex.
Are you, Sam? Is this where your phone alarms are becoming part of your dreams?
They are.
Nightmares?
Yeah, legitimately. So I just went, oh, it's part of my dream, and didn't wake up. And I went, wait, hang on, I'm supposed to be up.
What?
So I've got to change sounds again. This happens. My brain screws me on this.
Would you co-stream the IG versus T1 match? Yeah, as it's a part of Worlds, we're allowed to co-stream it. Now, I think a couple of years ago, it technically was the Worlds qualifying series, and it went that actually, I think there were some cases where you couldn't co-stream it. I believe it was the case because of weird kind of like which overhead does it go under? Who is it ran by effectively? But I believe in this one it's just all okay. Yeah. It's all part of World's branding. So I think it'll be the highest viewership match of the tournament. They are two very popular teams. Because the thing is, if IG loses, Chinese viewership dips through the floor. If T1 loses, everyone's viewership goes down. Oh, God. Anyway, pushing into mid lane now. Well, I mean, where do you start with this? So we've got Tunneler double longsword back for Tien, who's 1,000 gold ahead already. That is ridiculous. And he is going to go towards the Thunder Sky. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, if Jarvan gets fed enough to be the first one into the play and just shred, well, tank up a lot of the shred coming through from, say, Renekton, Vi or whatever, or the Rumbling, then your comp becomes so much easier to play. Oh, hang on, I did just realize that Calix Nest switched up towards top lane on the Renekton. And hang on, wait. Oh, hang on, I completely missed that was a thing actually that Calix switched back up there. I guess after the
oh yeah, it's Renekton mid. I just missed that.
Well, no, it wasn't until Renekton kind of replaced Rumble dying in that top side.
Understood. Well, there's another pause.
Yeah.
Behold, Tien.
This could be a bit of a long one, folks.
Could be. We've also got at some point a deadline to keep because we're casting Arena today, guys.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I think that's by 4 o'clock here. We should be fine.
We should be fine.
It's a 3-series day. I think it's winners matches then losers matches. It's again network instability, but yes, we are going to be. Well, I mean, maybe what happens is if we start running late, one of us goes off to you go off to your PC and you start, and then I'll join you when I can. But yeah, Dums is running a streamer arena tournament later today. And hey, Raz, how's it going?
Hey,
Raz the go. Raz is awesome. I hope you. I saw you. You brought the receipts for NA's world slots, which I found honestly very funny. That was
just
great.
Caught that tweet, by the way. Oh,
I woke up and I was like, damn, Raz is going in with facts and numbers. that was good.
I saw Astralis with their Grandmaster mid-sub also 3-0'd the people that beat them last time as well.
Is Raz going to cast Worlds? I believe so. I believe Raz is on the event. I think he was there on the talent announcement, which is very cool. Always appreciate Raz being there. Got to meet Raz again like this time last year. When did I first see Raz? Was that MSI 23? I met a lot of people at MSI 23 because it was just in my backyard, basically. Hang on, Gideon going forwards.
There's some violence in carrying, that's quite important. The hero's entrance comes on in and will not be in time to save at TN. The 3-0 Jarvan is now just dead.
Yeah, okay, so that's a really fair Jarvan off the table. Really good engage coming through from Nongshim. So they have, well, Weibo, they're catching him in the pit now. Chris going in, and Nymaera lands the ult.
Public execution, we love to see it. Can they get any more value seed up, though? And I think Breathe will be breathing no more, and Gideon gets another. Nongshim bouncing back happily across this fight because they're just picking up both the entrance members from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it looked like it was an okay engage coming in from Ambassador, but then the damage follow-up just wasn't there. It's not like Xiao, who's in melee range. Light wasn't getting great damage to say on someone like Jiwoo, who did manage to escape the play as well, and despite the fact that Tien was really fed earlier, he's now actually only 500 gold. Oh, 500 gold ahead individually. In the other game is actually pretty big. Chris flashed out early, and I wonder if that was a mistake actually. Kind of left Jarvan alone in the front line position, and in life, at least King's died again on the side of Weibo.
Some vengeance has been accrued. There's the word we'll look at. Enjoy your nap, Raz. I suppose at this point it's a bit late. Enjoy the sleep. And we'll chat to you soon. Thank you again for the gifted. Much love. And you know you're going to kick ass on Worlds. We're cheering you on because we're co-streaming too. Ah! Excitement value.
Oh, God. So, game is back to a much more even state. There are 2 grubs and Dragon over towards Nongshim, slight gold lead over towards Weibo, particularly in that jungle role. But Calyx is now 1,000 gold ahead on Renekton.
Yeah.
And that is very scary, actually. Renekton is the kind of champion that can break open this game. There's no individual member on the other team which kind of threatens the Renekton massively. Sometimes the Ambassador does, but not all the time. Chris going forward for the combo. Lens does have flash. Gideon does too. Might have to use them.
I think they are hitting the correct member of the Nico clone family. Named the one that's not a clone. And so they hit them in the face a few times and they have to flash away.
Are they part of the clone family?
I guess so. Is Django Fest part of the clone family?
That's true. Yeah, Sam, you actually bring a very good point.
Yeah, exactly.
If you could explain everything in terms of Star Wars lore, it does make it a lot easier.
Oh, well, we'll see what we can do. We can do that, Alex. Right.
So Sam, Gideon's attacking the Krubs. Can you explain that in Star Wars terms?
Yeah, this is currently a super battle droid who is
right. Watch out for those wrist rockets.
Yeah, exactly. It's just wrist rocketed the Krugs there, which is sort of like. What you know? I'm trying to think. What are they like? The little Jawas. They are ruthlessly killing.
I have no idea. Gideon's going top side. He has ult again. Breathe does have flash. Does have ult.
He needs to watch the wrist rocket punch. A good flash away from Breathe, who used the Force to get a premonition of dark things coming.
You could have done the rockets for Corkies.
That's true. That would have been significantly sensier. But yeah,
Dragon taken by Weber. It's important.
Is that important compared to the
yeah, they take the crate dragon, like Valkyrie away from Calyx.
The deep lore. They have actually finally had that in live action, obviously, they had it in The Mandalorian.
Wait, next time there's a pause, I expect a Glup Shitto tier list. That term is so funny, by the way. Effectively, for those of you that were missing out on that drama, Glup Shitto is effectively, wow, this character with absolutely zero screen time and like 1 line of dialogue from the prequels or whatever. Is becoming a main character now. It's effectively weaponizing nostalgia to people who are massively obsessed with media, so only they would know this tiny character which somehow has become a main character for future media. It's very funny.
I mean, they kind of did that with Darth Maul, right? He said like 2 lines.
He was a major villain.
Yes,
he was still on screen.
I'm being facetious. Yeah. But he basically said, at last, we shall have our revenge. And that was it.
Hey, wasn't it Peter Serafinowicz who was the voice actor for Maul?
It wasn't Ray Park.
No, he was the body actor, yeah. Shahu is getting run up by... Wait, actually, who's running it? Who? Raven's coming down. Does have Sun Sky. 700 gold ahead of the Vi. Calyx will be able to ease through them, presumably, to escape.
Gets a decent slice and dice. He might not need to escape at all, is my worry here. And over comes Lahend. I think this is going to be an absolute disaster for Weibo Gaming.
Oh,
Hero's entrance! Allows for a swift exit.
Hey, I'm not sure you want to be attacking the Renekton with 1,000 gold lead. Renekton is so broken at this point in the game, just at the 1 item spike with the gold lead. Gideon does have ult and flash. This is super dangerous, isn't it?
I think Weibo might be dying here.
Crisp does have ult, which means he could be in a bit of trouble himself. Gideon looking for the smite steal. if you can. Didn't have Smite, actually.
Tien got it from his passive, I think, from the Gust Walker.
Oh, I actually did not realize that. I thought he missed the big one.
No, he got it. I don't think he got the big one, but he definitely got some of the gold.
Well, no, yeah, but the big one is like, that's why you're there for, Sam.
Interesting, you get more gold from the little
Really?
ones. You get less XP,
Ah,
but
right.
all the gold's in the small ones.
Right, gotcha. Okay, 2 growth being thrown onto the spot side now. Crisp is around. Xiaohu's coming down the lane. Crisp could just walk in and ult. Jarvan's coming down as well, has the Cataclysm. Longshim pretty happy to take a bunch of plates off of that, though. Longshim on the whole been pretty good at moving around the map together as Gideon lands. Now, the actual execution when they turn up there has sometimes been a bit off. When we saw the series versus Theorex, that was one of the problems. And of course NIP as well. It was actually a pretty close series all in all. Yeah, I think that the way that they're moving around the map has been pretty fun to watch.
You know what was also fun to watch, Alex?
The Star Wars movie.
That's what I was going towards, yeah.
Good.
And critically acclaimed TV show, Andor.
Very true. Awesome show. I believe in anyone's Legends this world. What are your thoughts on the LPL? I think that a lot of the top teams still have flaws. Even some like Gen G, right? I don't think they're as strong as they were last year. I think Canyon has been quite fallible, actually.
Yeah.
And we saw that, you know, T1 brought them to 5 games. They did fumble to the point where obviously KT ended up knocking down to the lower bracket, which means that there's an opening which I don't think I would have said there was in the same way pre-Worlds last year. Obviously, at Worlds, Gen G then lost in semi-finals, but you know, before the tournament, I think it's a lot closer. I think that the top 4 or 5 teams in the world are actually very close. I think we have like, well, maybe the top, yeah, whatever, top echelon teams. I won't give an exact number. But I think, you know, Gen G T1, they're close. I think that BLG are in the equation. I think H-League are not out of sight as well. I have a fight in this top side jungle. Perhaps not, though. But yeah, I think that the top teams for Worlds are actually all pretty competitive, which I'm looking forward to.
I think then you have to look at other teams, like anyone's Legends, like Top Esports, like HLE, as we were sort of saying as well, who, you know what the upper ceiling is. HLE won first stand. They won the international tournament already this year. AL have already been the best team in the LPL and did some improvement.
The problem is just those individual forms are not there right now. If they turn up and then they have a good read on the meta in terms of draft and macro, then we have a better conversation about that. Because Zeka's not been playing well on HLE. I think Zayas didn't have a great playoffs run. Obviously been very good this year, but not great in playoffs. Harold's now been started.
Violence.
Yeah, violence may be occurring. Tiana's walking up. Yay, violence. Xiaohu on the flank. And just watch Calyx. Calyx is so strong in direction right now.
Does he want to? That's the pop loss.
Oh,
Chris! Away. Very nice, Chris. That denies the attempted pop loss from engage, but it doesn't allow them to get towards the Herald. Crisp is going to have to heal to get some speed up as the slow from the Electro Harpoon came on in. Longshim blow a couple ultimates, don't get any kills, but it's kind of vaguely Safari League of Legends, but the wildlife did try to interact.
Yeah, Safari League of Legends, we just watch the wildlife and see what happens. The Herald does go to Nongshim. Weibo don't get us cross map either. The best they get is teleports out of Kingen and Calyx. That's all they get. Now, can they use Breathe's teleport to do something? Dragon's up in a couple of seconds. Maybe they're fighting over that instead and saying, look, we want to keep you true on that Herald, and then we can walk towards Herald a little bit, Dragon a little bit more effectively.
What do I think about the scheduling for a lot of the Worlds matches being during weekdays?
It's got to happen sometime.
It's got to happen sometime. I mean, yes, obviously, dream would be to have it as this big grand tournament, all the important matches happen on weekends. But the problem is, if you do that with too many matches, it stretches the tournament way too long. And so it just ends up becoming unfeasible. So in the interest of the format being good, I'd much rather have some games on weekdays and deal with it. And that's pretty standard anyway. You see that in like most tournaments, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you have to schedule them sometime, right? So you have to chuck an amount of matchups into weekdays for sure. Yeah, it's a bigger tournament. That's just going to be the way of things, really. So gold is slightly in Nongshim's favor now. Not really huge between the two of them. Gideon has done well at kind of clawing back what could have been a game-losing lead in jungle. Tien getting killed in that top-sub river fight earlier was quite big, I think. Harold going in mid lane. It won't kill the turret, but it'll get a decent amount. Tien jumping out, making sure that follow-up auto attacks aren't going to be finish off the tower.
Smites the Herald down. Gatling gun comes on down. I did have a guy in my chat from Human Masters whose name is Corky E sound effect.
Yes, no.
First message, it was I fall asleep to that sound. And
yeah, Sam, they were in our chat here too, Sam.
Yeah,
it was
a wonderful time. As well, are they?
Yeah. Gideon going forwards, has the ult still. Galio coming in.
Out comes the cease and desist, the pop blossom, ult flying everywhere. It's a lot of Venn diagrams of doom, and unfortunately, Tien is in the middle of all of them. And that will be a very dead Jarvan. They can now look towards the mid lane tier 1. Nongshim got King coming around from flank angle looking for some electro Electro Harpoons, forcing Weibo to retreat. Crisp is trapped between no man's land, and a lot of very angry people. Has to flash, is burning down, just about survives. Kingen continuing to try and interrupt some backs, can't secure any kills. And actually the turret stands for a second or two, though I don't think Xiaohu can defend this for much of this wave, and Jiwoo should finish up.
They have the
rest
three
of the team started. Breathe is TP'd in, though, and might have stuck around too long.
Well, Breathe doesn't have flash or ult, so we can't even do anything with that, so Jiwoo just gets to walk away. Weibo are falling into this problem where they get an engage with Tien and Xiaohu, and then there's 0 damage afterwards, because Light is not doing enough damage right now, and nor is Xiaohu. Xiaohu has been blasted by the Renekton. The Galio really struggles versus the Renekton individually. Breathe going to get caught in his way back to lane, might even die here as well, but Crisp is back to support him. Well, I guess there were no ults from getting and Kingen, so I'm getting a little bit hyped with that one. But Breathe, a little bit
I believe you'd make a mild error of judgment.
I know, occasionally happens.
I don't believe it.
Currently, I'm considering taking annual leave from work to watch the Worlds. That's kind of based.
Do it. Though in fairness, I feel like we may not be the best people to have that conversation with as, you know, pro League of Legends people.
Yeah. Well, I did kind of do so. Hang on a second, Chris. Just flash for that.
Yeah. Well, he lives.
Yeah. Are they going to pause again for the lag?
I think what might be happening is the top tier 1 is going to die.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty easily going to happen. Nongshim have been very good at just grouping up around these objectives in a way that, like, again, if you want to see a really good example of LPL versus LCK, watch the objective play in this game, where actually Weibo good skirmishes, but Nongshim have set up well around stuff like the Grubs and the Herald, which has led them to this kind of advantage.
Flag and drag forwards, looking to get the pop loss and turn around his Lehens. Does get a serious punish. Crisp very late on the
Galio.
Just about survives. In comes the Galio, and of course the Cataclysm from Jarvan. Good value there. Xiaohu trying to ult, will come across. Finally gets another knocker, but it's only onto the clone of the Nico and a little bit of the Jiwoo, who's largely untouched. They continue to free fire. Hurricanes in, and the Yunara just blows everyone's health bars to smithereens.
Oh, the 4-man Renekton Q shreds the HP bars as well. Nongshim will get a huge fight and the inner turret. And Weibo, I think this game's kind of dead and buried now. I think that the damage is too much. You've got no control on the map. Nongshim will go back over towards the Atakan. They'll take that as well. A very clean objective game from them on the top side of the map, particularly, as Weibo have just they've not had the follow-up damage. They've not had the follow-up damage. They managed to get onto 1 or 2 people, but Light is not doing enough damage in the Corki, and Xiaohu's so far behind that he's not really following up either.
That is pretty ridiculous. And again, the mid lane Renekton has just proven insanely valuable. Gone diving into it. It's been horrible. Get the steal!
Tien!
Oh, the Prince of Thieves gets some value there. That's important and might be a little bit of a reprieve.
That's going to give them like 20 flowers or so. Oh god, that's actually a pretty good steal. Tien, okay, alright. So we got the double dunk in here. The problem is just, while all this is happening, Calyx is just at his huge point of power, has the Starax already, and he just buys so much space in the front line. No one can really stand in the front line to front line with the Renekton being this strong. And then, of course, Jiwoo goes absolute man mode, flashing forwards. The 3-4-man Renekton Q afterwards, too much damage.
Yeah, and like there's a public execution that's missed on Jiwoo as he gets knocked up by the hero's entrance as well. Like even the potential turnaround from Weibo Gaming just doesn't quite land. And it just gives so much freedom for that Yunara to do value. Now Calyx is in danger here though. Just about survived, but not for long as the public execution drags. One of the turret from his Breathe is immediately CC'd, and so it goes into a 1-for-1. Electro Harpoon lands on the Light Flash Vault Breaker. Nice combo from Gideon. And now Xiaohu and Chris need to run away because there's another Vault Breaker, another punch in the face, and the relentless force keeps running.
And Gideon just keeps spamming through the Qs. In fact, it didn't even need the flash. That one was still on cooldown actually, but
oh yeah.
Yeah. I was like, hang on a second, how did he get there? I ended up still going forwards for it, but that's the beauty of Vi. Sometimes just has that extra bit of mobility.
I genuinely thought that was a flash Q.
When you said it, I was like, huh. And then I looked at the summoner, I was like, that's been on cooldown for a long time. What happened here?
So either was a feed lag, which is what I'm going to say it was, guys, because that where I was wrong.
I don't think there was.
I could just have been wrong, guys. Is the honest answer.
You could say it again. I won't believe you. But you could mention it. I'm still not believing it.
I dislike that I'm being undercut by my co-caster.
Yeah, I did wonder whether I should mention that. I was like, he didn't flash though, did he?
I know what the first one was. I thought he got under the corgi with him. Like, okay, I was wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I wasn't. I was baited by the feed. You know what? I'm going to believe is I'm going to gas lamp myself.
Gas lamp yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Jax will be very proud.
Yeah. He's not in this
imagine if you had a real, I don't know,
light source.
Imagine if you used a real word. Yeah, stop using fake words, Sam.
I mean, no one
Dragon skin at time.
What else could you call it? Gaslighting?
Oh, that's a fake word too. Yeah,
no one uses that. No one's ever used gaslighting.
Yeah.
Why would you ever think that's a real word?
Apparently, the term did come from was it a movie or a play about like gaslighters, effectively the people that would
story.
Do you?
Yeah, so...
No, you don't, Sam.
Yeah, no, I don't. What do you mean, no, I
No,
don't?
no, Sam, you don't know that. Why do you keep saying that? You don't know.
So it was from a movie, weirdly, about wrestling.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's where Mankind was thrown 16
Right,
feet.
off of Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, and through the 16 feet through the announcer's table.
In
Yeah.
Hell in a Cell. Right. That's great, Sam.
I had you for a second there, didn't I?
For like one brief moment, and then you have this tone in your voice when you're going to say something just indefensible. And it becomes quite obvious after that. Nongshim have a very large. The gold lead. No, they don't.
I need to focus. Stop this.
The red buff taken away by Nongshim. Go for a fight. Maybe the boss side jungle.
Yeah, there's some denting blows and some relentless force. And that is the vibe burst thing on a punch, isn't it? Relentless force.
Pretty sure, it used to be excessive force, but then they renamed that for reasons.
Same that Assault and Battery is now season 6.
And Public Execution didn't rename that one.
No, that one. In fairness, that one is very fitting for Ambessa's character, who is all about the corporal punishment light. Does need to be a bit wary here, as the Vault Breaker was being charged, still being charged. Goes forward, does Gideon, looking for a potential cease and desist angle. Gets dragged under the turret for it, flagged and dragged, and probably down to hell. But no, a flash away keeps Gideon alive on sub 10 HP. Breathe is about to go down as Nymaera continues to be the most irritating human on the planet, which would be a shock to no one as the Pop Blossom comes on in. And yes, it did. I saw it on screen. Do not gaslamp me, you cretin.
Nongshim win the fight in the boss. Like, I just wanted to see how he'd react to it. Just bluntly thought, oh, go on then, we'll try it. Light and Tien make it out alive. Nongshim, great fight for them. Sadly for them, it's not a fight where the Baron has immediately been up and available to take. It's only spawning now. Maybe Xiaohu and Breathe can respawn in time and teleport in. I think Nongshim might be able to just take it, though. We'll see. Gideon went on a very long work trip with all expenses paid. Goes under the turret.
Under the turret.
Dodges out on the last bit of damage with... I don't know what that is. I've no idea what that ability is. Is it a flash? I think it's a flash. I can't believe you didn't say flash. Anyway, Baron's big stud. Let's talk about that.
No one's ever heard of that ability.
Whoa, wait. They've leashed Baron? Hang on a second. Can Weibo just revenge barrier them? I think they have. It's happening live on my stream. Kingen, it might flash over, but hang on a second. I think Weibo might be able to leash this Baron.
Alex is kind of on a flank angle here as well. Knight's low, but Kingen looking to come and pin people in. I think that Corki's in danger, especially with the Electro Harpoon hit. Down to 10% HP. Calyx with a flash. I think Corki has to leave. That means he's got no DPS. Baron's still going down, but what am I getting out? Java gets it, but the Pop Blossom on everyone. It's a massacre. At least Xiaohu gets one, but I'm not looking happy for the rest of the game. Xiaohu does a decent amount of work, but the damage is all just not there.
And with 3 people left alive, Nongshim will run it down mid lane and end this game. It was a revenge Baron, which we both thought might be able to slingshot them back in. No, it didn't. Nongshim, really clean set of players around the early topside objectives, make up for some poor early skirmishes, and Weibo get a little bit blasted the later the game goes on. I don't think they were ready for this Renekton mid. Calyx had an awesome game on it. In terms of MVP, not exactly sure, actually. Nongshim won't end the game.
Not a bad shout, potentially. The Calyx is not a bad shout. I also think Jiwoo's just not died. He's done 609, had some really good team fights on the Nymaera. If you're looking for someone who's had like the least mistakes, it's probably him.
Yeah. It's a number of different people you can consider. I mean, taking this Baron straight off of the last fight, open up the opportunity for Weibo to just double teleport in, see if they can get something crazy around the Baron. They couldn't. They get the objective itself, but they can't win the fight afterwards. And the more I look at it, it's just, there's so little follow-up damage. Light is the only consistent damage on this team. Breathe is not able to dive in 1v4, especially not into Renekton. And Xiaohu has been so far behind that. Even with the Protobelt and the Morelnomicon, it's just not enough to clean up fights.
No, and the Infinity Edge is now picked up for Jiwoo alongside the BF. Saw that Yunara is hitting like a truck. At least Corki's at 3 items too, but everywhere else on Weibo Gaming it's a bit nerve-wracking.
You know who doesn't gas lampers? God Guo.
No,
Guo Youngjie.
He just lies straight up sometimes.
Yeah, occasionally he lies. Yeah, he won't gaslight you though. Yeah. He's either correct or lying.
He'll just grass lamp you.
Grass lamp you.
A grass lamper.
Grass lighting. That's good.
Grass lighting, yeah.
Good morning, friends. Oh my god, I made it in time to watch my favorite player in World's 2022 Finals MVP, King. And did you know he has a skin for Aatrox, which I hope he plays next year? I didn't know that, Boring. No, I didn't know that. Incredible. Nongshim going to push in towards bot lane, and they do have the 3 grubs. So they'll be able to take that tag quickly.
Didn't you end up winding up certain members of chat by the King in spam?
Yeah, I got added on Twitter.
Really? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I might have taken it a bit too far.
That's very funny.
But yes, we are going to be co-streaming Worlds, so we'll see the next Worlds Finals MVP live on this stream. It'll be very, very cool. We'll be sat here. We'll be chilling out. We won't be doing like a proper cast because there's a cast already for Worlds and it feels disrespectful to do that. But we sat and adding in our own LPL knowledge and stuff like that. And we've been enjoying the show. Very much looking forward to it. Oh, we should refer to him as your grass instead of your grace. That's very funny. I actually like that a lot.
It does feel a little bit like you're kind of interested in the grasshopper's booty when you say it like that.
Your ass is grass, and guess who's the mower? No reaction. No reaction at all. Right, wonderful. Weibo been wave clearing. Nongshim have curtailed them into their own.
I kind of did throw to the bus there, but the thing is, the moment you said that, I couldn't say anything. Because
disrespectful to do a proper cast. The reason why we do a proper cast on things like this is that there's no official broadcast, and the same for LPL when there aren't games on. Doing a competing English broadcast would feel really, really bad. Because let's be honest, we're in the same business, and you know we respect them as colleagues. We're not here to like, you know, yeah. It feels wrong in that sense, right? If there's an English cast, I don't want to like add another one on top of it. Hans is gonna walk into Tien. He's gonna find Gideon there too. Galliot's coming in.
That's not a bad flag and drag. The problem is Gideon is still pretty damn tanky. Public execution comes across. They might actually get that pick off. That's not bad. Can they get anything more? Nice dodge away from Jiwoo though. Tien finally gets the catechism. Flash on 4 for the pulverize. The flash out from the Yunara means nothing. She's dead. Pop Blossom's there, but not in time. As Weibo are fighting this one really well. Breathe with a lot of healing is getting some work done. Xiao just is punched one of the face, and King of the World's MVP is dead.
Sam, they've just killed 4 for none.
Yeah,
like 7k down. How has this happened? Teleport to the top side to make sure that they can push in for an inner turret. Lahens will stop the wave. He's not trying to clear the wave this time because there's a wave, I believe, ahead of that lane anyway. He's just going to try and stop it being as quick to the turret. So it means that I guess they can't go clear through a full inhibitor. Weibo don't have grubs themselves. There is a wave on top side. Breathe should be able to take that one down. Lahens dying so late though does leave Nongshim without their support for a little while.
It does, and the gold lead is just largely halved at this point, down to just 2,000 gold. There's still this tier 2 to pick up. They can't get towards any inhibitors, you're right, but this will be fine, I think.
Yeah, I do actually want... No, they can't take the top lane inner turret. They take the mid lane outer ones, though, so I guess Lahens does protect it with his life. Brush spray, Tien gets in here. Galio, you know, long-range delivery. The Vi Q cancelled out by the EQ as well. Some really important stuff happens just as Alistair enters the play. Jiwoo gets comboed, misses out on the headbutt, but doesn't use the pulverize. EQ lands, flash in for the pulverize, which wasn't used earlier, and then that allows just the extra bit of damage to come through. Tien able to finish off that kill. Another funny moment comes up just after this too, where Calyx might have been able to survive a bit longer, but then goes golden, does Kingen, so Xiaohu's E flies through the golden rumble and hits the Renekton instead. He probably would have died anyway, but just fun little interaction there.
GA now done for Jiwoo, don't want that to happen, and there's that gold graph shrinking fairly rapidly there. Worth noting, of course, remember Weibo nabbed the Atakan earlier as well, so they've got a little extra bit of stats to work with, yeah.
Hang on a second, Lahens does have flash. Xiaohu has death cap now, by the way. So now, actually, Xiaohu, maybe, hang on a second, he's got himself into a gold lead. Xiaohu has now actually got enough damage to turn these fights in a way that he couldn't before.
That is a full damage Galio. There is no Rift Maker, there is no tank items, that is raw AP.
Yeah, let's get the taunt here on King, and you see actually decent damage there again. Gets the phase rush out, tanks up a lot of damage with his W shield. I mean, Weibo are now at a point where we can genuinely fight for this game again. We were saying this game was completely dead and buried, sure, just thrown to the wolves. Shut up, Sam.
Why were you gas-lamping chat,
Al? Yeah, we never said that, folks.
No, never said that.
Yeah, never said that at all. I think we're now at a point where it is on an execution-based teamfight. King, it is on the flank. Xiaohu does need to get out safely here. Oh, Xiaohu.
That's the public execution turnaround there, and they can re-enter with the hero's entrance. It's all a bait. It's all a ruse. They get the GA on Gio. Jiwoo needs to start turning it around. It's caught within the winds of war. The taunt comes on through, and that means Yunara is dead to rights. Calyx needs to run away, but he's burning out. The Death's Dance brings him down, and Nongshim get blasted.
No way. How have Weibo done this? The AoE teamfight is insane. The combo missing from Chris. We'll blame that one on lag. Chris may be burning down. So close. The cow will make it out alive. The steak seared, but not sauteed. Xiaohu will go in mid lane, take the mid lane in a turret, and Nongshim Nongshim, from such a good position, may now be staring down the barrel of a defeat in game 1.
Baron's up, Dragons in 40 seconds. I think Weibo have succeeded in the turnaround.
How dare we disrespect God Guo, who'd expected and predicted Weibo to win this game.
Had to understand his wisdom, Alex.
You know, he had to make us suffer first for us to understand his true wisdom. Yeah, Baron's going to be done on spawn. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. There should be enough time to take it and reset to go to Dragon. Initially, this is the start of a fight onto Xiao, who didn't have defensive tools. And Breathe saves the day by making sure that the Nymaera can't just straight kill the Galio afterwards. EQ is insane. The ultimate from the Galio is absolutely masterful as well. Yes, Light gets caught and everything, but then everyone is stuck. Even just a little, just on the dunk, which goes on to 4 people. The Valkyrie is still ticking, by the way, which is hidden amongst all the other particles. Xiao, who gets the Winds of War down. Insane, just random bits of AoE. And now Weibo do have the damage they lacked earlier.
There's a Medjais in inventory for Xiaohu.
Oh my god, how's that happening? Even like stuff like the Horizon Focus for the stat stick is kind of insane too. Chris doesn't have flash. The Galio ult's coming in.
He's summoned the Batman, and that will be the Bat Signal put on down. Taunt comes on down to Calyx again. The Renekton that was so scary earlier on is now becoming a lot more killable. This is a lot of HP, not that much else. That's the ult and the Sterak's out.
Yeah, Infernal is up on the table for Nongshim, and Nongshim do have better positioning. I'm a little bit afraid that Chris on so low HP and no ult can't engage in the way he wants to. Tien's going to start trying to heal off the red buff. Taking the Dragon lower, this could be a flip for the Infernal Soul in favor of Nongshim.
Tien won the flip earlier, Pop Blossom from the Hens, gets to the backside, they pulled off the Dragon. Tien's still around, they get the taunt from Xiao, who Breathe! Execution, Breathe now in danger. Dragon's still going down on the other side, it's a split fight. Tien on the backside, gets flashed on by Calyx with the Ruthless Predator. Tien needs to try and get in, they don't! That's Soul now for Nongshim, who are managing this fight well. Crisp goes down, and Nongshim right the ship, and the stormy weather instead comes for Weibo Gaming. Their own ship begins to crack and crumble, and they are keel-hauled here.
No, wait, Sam, wait!
Wait can look for some more. Hang on. Some Drakeout stepping. That'll be Gideon trying to Vault Breaker away. Xiao, Justice punching, gets slowed down. Winds of War just shy.
The Infernal Cinders getting Gideon out to safety. He picked them up so he could get the Moon Spear on the way out. That was an insane fight. Light at the end of it, getting caught midway through his Valkyrie, mistimed his W to get the full distance, but got the full burst onto Jiwoo so he could take down the enemy AD carry as he died. I think that saves us from being, you know, a complete blowout. Infernal Soul is now still over towards Nongshim though, which is really scary. You know, just random bits of damage now can become full kills. Nongshim, big victory for them in terms of the actual objective itself. The fights, I mean, it's not like Weibo can't just AoE them down in the way that they've been doing before though. The Infernal Soul at the end of the day doesn't make them tankier.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So, at this point, where do we even stand? We're about 2,000 gold for Weibo plus Atakan.
Well, Xiao, who interestingly actually didn't die, so his Medjais was still actually on 14 stacks. Even with that, he's decided to sell it for a full Zhonya's, which
That's
actually
not unreasonable.
That does make sense. That is completely fine. There was a world in which he didn't go for the Horizon Focus, but the amount of cooldown reduction is really nice on that item.
For Galio as well, when you're not tanky, the way you stay safe is just getting through more rotations.
Gold is within, you know, around about 1,000 at 36 minutes in. It's a hell of a close game, actually. And going on to the flashless Nico.
Oh, boy. I think that's just a very deadly hence. Pop Blossom comes on through, and they get the kill. Nicely done.
Wow, I mean, Tien and Xiao who get brought low, but this is one of the problems with Nico. Nico is a very fragile champion, especially without that flash. Didn't have full Zhonya's, and the Seekers was broken. Good pick off there. Didn't believe in it at first, actually. She just needs to have faith, I suppose. Tien managed to get a good pick off there.
Yeah, and we'll start to shove this wave out. We've got 2 minutes and a half for Baron. I realised I had half as I went through, so we ended up with a slightly weird phrasing, but that's not a problem, guys. That's how you pronounce that number.
2 minutes and a half.
And a half.
Yeah. It's like how in German, one of the things which annoys me the most is 6:30 is actually 5:30.
Yeah.
Because half is like the half before, whereas like we'd say
like... Because we know we have, say, 1:45. They have like 2:30 rather than 2:30.
Yeah. It annoys me, Sam. It annoys
I know.
me. Does. Baron up in 2 minutes, Elder up in 3. This is the kind of game where just a random pick could determine it now. Breathe has flash, has ult. Nongshim's vision control has been really difficult to uphold now, and this is a problem because you can catch off people like the flashless Renekton, maybe.
Flash for the taunt, they do get a hold of that. There's a GA to work with. That's a lot of a bounce house. The equalizer is decent, but then the perfect execution to the backside gets a lot of value for Breathe, who makes it a very public moment. There's the Pop Blossom value. But unfortunately, not that clean as yet, as the GAs everywhere are getting broken down. Jiwoo down to his own GA, gets an Arc of Ruin off before he dies. Calyx with the Ruthless Predator getting some value, and Nongshim actually end up cleaning up the fight pretty damn well. The health bars are low. Light with the slightly longer range, but the health bars and the man disadvantage making this very dicey indeed.
Weibo took that fight just before the Galliot came back up. It was on cooldown during that fight. Xiao, who can't get that huge AoE damage and shielding into the rest of his team, and Nongshim will take, I guess, a slim victory in that fight because
Yeah,
Light still lives, 3 for 2. It's not enough to end the game or anything. You know, the actual fight here is not bad, but Xiao, who doesn't have the ult, I do wonder whether they should have looked for this fight just a little bit later. You know, yes, you have the big play coming through, but Xiao, who can't quite get himself the damage he needs, throws the Winds of War into the pit. It's not bad from Xiao. He has a ton of damage, but you know, Gideon and Calyx get so much return. Xiao, who can't really sit around and ult now when it's actually back up.
Yeah, and again, Kingan survives in the pit. You had Jiwoo coming on over, forcing Breathe to flash on out, and then the fact that you got that kill through the Arc of Ruin as you were dying from Jiwoo gets a lot of value. Of course, the GA is now propped pretty much everywhere, but the double GAs on Calyx and Jiwoo being down is potentially huge.
No, that is true. That's true. That being said, Light not having a GA into Gideon is kind of terrifying. Baron up soon. In the next minutes, Elder coming up just a little bit after that as well. We are kind of at full items now for all of our big carries. Even I guess Light is the one person who's just a little bit off of peak right now. Jiwoo being ahead 3,000 gold will do that to you. Feats of Strength for Nongshim also helping them. Weibo. They do have pretty decent ability to start fights from out of Fog of War. Nongshim, the last time, I don't think they had the vision control to really spot out Weibo coming.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Some here. Do they want to play for Elder rather than Baron? Are they wanting to give that up?
I don't know. I think they're just looking for a good engaging opportunity where they can. Lahen's putting a ward over the wall. Was that spotted? It was. Tien's spotting him with the... Guo, no! Why have you forsaken us?
Oh, no, he's chosen Red Force.
The defection. Oh, the Green God has chosen the Red Force.
He has decided that Weibo Gaming have had enough of his blessing. And yes, they've had their comeback, but now, unfortunately, their time in the blessings, the great God of Grass, has ended.
I'm so disappointed. You know,
He's going back! He's gone back!
And I'm no longer disappointed. Defecting again. Guo loves to keep you guessing. Breathe. Looking for something to go from the other side here. They do know that this ward is here. Griff's out of vision, going for the combo.
He sees that's what he was seeing, a potential angle on him, but maybe it's all a ruse. Weibo Gaming, you can't take the blessings of the god for granted. You've got to play with them respectfully.
Now, Alistair doesn't have hope for the Elder coming up in 10 seconds. Oh, jeez. Chris really needs some healing from somewhere. Not exactly sure where he's going to get that. That's a bit of a problem.
Gideon on a flank angle.
He is on a flank, and reminder that Light doesn't have GA still. That was taken down in that last fight. Most of the GA is down in the game.
Yeah, I think every GA, there were 4 of them, they're now all gone, but now we're looking at the Elder down to half HP. Redemption coming on in, allowing a potential face check on in. There's the equalizer. It's decent. Like, everyone with the Pop Blossom! Lehend is a heretic! And the blessings of the god mean nothing. They do manage to kill off Jiwoo, though. That's not bad going Breathe, because you just dance to the backside. That Pop Blossom might not be enough. Elder taken, though, by Gideon. The turnaround fight getting tricky, but it might not matter. They're losing! Nongshim with Elder, still losing!
So close. Calyx, does he have enough damage in? I think they're going to win against the Elder Dragon. The steal comes through, but a triple kill to Xiao, who will still win the game.
What is a dragon god in the face of the blessings of the grasshopper god? Weibo Gaming managed to make it work in the most dramatic, cinematic fashion possible.
Our grasshopper god, Guo Yongjie, kept us guessing. But truly, the faithful are rewarded. Predicted Weibo will win game 1 somehow.
I would suggest against VOD reviewing this game. All it will give you is conniptions. If you want to, though, get some popcorn, stick it on, because it's a horror show of glorious proportions. Mistakes, heroic moments, and a grasshopper's blessing that will lead Weibo Gaming to a Game 1 victory that was clean and expected from all of us here.
Nongshim just lost with a 7,000 gold lead, and then an Infernal Soul, and then an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, they did.
Where were you when Nongshim the Noodle Boys lost with, like, 3 arguably game-winning states? Oh, God.
In my seat next to you, Alex. I'm right here.
That's true, you were there.
Yeah, I was right here.
I was wondering where everyone else was.
That is AP Galio damage, baby.
Oh, Xiaohu's early game was a little bit rough, but then, oh my god, the Galio just went hard.
Kingen also did try. There was some very big equalizers there. The problem I think you're running into is Calix just stopped being as valuable as the game went on. It has to be said.
It's the problem with Renekton. I mean, there were points in those late game fights where he was insane. Remember, he killed Xiaohu in the top side river. So I'm not sure I agree with that. What I will say is that I think Nongshim were grouping up. They were trying to pile onto the engage where, look, Nongshim are pretty good at choosing when they want to take a fight. In terms of executing that fight, I think sometimes their positioning falls apart because their initial instinct is, I must follow the fight. And that, in this game, meant they were grouped up for a Cataclysm and a Hero's Entrance, which kind of went crazy.
Basically, every time Jiwoo was down one bit of defensive tools, he was getting hit by Breathe and Besserol, like, on repeat.
How did the old man win late game? I'm an old man, I want to know. Look, Xiaohu is a one of a kind. What can I say? He will be MVP from this game.
Buy a Grasshopper. Get it to bless you.
To be fair, they got Elder with their 2 carries already dead. Yes, that's true, but that goes against my narrative. And no, they didn't. I'm gonna gaslight. I'm gonna grass lamp you. No, they didn't get Elder when their carries were dead. Nah, they didn't.
Did someone tell Xiao it was spring 2020? Yeah, it is. This is exactly what's happened. We've gas lamped.
Wake up! There's this newfangled virus going across the globe. It's spring 2020. Why is Renekton bad champ? Renekton's a good champion. Oh, I think Renekton's good.
And in fairness, like, Calix made it really work early. It just became harder to get value out of as the game went on. Like, you got the 1 kill on Xiao, which was good.
Wow, I'm being grass-lighted. You're corrected. I apologize. No, we're not grass-lighting you. No, we wouldn't do that.
And I believe it's grass-lamped, actually.
Grass-lamp, yeah. It's just going to get more and more incomprehensible as time goes on. Oh, God.
Right, I really need coffee. Do you want one as well?
Yes, please.
I can do that. We've got pre-roll off in about a minute, by the way.
Yeah, I'll watch for the highlights and we'll go to that. Lehen's had some sick outs. Lehen's had a great game. Folks, this is just absolute cinema. This is why I'm watching ASI. These games have been so fun. They've been so fun. Dude, this fight was insane. Hey, super happy to see you on the World's Co-streamer list. Yeah, so are we. We're very happy to be there. I'm very, very much looking forward to it. Thank you, Kunjahad. Please let Godgor on predict the IG versus T1 match. The thing is that I don't want to buy a grasshopper myself because I don't want to, like, you know, accidentally do animal cruelty because I don't know how to look after a grasshopper. But I do need someone with a grasshopper to recreate this. Oh, Lehen's was so good. How the hell did... I mean, Jiwoo just got caught out in some key... Jiwoo getting caught out in this fight is a killer. Jiwoo can't move? Yep. Turtles are better, right? My goat Tien is winning this tournament, right? Kind of crazy that we have, like, you know, multiple world champions in this game between Tien and Kingen. Xiao, oh man, rolling, turning back time. You just got dry J4 knockups and didn't flash. Yeah, that'll do it for you.36% damage, 281% damage per gold. That is some damage efficiency. Jesus.
一定的，就是没有小天的话，也不会有小虎这么多表演的画面，对吧？就是我觉得整个队伍吧，5个人相辅相成，都做到自己本分的事情，而且超额完成了任务，然后才获得了比赛的胜利，挺不错的。我觉得就有这样的韧性，真的挺不错的。啊，这样的话，对于农心来说，他现在把主动选择蓝色发，对吧？我们休息一下，等待第2场比赛的开始。
这一回，那个男人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。 这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。军中无戏言。
Crazy now you mention it that Xiaohu didn't win Worlds. He is one of the greatest players to never win Worlds. What's a greater tragedy, Xiaohu never winning Worlds or Uzi? I think a lot of people look down on Xiaohu because he was on teams with Uzi, and then Uzi was the main points of those teams. But Xiaohu is one of the greatest players to never win Worlds. Maybe the greatest. Thanks to my personal goat, since this one guy one-tricking Heimerdinger, you're so right. 2018 GTR RNG, oh. Oh, what a series. We should have had IG RNG in the finals. It would have been so much more interesting. Okay, we've done adverts. Okay. A lot of the times because Faker beat him at Worlds. Faker beats a lot of people at Worlds, in fairness. But realistically, like, the two players which are lined up, which really need to win Worlds at this point, Chovy and Knight, obviously. Because, like, so they are very, very good players, but it's so hard to sell that to a lot of people when they haven't won Worlds. Someone like Bin is in the equation too. Keen really needs it, I think. There's a bunch of players on there. But those are like the top ones I think of initially. IG versus RNG Summer 2018 Finals is low-key one of the best games of all time. It was an insane finals. The IG RNG rivalry of 2018 is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. I guess that goes into 2019 as well, but yeah. Oh, I will pass the check, Naka. I will. I will also get hydrated too. Yay.
好，欢迎回来，欢迎继续收看我们的英雄联盟亚洲邀请赛。上一场比赛结束，微博现在是1比0，暂时领先啊。同样，本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作。哦，上一场看得真爽啊！这个是我们梦寐以求的，就是对于 LPL 赛区来说啊，这种怪战时刻逆风翻盘，然后再加上就是这种坚韧不拔的找机会。
就我觉得赢法也很爽，哎，纯打团打赢，
就是团战赢，最高25分钟落后9000，是，而且对面是个极致进攻阵容，那个时候落后9000。
Oh yeah, so G, who's in chat, is she's making a script about the longest game in league history, which is the SKT versus Jin Air Green Wings 90-minute fiesta. So at some point, you may see a very in-depth breakdown of what led up to the world's longest game. Yeah. When G managed well, I say managed to get, yeah. Well, when G manages to get that script done, we might end up doing a video on. I can't. Is it? What was the style of video? You know there are these kind of like these football video breakdowns where there's a really important game and then there's a goal scored and then they pause the game and they look into every player who's on camera and go into their backstory leading up to that event. Anyway, we're getting into draft game 2. John Bois. Video essays, right, gotcha.
2个班位，但作为农心蓝色方的解放一个中单班位出来。
哎，我发现 LCK 是真的不太钟爱齐亚娜这个英雄啊。
这个英雄反正我是听了很多赛训组的意见，就现在 LPL 的队伍的意见，他们觉得这英雄不减头太弱啊，名牌瑞兹。但是你ban瑞兹在这发条。
Cassiopeia banned away. That signals a first pick Rise to me.
也选瑞兹，他咋都要选瑞兹。
First pick Rise. There's no Galio on the table either, so you're running out of answers to the easy answers to the Galio. You still have Orianna. You have Orianna, Aurora, Rise. Those are the 3 mid laners I think about right now. So it was a first pick Corki last time. Still got stuff like Lucian available.
现在已经发条的抗的位了，看怎么处理吧。
再考虑了，
得对开啊，感觉。
搬了兔子。
The Aurora last ban, no surprise.
就是不好打也得对开。
One of those comfort picks. Orianna Rise trade maybe. Talia is available, but I don't think you want to play Talia into Orianna. Orianna is notoriously good into the Talia. Now does Xiaohu go Rise? Take what is technically a losing matchup and just say it's fine?
就是边线你再玩个什么格温一类的英雄，因为兔子已经搬掉了，对吧？你点个瑞兹，再点个强边线，你瑞兹还能防边，
还有武器呢。对，
还有武器在，就反正。
Jina SKT went on for 95 minutes. Hell yeah, it did. I was there for it. The Assassin Kha'Zix. Insane. Okay, and there's the Rise. Yeah, no surprises there. We got 3 mid laners, which are kind of like the top tier, which were left up, which were the Rise, the Orianna, and the Aurora. We got the Rise versus the Orianna. In terms of other stuff, we have stuff like Sion, Cassante available for top lane matchups. Yorick, I suppose. Yorick for Breathe might not be awful, given how he has a Rise on his team to go to his lane. Junglers, we have Wukong. No, Wukong's down. I'm bad. Wukong, Poppy are down. Fine, Jarvan are down. Xin Zhao's up. And Lee Sin's up as well. Tien's Lee Sin comes through again. We're seeing a lot more Lee Sin at this tournament. Tien was insane on this the other day.
这个组合中野对抗很强啊，而且之前讲到的就是移速问题，就是你想一个350的移速的瑞兹，然后往一个325的发条脸上走，而这个时候就是发条必须得把 QW 用了，他不用 QW 绝对。
We get the Nocturne Orianna. The Knock Wave combo. Oh wow, it's full dive now. Geo going towards the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa loves his aggressive engaged champions. So you don't have Corki, which does better into the Kai'Sa now. So what have you got in terms of AD carry matchups into the Kai'Sa? Yunara, Corki are 2 of the better ones. They're gone. You could go Sivir, I suppose. Sivir can spell shield the... Oh, you can go Sivir Xayah. There, Xayah. Cool. Easy, easy. Nice. Right back into 2018. Hey Jesse, thank you for the thank you. Well, congrats rather. Yeah, folks, for those of you that missed it earlier, we are going to be co-streaming Worlds. We got co-streaming rights for that, which is very, very cool. So join us here. We'll be chilling out, watching Worlds on the couch through in Sam's room. Rakan's banned. Now, what else do you ban here? Rel's gonna be taken away. I guess you could take away... what else do you take away? Oh, you could take away the Nautilus, right? That's the easy one. Crisp could still go something like the Renata. Xayah Renata's okay. You ban that away as Nongshim, actually, if you're going to be flying in with Nocturne Kai'Sa. I think you ban away the Nautilus, yeah, easy. Nongshim, I guess they ban away another support. Do they ban away something like the Renata? Lulu being mentioned in chat as well. A couple of different options. Can't ban all of them, I don't think. Lehen's maybe eyeing up something like a Leona. Could actually be something like Pyke too, you know? Pyke actually might be pretty good for Lehen's. Ooh, Tom Kench banned away from Chris. Right, that's something. Wow, really want to ban away the peeling tools for Chris. Braum comes in. Okay, right. So now you can't even... But like now, if you go towards a melee support, it struggles in lane. It's not going to be the direct healing and shielding, and you can't block the shockwave with the Braum shield. Tom signals hook champions. Well, hook champions are pretty good versus Tahm Kench a lot of the time. Like Pyke actually just destroys Tahm Kench. I mean, you could still go Pyke. Sion locked in. Breathe will be able to counterpick that matchup. I actually wonder whether he just goes Yorick last pick now. What's Lehens going towards the pick? Tarek! Oh, okay, that's fun. Because now, oh my god, Nocturne Tarek is a combo I used to cast in the university leagues because there was a team which used to play that. A German team that used to play Nocturne Tarek. So you fly in, you have the extra ability to just turn things around. Breathe goes towards the Aatrox. I was wondering whether it would go towards something like the Yorick, but I think the Aatrox is pretty fine here too.
但这把有个好消息，起码微博咱们有个布隆，这布隆一进野区插2个眼找找换线的位置，其实你前面对线不会太难受。
Is Braum good for Weibo? What it does is it punishes you when you go melee range, and there's some champions which want to go melee, right? It also tried to limit some of the support options from Lehens. Tarek is also very good at anti-melee anti-melee picks though. Like, I still think that Braum is pretty good versus the Tarek, but I think the Tarek is fine against melee champions, and then also brings a lot of value to the combo later. Interesting to see how this bot lane phase goes, though. Missed the end of last game. How did they lose with Infernal Soul? It was just absolute cinema. What can I say? Absolute cinema. Jiwoo got caught a bunch of times in the late game fights. Who won draft? Who won draft? I think Nongshim won draft, but it's not like a clear advantage, I don't think. It's a pretty close one. I don't think it's a Orianna is really good versus their team. How?
Draft Evelyn.
Draft Evelyn, right. Okay, I need to go for a quick break, Sam.
Sorry,
You should be sorry, Sam. You should be sorry.
Why would I be sorry?
I don't know, I just feel like you should be.
Grass lamping me.
Yep.
Stop grass lamping me.
Yep.
Speaking of grass lamping, there's our grasshopper. Did we ever figure out whether it was a grasshopper or a cricket?
主要那个农心把 C 字草一绕出来，然后郭神就过去了，对，直接往 WBG 跑了。我只能说郭神比我们还懂。
But let's have a look at this one. Okay, so Kai'Sa Tarek, I'm assuming we've had the conversation, right? Actually, Nocturne and Kai'Sa are both surprisingly dangerous. Tarek dazzle abusers. If you can time it right, and at this level you'd hope people could, you can just immediately fly in with a stun attached and get some ridiculously good value. God says Weibo Gaming. The blessing is upon them. Tien is, however, on Lee Sin. He's not using his own Lee Sin skin, though. He's using Godfist Lee Sin. Cheesy combo? I mean, yeah, but it's a fun one. The only thing is obviously Braum into triple melee plus diving AD carry is pretty nasty. Lee Sin kit can also get a bit frustrating. Featherpole, Rise likes people coming into him. Aatrox is pretty happy with a load of melees too. So I think Weibo Gaming have definitely got tools to manage the dive, but if Nongshim pull it off, they've certainly got a very scary upfront burst that can kind of potentially just catch someone before they can use their defensive tools. It looks like the better team after game one. Katakashi. After game one, both myself and Nymaera just were there with some shell shock, really, is what happened. Because you didn't really see a team win game one, you saw them experience it. It wasn't really a game that gave you much in the way of this team is better or worse. I think Weibo Gaming did a good job of clutching it out, but it was bloody messy. Bloody messy. The correct answer, just to believe in God, go correct. Nongshim wins draft, TM Smurfsies. I mean, he is very, very good on Lee Sin, don't blame that. Was God Go prediction shot? I missed it. Yes, he was. Yes, it was. It was Weibo Gaming, I believe. For the record. Pen, you have now been blessed by my knowledge of God Go. Well, towards various camps we go. Nocturne's going to get an invade off here. But of course, it does look like it's just been a bit of a split map in general. Tien already has the red buff, so that'll be a bit of a split there. And I think, realistically, it's kind of fine for both sides. We've got a little bit of this... this there Taeyun lane swap. With the Kai'Sa up against the Aatrox. Actually, no, I take it. It's just a straight lane swap. 3:30, so 30 seconds before the new timer. Out comes the Rune Prison. Good damage onto Calyx from Xiaohu. Will then phase rush away from his problems. Why are we all just saying Tien? Is there just a reason, chat? Tien won a Worlds doing this? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. And he has also just got a kill, for the record. He got a kill on the Oriana. How did I miss getting a kill on the Oriana? What was I doing? Was I reading chat? Was I not paying attention? Oh, Calyx, surely not. Oh, no. Okay, you missed it anyway, fine. Did I just miss it? I think I just missed it. What was I doing? How did I do this? Was I putting headphones? Was I looking at? I must have just been looking at chat. Either way, Calyx doesn't have a flash. Has died to Tien. Tien is now slightly in danger, but gets across the wall. Potential flash angle won't do it. Rune Prison comes on down. Remember, Calyx doesn't have a flash. Xiaohu wants it. Can't quite get past the command dissonance. And so ends up blowing his flash for not all that much value. Tien trying to steal some more here. Winter's Bite comes down. Dark Dustbringer goes wide. Tien is low, but does have Smite in a few seconds. May wait on it. No Smite for Gideon. Resonating Strike angle. Can potentially jump onto Gideon, who will have the Spell Shield angle. Jumps on forwards. There's the cripple. Look for a bit more. Lands. Oh, my days, doesn't quite get the Q past the Calyx. Good observing. Fear onto Crisp, who's in danger. The Safeguard Shield keeps them all alive. He tower dove level 3. Yeah, I think I just missed it. I think I just missed it. I don't know how. I think I was just looking at chat. I was talking about game 1. Yeah, I mean, clearly I need to drink more of this damn coffee. I also didn't have my headphones on at that point, so I probably just missed the people losing their minds. Chat, we should just go on a silent strike, only saying Tien when he does anything. That's fair. I genuinely feel like I've been gas-lamped about Tien getting this kill. Like, how does he have that number by his name? I don't believe it. You're all lying to me. To memory hold this whole event.
可以说微博这个组合这把是非常主动的，继续进行下去啊！小虎是有大招的，来的会比Calyx快很多啊！已经放 W 清线了，意味着小虎非常想走。是的，小虎我不想在中路过下去了，不想跟你在中路泡吧，赶紧走，出发！
Back towards red buff we look. Invade happening. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Red buff secure, but the realm up now in. In comes the Paranoia, but it's an escape Paranoia. No, it was just to get the Shockwave in range. Oh, what a turnaround. Absolute heads up stuff from Gideon. Flash from Light will at least get 1 kill back, but I think the emotional damage alone is done. That was clean. And suddenly the Oriana has 3 kills. Paranoia, flash from Gideon to get in range for the ball, and then reactivating to dive in. That was real nice. You just missed one of the sicker Nocturne Oriana combos. So, picture the scene. Red buff invade. Weibo Gaming have got themselves an early kill on TNT Sim from a tower dive. I definitely saw and definitely didn't miss and definitely not been gaslit about.
Right, okay. Anyway, Grub's getting started here. We might have a fight after recapping on that later.
That might be true. Might be true, as they got a little bit of a dazzle coming on forwards from the Tarek. TN will land the Sonic Wave, though, potentially looking to get involved with a bit more damage. Lehenzo will at the level 4 with the Brawn passive stacking. I think he's just a very dead Tarek.
No, King is going on to Light.
Find King into the backside. They get some value with Jiwoo. Also finds the angle across. Nicely managed there. A little too deep on the Tarek, and it all starts going wrong. They do at least finally bring the Tarek down, but he was more than tanky enough to cause some chaos.
Both the carries are now down for Weibo, and I'm not sure Weibo can really stick around. Q from TN, he might be able to ward hop out.
Can potentially do that. Will safeguard over to his teammates. King in gets pulled back by the Infernal Chain.
That's an insane fight from King, by the way. Flashed over the body blockers and ulted straight onto Light, who just ate it after that point.
Blasted.
Now suddenly, 3-0-3 Jiwoo on Kai'Sa, which is one of his comfort champions, which you can play super aggressive on, is really, really far ahead. 3-0-3, 1,000 gold ahead. Nongshim are in an awesome spot. Of course, I missed the early game, but, you know, Weibo, they need stats to survive the Nocturne Orianna combo with the Kai'Sa flying through, and being this far down now against these kind of carries, that's going to be really hard to do.
I mean, the Orianna was having a horrible time, and then has managed to come back in. Now, however, it might be on the wrong end of a very aggressive gank from 3 members, looking for the rune present. The shockwave lands only onto Xiaohu, and that means Calyx is a dead robot.
Breathe will flash out of the shockwave. Who do they give the kill over to? Towards Tien's Lee Sins. They managed to shut him down a little bit there. I don't know if it was actually a true shutdown. I didn't see the extra gold on top of it. I wasn't looking, basically. Like, we'll throw the feathers in there. We'll see the red buff being taken. And yeah, Calyx has been very impressive on the Orianna this tournament so far. I've been really enjoying watching his Orianna play. He got an MVP for it a little earlier into the tournament. Lehenzo and Gideon really sticking around here.
There's been a lot of play around these red buffs, for better and worse. Nongshim got the better of the last one.
Hang on, Xiaohu's
Dazzle
here.
comes across, but now they're going to look to collapse. Gideon has got Paranoia. Where's the shockwave angle? Going to try and use the Paranoia to escape via Light, but he doesn't have a spell shield anymore. That means this Nocturne in danger. Rune Prism on the other side onto Lehenzo, who's only level 5. Looking for the Dazzle, does get the stun, flashes away. Crisp now in danger as Light gets kicked. A bit of an angle as Jiwoo, I apologize, the one who gets kicked. There's still some turnaround. Both supports dying. Light needs to back away, does bring a landing. Xiao trying to speed away. Jiwoo flashing, trying to get some more value, but doesn't have a Q cooldown. Light has to Featherstorm.
Yeah, and Calyx, of course, was dead at the start of that play, so they couldn't do the Nocturne Orianna combo because he was coming out of base. He was dead. So it wasn't like the true combo that Tien. Well, he's still very low HP because Jiwoo was flashing forwards. They're teleporting from Crisp on the Braum support. Bloody hell, this is such a scrappy game again. Within 1,000 gold, but I suppose at 11 minutes, actually having a 1,000 gold lead, kind of huge, by the way. Tien 2-1-3. The Lee Sin getting a bit scary, but the carries of Nongshim are very far ahead. Particularly Light being 1,000 gold behind is a huge problem. This Xayah is not going to be safe in a lot of these fights and will struggle to put out the turnaround damage he'll need to.
Right, before the inevitable violence,
yes.
Here's what happened in about 10 seconds. Mid lane tower dive at level 3 from TN, gets a kill. Then they go for red buff invade, and then Gideon flashes to get in range of the ball from Orianna to Paranoia in and get 3 kills for Orianna.
Oh, that's insane.
Okay, it was very nice. So literally jumping on the Nocturne, he turns off the lights, flashes away, jumps back in. It was very nicely done.
Very cool. And now Calyx, of course, reaping the rewards of that. I really think Calyx and Jiwoo are set up for success. So, Weibo, they're going to have to deal with very thick. King on the Sun against the Aatrox, and I'm kind of sad that Breathe is not using you know, the skin from Worlds 2022 finals.
Yeah.
Not actually sure who won that one. The Worlds 22 finals. Queenan, right?
Yeah,
right.
It was Freddie Mercury's alter ego.
Right. Okay.
It's much like Elvis, they're still alive, just playing League of Legends these days.
Bill Murray's not. We saw what happened to him in Zombieland.
Well, yeah. I mean, as we all know,
which is a true story.
Exactly. That's what happened in 2020, guys.
Important though. Does anyone know who God Guo has been predicting? Hang on, there's going to be the Rumble coming in. A lot of damage onto the Braum.
There we go. There's the Paranoia. Dazzle comes on down alongside the Cosmic Radiance. Potential angle to give themselves a little bit of time to roll with. Jiwoo trying to escape with the Killer Instinct. Dazzle just wide. They have killed off the Braum, but now everyone's got to run. There's the passives from Braum begin to fly, even from beyond the grave. They do kill off the Nocturne.
Really good Tarek ultimate to save a lot of damage. Turns it into a 1-for-1, but Weibo's still showing that they have a ton of damage with Tien's kick, getting Jiwoo out of position, making it much harder to go back. And there is Guo, slightly edging towards Weibo. Hang on, Tien trying to see if he can catch out. A recall. Oh my god, it's close. It's close. Stops the recall from Jiwoo. All right, now that does mean he's going to be out of position for the next phase of kind of laning in terms of wave clear. He's quite important to the wave clear of Nongshim, especially with the Q upgrade.
No,
Okay, he's not important to the wave clear, so it actually doesn't matter.
I'm
This
glad you
reinforcement
understand,
start.
Alex. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't gaslamp you.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't
I would
gaslight
never
me.
do that. Sorry, you're right.
You wouldn't gaslight me. Tien back out onto the map, of course, himself. 2-1-4, doing pretty well for himself. Weibo, again, still just a little bit of damage behind in terms of the key damaging rolls, but they're doing pretty well outside of that.
Breathe has his back interrupted as
No, he doesn't.
Kiko. What do you mean? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Paid for an argument. He didn't. If you've not watched Monty Python, none of this will make sense to you.
Tien might be looking for a kick in the mid lane.
He's not.
He doesn't have flash or ult, Jiwoo. So there is a chance that they do, indeed. Yes, look for a play onto Jiwoo here, Sam. Light and Jiwoo kind of sparring off here. Tien doesn't have a... Hang on, if he does get a lucky Q here, it could change a lot of stuff. I reckon they're going to wait for him to auto-attack the minions here and see if they can catch him in an auto-attack animation.
The idea, he's used his supercharger. That means he's very low on mobility, but Lehens has come up the lane, giving him a little bit of bravado, capacity and shielding.
There's no Orianna at the play, of course. He's Calyx is up in top lane. Xiaohu trying to wave clear through here, trying to protect the turret. I don't know if he can. There's likely a shockwave here to poke out Xiaohu.
Yeah, may well be. Does manage to get rid of the wave at the very least. The command attack, dissonance, into the command protect combo is still very good. I remember Bjergsen running through the old Orianna combos back in the day when you used to be able to go QE, QW, QE again. It was kind of pretty ridiculous to just keep the ball coming, flying back and forth all the time.
Yeah, the mobility was really insane at some points there. Calyx not going to get caught out by Breathe. Breathe just had a quick look in there. Changing lane assignment with Xiaohu. 2 minutes until the dragon, so no real need for him to be on bot side right now.
So, we were having this conversation the other day, Alex.
Yeah.
Not for a little bit of time, as you saying, because the Herald's coming. We might see a bit of fire around that, but for now, we'll hold.
And we do have 15 kills in 15 minutes.
It's true, so yeah,
Or 14 kills.
I'm going to start musing and then may have to stop on short order. We're talking about most broken champions on release of all time.
Yes.
And I would like to posit Orianna is up there.
Oh, back when the Q was so insanely long range that you could control it. You could farm midway while clearing a ward in the side brush.
Yeah, and you could also check both bushes from the middle of the lane.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Orianna release was really strong. The problem is, so many release champions were really strong, but no one knew how to play them for a little while. Herald's getting started by Nongshim. They do have all of their big tools available. They do have flashes on their carries, Weibo. Not contesting. I think they'll let this one go over.
Grab that one and feel pretty happy about it. That'll be second objective for them. A minute until Dragon. Again in the bush, looking to see whether they can get a paranoia out here, actually. That's kind of not the worst cooldown to have burned.
Yeah, it's the world ender for the paranoia, but I think, Hexblade is up for Gideon, so it's not the longest ult cooldown there. Does mean that the Nocturne Orianna combo is gone, though, and that's one of the biggest threats that they have. Tien will steal away a Gromp. Hell yeah, larceny. Tien
mid lane for Na'Vi.
Hang on, Tien could actually go for some slick combos here. I don't think he really wants to fight into 3 members like this. Breathe heading over the wall though to make sure there's some extra damage available.
Potentially going to leave this turret alone though for King. We're
okay,
diving.
So we're going for a 5v4. Remember that. Hang on, good shovel shockwave. It's Kai'Sa roaming up river.
Xiao has to flash away. All the while, Jiwoo's in danger as Tien finds him and will be forcing the ult out of the Kai'Sa.
Okay, so Kai'Sa very low HP. Does that open up a mid lane turret take for Weibo?
King's still on bot turret, by the way, completely untouched.
Kingen will take the bot lane turret. The question is, what do Weibo get elsewhere? Do they get anything on mid lane? Not sure about that.
You get a bit of a shove, actually. There's some pings and some assists. Look at the Sion ulting up to mid lane. They want to get this turret. I think Light might stick around and just trade his life for it. Gets the auto and does secure it. Has got to Featherstorm the ult, but now they're looking to get behind. Jiwoo in danger as the Sonic Wave lands. That means Kai'Sa's in danger. All the while, both AD carries are being traded out on their opposite numbers. That's a bit scary. Kingen going to get taken low here. Has to flash, still stunned up. Door comes on down. Now Kingen's in danger as the concussive blow stack. Oh, Winter's Bite onto Gideon. Jiwoo with no ult, but does have a flash. The health bar to Weibo going so low. The Acanthian Rain! And a Realm War gets Realm War. But here's the Realm War. Does Xiao have a flash? No, we have to blow it topside. They kill off the Kai'Sa. Feather's still flying. Lehens is here with a bit of healing courtesy of the Starlight Touch. And that means that Kingen survives with the Soul Furnace shield on top of everything else.
So Tien was farming top camps, which allowed him to get behind that mid lane play, which made it into a real mess because the Lee Sin is so good in those kind of skirmishes. I was really afraid though that Jiwoo was just allowed to run through them with the items he got. Of course, he had a ton of gold from that early game. I think Weibo have done a decent job of shutting down the Kai'Sa as the game goes on. It's been a really fun game to watch. Again, it's a ton of kills in a very short amount of time. Dragon's now alive. Tien did die in that last play, coming back out onto the map now.
Burgers with my fries. Fries. It's Fries Group, baby. It's
I hate that that's so good. So LCK Broadcast, if you need anyone for musical talents, may we recommend a certain duo sat in their bloody bedroom. Okay, Dragon started up. This will be second Dragon for Weibo, first for Nongshim. Do we get a proper fight here? But the problem is, if Weibo walk into this, they would be walking into the Nocturne Orianna combo. I don't think they want to test that right now. They'll give it over.
Feats of strength as well now. Nongshim have got really strong feet, like muscular feet.
Yep, they are so, yep. See the tendons and the veins and everything. Yeah. Herald into mid lane, 2 grubs on top of it. This won't insta-kill the turret, but it'll take a good chunk out of it.
And they can just stick around again. They've got a sign here. They're going to throw down the Nocturne combo into the air. Immediately goes the Xayah. Dazzle down, and of course the Cosmic Radiance is going to time out now. And that means that Nongshim down some really big tools. The Shockwave lands onto Xiaohu, but no one else. Redemption coming on forwards. Light! Dazzle! Light, no!
Light just walked forwards, just
towards the Light!
What? He had no flash, he just used his ultimate. G will kill, breathe. Light may have just thrown the game off of that. Well, that was some proper Nirvana gaming. Well, you may know the Rise group. Welcome. I mean, not that Nongshim was part of that. Well, welcome to the Nirvana group. Not that Weibo was part of that, but they're definitely repping their region's lower groups here.
Oh.
So the initial combo is actually pretty. I mean, the ult's pretty good from Xayah. You know, it stops the Nocturne from getting that much done. But then what the hell happens here? He just does it. I literally. I mean, is it lag? Why would you do this? He clicks back too late. Gets hit by the Dazzle. Doesn't have. I mean, I don't understand it. No cleanse, no barrier, no flash, no ult. I don't get it, Light. I don't get it.
Yeah, either I'm missing something or there was just a distinct lack of brain cells in that moment. It happens.
That has thrown this game to the abyss. That has actually thrown this game into the abyss.
Yes.
It's led to 2 mid lane turrets dying. It's led to a bunch of kills. Atakan's now getting started. This was a very playable game. Now it is very hard if the Nocturne Orianna gets decent value. Kingen getting an angle with the Mega Blast going. Atakan getting started.
So going to try and find an ult angle across the Atakan down to 5,000 AP with a feather pull, and the Lee Sin's going to be pretty hard necessarily to stop the steal. It just come on through nonetheless though, and they kill off Xiaohu, and it's just going from bad to worse. Kingen with a choo-choo train in the backline, and Weibo Gaming flip at Atakan, and the burgers with their fries go straight to Nongshim, who eat them up greedily.
And it's a great bloody game for most of it, and then suddenly it's a lights out performance. Nongshim take 2 big fights, a ton of things go their way, including 2 mid lane turrets and the Atakan on the steal. They'll run down mid lane as well. They have the 2 grubs, the 45 petal stack as well. Nongshim firmly in the lead.
I genuinely thought with Feathers and Lee Sin secure that Nocturne was going to have a hard time securing that, and yet nonetheless it happens, and they get the fight afterwards. And Weibo Gaming, look, all I'm saying is I think they've taken the blessing of God Guo too much to heart. You have to deserve it, guys. You can't just rely on God Guo's blessing without your own effort. And this just wasn't it, guys. Look now, they've go over the Atakan flip. Tien gets blasted, gets a kick onto Jiwoo, but at this point, this Kai'Sa is so damn strong that Lee Sin will not win a duel there. Lehens get to Dazzle. Breathe goes down. And Weibo Gaming find themselves 10,000 gold behind.
It was such a fun game up until that point too. It feels bad to see a game kind of just randomly decided by that. We did see Weibo kind of pause the game earlier from network instability. They didn't even do that this time, so I'm just assuming that is just a misclick and a miss whatever. That's a huge mistake from Light. Tien now going towards bot side. Calix does have flash. Tien might be able to get a pick off here. Anyone else roaming down? There's no Nocturne here. Calix is left out of sorts here. This should be an okay play to make.
Yeah, they don't even necessarily need the wave yet. They're going to try and find Tavalli. Tien's going to take some damage, so Golden goes the side of Calix, who can't find the shockwave. Nice kill. And secure on that one. Well managed. They get the arm guard broken. The problem is, of course, that it's going to cost them an inhibitor turret.
Now, it's still a good trade given the state of the game. Should they have realistically gotten a kill on a turret? No, it's quite hard to. They're going to trade for 2 down here, actually. They use the Realm Warp to bring the minions further forward.
Oh, wow, they're charging in. They're going to try and get the double damage from the Scion. That's not bad. In comes the Nocturne and the Cosmic Radiance. Damage everywhere. Breathe needs to get back to the fountain. Decent healing. Jiwoo survives, but managed to flash out, having a Cathian rain down the wall, and he ate King in World's MVP. MVP from 2022. He don't have the skin, and therefore Cosmo Light tries to get some revenge and will at least help get a kill onto the AD carry, and so the game actually survives. Light not bad.
Yeah, the game goes on. Nongshim take a bunch of turrets and a bunch of kills, but Weibo hold on to the Nexus. They took 2 bot lane turrets while this was happening, and Gokro was firmly on Nongshim Red Force. You have
abandoned them.
You have disrespected the blessing of the Grasshopper for too long, Weibo, and he has left you now.
I wonder genuinely, yeah, like, to pull back the veil, do you think there is someone moving the Grasshopper for memes?
No,
like just picking him up and putting him around?
No, I don't think they do that to us. Dragon is now spawning now. Teleport coming in from the Aatrox. King is coming in as well. Tien will find out both Lahans and King, and Dragon is spawning as we speak.
Somebody said third Dragon.
Yeah, it's been too much fighting to take it. It is still only 23 minutes into the game.
But we often do get to soul point at this point.
Jiwoo's coming out of base. Light is as well, so both AD carries late to the play.
We are. This one gets a bit interesting. Gideon does not have Cosmic Radiance yet. Still a long cooldown. And maybe he's getting some damage back. Where is that flank angle? Kai'Sa about to find an angle onto the Lee Sin. That's good news for Jiwoo, who blows up Tien on the flank angle. They've blown up Xayah from Gideon going in with the Paranoia too. It's just a win for Nongshim.
Nongshim will cleanly end the game at just over 24 minutes. It is 32 kills in 24 minutes. A proper bloodbath. Nongshim Red Force turning the Rift red as Weibo. They'll be ruining this one. I think this game was much more playable before that play in the mid lane. Breathe will breathe no more, and Nongshim will even up the series.
That was a game of League of Legends, which we have all witnessed. It's right. Godgo is right as ever.
He defected. Weibo had misused the
blessings they had been granted.
Yeah. And that means we'll be getting a third game out of this one. I know there are 3 series today, so it's going to be all of our round 1 matches. We have both of our first round 1s, and then we have the losers match. So what that means is that loser of this next game will play again today, later after the second series, I believe.
That's the context, yes.
对吧？第一把是通过韧性，然后加上阵容，然后团战翻盘了。但这把是属于前面进行2波节奏以后，又是超重，断了波节奏，直接记了，然后那波去被发条的也去吃了个3杀，前面的优势荡然无存。
有点太快了，
没还过手，可以说就是打到10分钟开始就没还过手。
被摁着抽。
是的，这把机务发挥了呀，这个卡莎，其实玩的挺稳的，他站中线也没有给机会。
第3把决胜局了呀，
决胜局。微博要不研究套阵容，把兔子拿出来吧，我感觉。
放不出来。
I need to make an angry tweet about Light.
对吧？我们先来看一下 highlight。
Yeah, that was not one of the best plays I've ever seen.
前面中野辅的压力已经给满了，因为左边是选择让卡莎先去上半区嘛，所以他的辅助也是在到处跑。但是毕竟宝石这英雄的游走速率也就那样。
其实这波这个太关键了，这个
他到6了，
对，这个红如果是微博拿到，微博直接赢，直赢，
因为他没到6就没有接球开大这一波了。
对，然后盲僧会有6，盲僧有一小的这种地形很容易。
How did Nongshim lose game 1? Didn't they have a 10,000 gold lead? Yeah, but Xiaohu's the GOAT apparently. He had a kind of insane Galio game in the late game anyway. Him and Tien and the Jarvan Galio kind of went hard. Oh, this game was so good until that mid lane play, and then it just felt like the game was over. Like this play, what? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get the logic. No, everyone else is walking backwards. Shockwave hits, and then it's just a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake. Ugh.
后面管不住他了。
这种局就是有宝石加那个梦魇发条，就证明微博考虑问题很多了，他没法再分神处理这个卡莎了。
是的。
哎呦哎呦哎呦，
刷刷。微博也不墨迹。
就他对这个阵容理解就是我前期要赢，
裂了就波提速。
对，就输一波就波输。这3个字 GKD。
Well, guys, at least you're getting your popcorn's money worth. Like we're getting Transformers 1 and 2 right now. We're about to go to the dark of the moon.
Oh god, didn't they want to call it Dark Side of the Moon
Yeah.
and then
Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd got
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Which I still think is a bit ridiculous, but there.
发条梦魇对侠没辙，
是的，
一点辙没有。
正常来讲的话，就中塔也不可能。
I really like Light, but this has to be one of his worst years ever, right? Yeah, I think that he was really good in 23. 24 wasn't bad, and then this one's been a lot more shaky.
Like he was quite consistent last year. This year is just not been.
Yeah.
就那个乐坛是殊死一搏了。
23 was the special year for him, I think.
来看这把的 MVP。Jiwoo 的卡莎。
Jiwoo, player of the game?
这把确实完美发挥。
Yeah, it should be. That's some Kaiser gaming right there.
Yeah, he was pretty slick, actually. He got caught out a couple of times in mid-game because Tian was really on his case in mid-lane, but on the whole, very solid game from him.
因为这把有点像是这个阵容到点了，玩不了了，就赶紧提速，赶紧结束。
是的，
这下一把很重要，下把的 BB 投，我觉得就应该他是把东西都投在下一把了。
就所有的压箱底的招式在下。
We're getting a Jaeger Skarner. Isn't it Mecha Kingdom Skarner?
啊。因为
That the skin line for it?
微博来说，就是他们。
By the way, apparently Skarner has fallen to like pre-rework levels of play, by the way. They've like completely killed the character again.
然后小虎中路看能不能拿到兔子，对吧？主要还是看能不能拿到。
而且好消息，微博去蓝了。
对，微博选择蓝色方，我们休息一下，等待双方的决胜局。
这一回，那个男人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。
Now, I didn't watch the Pacific Ring movies, but wasn't Pacific Ring 2 just really not very good?
有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。
军中无戏言。
不必等到太阳升起再忘掉一切。
Never watched Pacific Rim? No, I didn't really like. I'm not a big fan of like westernized movies a lot of the time.
Need to watch Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim was just, like the problem with Pacific Rim is like it's the kind of melodrama which it doesn't click with me very well.
It's just a little bit too action movie.
Well, no, I don't mind action movies, but it's just yeah. I don't know, Pacific something I can't remember why, but just something about Pacific Rim put me off, and I never watched it. I'm not saying that can't be a good movie. It's just not. It didn't click for me. I don't know why.
这是一个荣耀与屈辱并存的手擂台，你想成为拿破仑中轮，还是沦为失败地中地？
巨难受，赛的刚刚摇起来了。
这是一场赢
Maybe I'd enjoy it more now.
复活的
Not
复
sure.
活赛，但输了真的会被淘汰。
Why is Showmaker such a menace?
但亚洲邀请赛
Great question.
也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条。
I'm enjoying the random reverb they add in here just to make sure that everyone knows that this is an important tournament.
Way to put us a pre-roll. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
好，欢迎回来，欢迎大家继续收看我们英雄联盟亚洲邀请赛啊！我们现在已经进行到1-1的阶段。那本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作。哎，而且我们刚才聊了 BP 的问题，现在微博来到蓝色方。 选一套，就是今天既然已经定下了主基调，那就选套主攻，是吧？对啊，就继续选这种前期厉害的，就能对抗的。而且下路。
What are the distinct styles of Tarzan and Kanavi? I know they're top 2 LPL number shells. Kanavi is very, very good at using early pathing to get an individual gold lead and then just brawl the hell out of you. He's very, very good at that. Tarzan and Kanavi both have that style to them. I think that probably Kanavi plays for individual advantage more than anyone else in LPL in terms of the jungle pool, and he's very, very good at it. I think
no one accelerates like Kanavi does, yeah.
Yeah, Tarzan still has aspects of that, because again, they learn from each other, and they were, of course, they both studied together on Griffin, right? Because Kanavi was the understudy of Tarzan. Tarzan is very good at kind of like creatively finding paths around vision. He has some aspects of Peanut to him, right? Where like, and him are both very good at like creative angles. Really depends on the champion for him. Say like Tarzan Poppy is very different to Tarzan Neferi. Neferi he will play more towards a like early advantage, where like it's quite often you will see them doing like a 3-camp 1 cross. You'll see them start on the enemy side of the jungle, like try and go for, you know, enemy wolves even at some points, right? Or they'll try and invade onto like raptors at the end of first clear or something. Kanavi was always very, very good, even in the AP, especially in the AP farming jungler, kind of clearing 1 quadrant and then going over to the other side to contest that as well.
Yeah, I think I'll also say that there's probably an argument to say that Kanavi is probably slightly more explosive in a better or worse way. Like if you look,
Tarzan. No, I mean, one of the big problems we have with anyone's legend this year is that they wouldn't take small wins. So sometimes Tarzan would just overforce as well.
I think Kanavi does, but yeah, I agree. But I also still think Kanavi does that to an even bigger degree. Just remember First Stand, like some of those games there where it went
First
wrong.
Stand, I mean, First Stand, yes, but also that was because bot lane wasn't winning lane to support his playstyle in that sense too.
Yeah, but my point being that like Kanavi will like if there is a lot of games we have seen games when Kanavi looks bad, it's often like seriously giga bad. Like Kanavi doesn't lose quietly.
Yeah, but I think the biggest difference between the two of them comes up in the way that they play around objective macro, and that is obviously very key for what junglers do, which is top esports are more likely to bully you out from an area of the map, establish vision around an objective before it spawns, and then go into that objective. Whereas anyone's legend will drop down some scouting wards, leave an area, and then retake the area around the objective. So they don't like to sit on the objective as much, they like to play around a little bit more kind of like fluid movement around objectives, where they'll let you start it, tank the objective, and they'll retake. A lot of that is how Kanavi and Tarzan move around them.
Well, here come the bans, and Nongshim are banning out Tien. They want to get rid of the Kiana, they want to get rid of the Wukong, and in fairness, I think Tien has been Weibo's best player on average across this series. Charu obviously had the very good Galio game after a rough early start, but that has been the issue. They're going to get rid of the Sivir, and of course 2 big playmakers away from Calyx in the LeBlanc and the Akali.
So what does that signal? I mean, Aurora's still up for Shaju. Yeah, there's Azir and there's Aurora. I think the 2 big mid laners left up.
If there's anything else.
Shinzao, pretty big.
Yeah, that's true.
Then in terms of top line stuff like Cassante is still around, and that's banned away from Breeze. Okay. So what are you going towards now? I think Aurora is a pretty easy pick to lock in. Of course that Azir, you did notice that as well. That's not a bad one to lock.
A little thin on the ground in terms of AD skirmishes now this deep in. And they will go towards that Azir.
And that means that the 2 champions banned away, as you noted. Some of the ones which were a bit more lane bully-like will have decent matchups into the Azir. Calyx will have to go think about what he wants to go towards that. Might match mage for mage. You could, I suppose, go for the Aurora yourself. Some people have been trying the Hui. I think it was it Vikings or was it Garm that played that? Might have been Garm.
Yeah, it's been around Amir Mas a lot at the minute as well. So it's kind of like one of those ones with the latest patch. We're seeing various levels of play try it out at the very least. Okay, will be this slight throwback, but there we go.
Well, I mean, throwback in the sense that it was played all of this year.
Yeah, yes. I mean, it's more in the sense that Taliyah at one point was a first pick for must ban priority, and she's kind of fallen a little ways away from that.
No, but in the nature of this matchup, particularly earlier this year, Taliyah was so disgusting into the Azir. Locking the Trundle alongside it which is pretty good here actually, because Trundle basically says you don't get to play tanks. There are two champions which kind of go against that logic, which is Braum and Alistar, because they get their tankiness not from resists, but from % damage reduction, either through the Braum shield or their Alistar ultimates. And they're both gone. They were played in earlier games of the series. They lock in the Sejuani, saying, okay, and now I know that Trundle technically counters the Sejuani, but what Sejuani can do is throw ult and Q backwards. So that is basically the logic saying, we still want a tank, but we have one which can at least escape the Trundle.
Yeah, you don't have to commit as the Sejuani. So I was having this conversation the other day when someone was asking, well, why do we not see a Mumu like instead of Sejuani? And I was like, well, Sejuani's a lot less committal. It's the honest answer. Plus, she's got very nice early synergies with things like Jax. The permafrost stacking can be pretty nasty, and Breathes Jax, especially with the buffs to Jax, can be pretty damn nasty.
Talia's already locked in, otherwise I would have been thinking about something like Silas, actually. King, what does he want to go into?
Silas top?
The Jax. What does he want to go into that?
That's it. It's the Silas top, Alex. You've called it. That's the angle. That's the way. Instead, they go towards the Jinx. Going to try and go for the reset comp. Send the Talia and Trundle forth and allow Jinx to get reset. Second global, I suppose, with the ult as well.
I think Longsham now probably ban away, what, Lucian, maybe? Also, one thing that's worth noting, Jinx is not great in the Taeyun swap, where you change top lane and AD carry.
Is she not?
Well, her level 1's not that strong as an AD carry. She has no mobility, you can jump onto her. Say, if Jax starts with a counter-strike, just ignores your auto attacks, flashes onto you, gets the stun, and then suddenly the Jinx has to kind of walk backwards. So you can't Taeyun swap very well. I think you have to ban the Lucian here, no? I think banning away the Lucian to stop something like, you know, I guess even something like Lucian Rakan can be a bit of a problem here. But yeah, you need to get rid of lane bullies now so the Jinx can play. Weibo probably getting rid of Lulu, that's one, and then maybe Renata.
Milio might be an answer as well into the Sejuani.
Yeah, I do wonder whether you want to get rid of something which is a bit more lane dominant, like the Renata maybe as well.
Yeah, good shout. Actually, that's very reasonable. See exactly where they end up here. See, Ezreal will be the ban away from light, a little bit more mobility, and of course can get over the Trundle pillar, which can be a little obnoxious to manage.
But again, I really feel like if you're going to do that, I feel like Lucian might have been the answer, even though you don't have, you know, Lucian Braum, which is very, very powerful. You can still go for Lucian Lane, which I think would be pretty good. Light could also go for Zeri, maybe, too.
Is Light much of a Caitlyn player at the minute? How's that feeling if you want to go like a Caitlyn Karma or just a Caitlyn Lane in general?
Yeah, that Caitlyn's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, that's okay, especially with Sejuani into Caitlyn kind of CC into trap into everything. Kind of gets annoying.
Thinking, yeah.
Leona banned away from Lens, so they do have the chance to maybe lock someone like a Renata if they do want to. What you could do is lock in top lane pick here and counter your support. That's probably likely. But if you do... if you let Renata go through, there's a chance to Callista Renata from Light Crisp as well.
Okay. Let him cook. Throw the Trundle top lane and throw in Lilia or something into the jungle. They're going to go Gnar is actually the way it goes. And immediately my dreams of silly flexes are gone. I'm going to get the blind... Well, not the blind, it should be the Gnar into the Jax.
I do wonder whether this is a Callista Renata angle, actually.
That's a really good shout out. We kind of blanked over that until more recently in our brains. I agree. And Light and Crisp were one of the few bot lanes that were kind of bringing it out as a pocket option, even post a lot of the Callista downturn.
And it also just removes one of the supports, which is very good with the Caitlyn. No, it is the Caitlyn. All right, Light's Caitlyn has been someone which he's been playing a lot. And it's going to be the BLG.
You're absolutely right. Alex is calling it the BLG angle with the Elise support. Elise in general, for people like Crisp, has still been so damn dangerous. Crisp has always been better on your ranged champions anyway. You can mess with a lot of those engaged supports. You've got so much pick, so much early damage. It does require you being good at the champion. It ain't as powerful as it was earlier in the year, but it's still something of an LPL pocket pick.
Lahens, now what do you go towards now? You might go Bard even at this point, right? Bard is the first kind of match range for range. It's the Rakan instead. So Rakan gives you a little bit more ability to get on top of the Caitlyn and play that. But now we have ourselves a bit of a Piltover versus Zorn matchup in that AD carry role. And in terms of overall comp, I think I do prefer Weibo's just a little bit. I think that the Talia ultimate, giving you some extra macro options, is pretty big, but on the whole, I just look at like one random cocoon or the Sejuani into the cocoon being really, really threatening on side lane dives into, or a bunch of other situations. I think Weibo for me come away with a slightly better draft.
And I think the way I'm looking at this one, as I'm looking going, okay, Caitlyn at least likely gets shoved bot side. You scale really well because you've got Azir Jax. You still got great team fight because you've got, like, Azir plus Caitlyn plus Jax plus decent front line, and good pick. I'm thinking, well, if you're in the river first, you've then got to deal with blacked out Vision versus Elise and Caitlyn traps and Sejuani picks. You've got ways to face check into the river as well. Like, I'm going down this and going, I feel like there's not a lot of game states where Weibo don't have an option, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, I agree. And I think particularly having good lanes to play around in terms of that bot lane. And Azir is fine into the tier 2. I think it's a lot better than it was at points in the past. I think that Weibo are pretty happy with this on the whole. Now, there is every chance that, you know, Trundle gets an early gank and then you lose summoners on bot lane and then things fall apart. That is the inherent risk of playing someone like Caitlyn and Elise. And that's why we don't see everyone playing Caitlyn and Elise. There's a reason why this is the BLG bot lane. It's because they're really, really good at it. Not everyone else has managed to play that when they have picked out something like the Elise and survive through to the mid game after demolishing the early.
And it is one of the reasons why we sometimes see teams, despite the theoretical lane matchup being rough, just drafting engage in the bot lane.
And I just reminded of this again because Lehens actually did play an Elise support game in the last few days as well. Lehens always was the Elise support guy. In fact, even when he was back on Griffin, apparently there was like a joke or a rumor that in his contract he was obligated 1 game of Elise support a split or something like that, or 1 game a year. So he was the guy that was playing this before everyone else. Lehens,
years before as well, not like just weeks before.
Oh, yeah, he's been playing for like 6 years or so. So he's pretty familiar with the champion.
Oh boy. Somehow, Blind Trundle and Tien has actually still gone for the Aftershock angle, so there's a world where you can end up in negative resists. Early level 1 ground entrance onto Xiaohu, who will summon a soldier and say, "Minions, defend me!"
Well, now it's 14 seconds after the minute, which means that, that's how you say 1 minute 14, by the way. Xiaohu's going to be in a bit of trouble for the early phases of lane.
Oh no, Lehens, he's got to be so careful. Cocoon, into the Piltover Peacemaker. Yeah, and then the repel after, that's a lot of damage, and you've got the extra move speed. Lehens doesn't have a grand entrance for a few more seconds. Coming back up to main, we'll get the heal as well.
Heal out, Lehens doesn't flash, but it's a lot of HP down on the Rakan. They're not going to clean out the ward in the Tri-Brush, which was put down there. So, good HP advantage for the Caitlyn Elise, and that's a great start to the lane.
Very much so. Of course, weren't straight there as the wave starts, but it's not lost them many minions. And Rakan being that low that early on means if he goes in again, he will likely die.
So now G with Lehens absolutely losing level 1 push. Light and Chris full control there. They didn't lose themselves their own flashes or anything, which is important. Because there was a world where actually they got a little bit hypey and they blew their flashes trying to get that kill. And then suddenly there's an angle for Gideon to try and make an angle down there.
Also, no, it's not the Gleaming Quill start on the Rakan, which we sometimes see as well. So there is no sustain, there is no poke. He's gone the grand entrance. It's very all in.
Had to recall a level 1 even. Had to recall the level 1, which means that inevitably a couple of minions will be lost in terms of XP. You see the level 2 hit by Light and Chris. But they're focusing a lot on this top lane matchup right now because it's Kingen versus Breathe. In the Nar versus Jax matchup. Pretty fun one there too. But not one which is, you know, particularly explosive right now.
I tell you what this reminds me of is, do you remember when
World
BLG...
2022 finals, when Kingen won finals MVP?
That one too, yes, but no, I was thinking about, oh, good Cocoon again. Forcing a cleanse? Bloody hell.
I mean, if that did go into the trap, it's pretty much lights out, right? Because then you get the headshot after, you lose so much HP. So much of this is a battle to keep your HP to a point where you can actually fight.
And Crisp is now just saying, I stand here and make sure Trundle doesn't come over.
I mean, he knows the ward should be in there. They should have known that when it was placed down at the level 1.
Yeah, spotted him.
Huh?
The Trundle, they just spotted him with a vision.
Oh, very important, very cool.
It's a big one, and you're right, yeah, they knew that the ward was there, but they're just happy enough with getting as much value here as they can now at level 3. Lehens and Jiwoo with the wave away from turret in a horrible spot. TNT here at level 4. Ooh.
The ward's been replaced in this Tri-Brush. They didn't spot it get replaced, so Tien has been spotted on bot side. He's done a full clear going towards bot side. Gideon a little bit slower. Fighting over the Scuttle Crab here. Tien doesn't actually have the priority he wants, but he gets the very quick kill on the Scuttle.
Does indeed. Gets that permafrost into smite angle. Remember, Sejuani does actually have fairly good damage, especially if you've got someone to help support her on neutral objectives. Actually, Sejuani's surprisingly good.
Yes, but then there's only one melee champion on this team to do so, and that's the Jax.
Elise.
Only when you're in spider form. Only when you're in spider form, that's fair.
Okay.
Not very easy to do that, in fairness. Yeah, particularly because when you're standing off around those kind of objectives, you really want to be threatening with Cocoon, which is only in human
I just want to actually more than anything else.
That's great, Sam. I'm very happy for you. No, that is fair, actually. That's fair.
Yeah. Double Scuttle for Tien as well, who's really gotten value here.
Yeah. That is pretty good. The repel not coming through. Decent damage from and healing from Lehens there too with the Q landing.
Might be looking for the reset here, but either way, Light's going, yeah, I don't want to hit the person who CC because I'd rather get the farm, which is not unreasonable. Hop over the counter-strike, and now Breeze doesn't have that, and Kingham, with Mega coming, could threaten a little bit more, but I think it would be perhaps a touch bold. Does mean that Breeze needs to be a bit wary about going forward, especially, as you said, with Gideon being here.
Breathes leap strikes back up, getting spotted on vision now. Top lane matchup, it's, you know, been fairly even. Kingham shows the Gnar into the Jax, there was a question about that.
Crisp gets a little bit chunked up there. We'll go and try and get a grand entrance in. Xiaohu gets chunked vaguely, but the soldiers come out.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about the mid lane matchup with Xiaohu getting chunked at level 1. Didn't really lead to that much, though, all things said and done. I guess he just blew through the pots, and that was fine. Light's yet to take his first recall. Really wants to just use this first bit before... you know, hang on, good trap there under turret as well. Lands the Q and the auto attack after. Yeah. Caitlyn damage under tower, really, really annoying. One of the great things about Caitlyn's range is that you can just dance on the edge of tower range, where you can fire. Hang on, shuffle in mid lane, force the flash.
Yeah, hit the level 6 first, you're absolutely right, and therefore Xiaohu gets that additional summon. Takes a bit of damage for his penance on that one, but I think he'll be happy enough with that additional summoner, because the moment Tien hits 6, Calyx is going to be a lot of danger.
Might be a flick back from Calyx here, does dodge out on it, could have forced the flash back from Xiaohu.
He's going to be forced to reset as a result.
Yeah. Good early game from Weibo. I mean, this Caitlyn has been allowed to Caitlyn. That's the biggest thing. The Caitlyn has been allowed to just do her thing. No summoners blown from Light in the early game. It's been very impressive from Light and Crisp to get this off of the level 1 mistake from Lahens. It feels like any mistake made against this kind of lane-dominant duo, the Caitlyn and the Elise, is just very, very hard to come back from. You make one mistake and then suddenly it's a big issue. Jiwoo's gone for the tier 2 boots, so you can kind of outstep some of the skill shot of Elysia. He's trying to hold the wave. He won't die here. He has heal, he has flash. He won't die.
He's going to try and get him into the battle, lads. They might go for this. There's the permafrost. Is there another trap? Not quite. Last auto. Headshot not stacked up quite in time. And it's just a death for Light.
I'm just saying, he don't die there. Light ends up dying and we're saying, wow, how clean was that? Walks up, takes a turret shot, solo kill for Lahens.
He had the headshot primed as a last auto and couldn't get in range and dies for it. That's hilarious.
I mean, I was just watching that thinking, well, I mean, the worst that happens is summoners get blown and he holds the wave for the Jinx. Exactly what happens. Breeze now getting ganked on the top side, does have flash, he might just die anyway.
And the moment we said, looking like a really clean early game, great value from this early bot lane, they lose 2 kills across the map.
Oh, Weibo, they are a team which tests your patience sometimes.
And it would be Light, wouldn't it? Who, as we've been talking about, has had a mixed year to say the least. Slightly awkward reset. It's just an expedited reset, Alex. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. At least he didn't blow any summoners, I suppose, but that's not what you want out of the Caitlyn. Caitlyn really wants to be snowballing. Does have good farm over the Jinx, but that was a bit of an oopsie. I guess the gold not going to the Jinx is a silver lining, if that, really. Light did take 1 plate on the bot turret, being shifted around to go towards top side. The Dirk will help you kill turrets, because armor pen does actually affect the armor on structures, worth noting as well. Calyx being used to match the Caitlyn.
I think because it is a relatively squishy game here, you can afford the collector first item and not feel too miserable about it as you're going, there won't be that many massive armor stackers, particularly early on.
Alex wave clearing up here. Tien threatening an ult there. Kingham walking up river will be spotted on vision, not by the, well, by both actually the things that Gideon and Lahens walking up top side as well.
You over the pillar, over comes the Weaver's wall. Tien now trapped, maybe it has to flash, yet to do so. He's just sidestep the seismic shove, and can now maybe come and contest these grubs.
Jiwoo is walking over, as is Xiaohu. Kingham starting to stack at the Mega. They're going onto him right now. Great double knock up to stop the combo.
Rocket comes on in, looking for the Mega Gnar angle. Chuck Q away. Tien trying to survive with that RT assault. Light flashes, but there's the pillar, and that's a dead Caitlyn. Crisp will try and get the repel out, does so for now, but that's just good from Nongshim.
Nongshim, really good engage around the Mega Gnar timing. Breathe wasn't there at the fight. Azir wasn't able to get into the play either, and Nongshim take out one side of the 2 fronts of Weibo. They managed to really force Caitlyn down to a bad spot. Dying under turret is one thing. Dying in that fight a second time, that's a big problem. Xiaohu coming over.
Tread's value was good there for Kingham, but now overcomes Chris through a volatile spiraling. Lahens should have a battle dance out to safety, one would assume. And Tien, please don't face check that bush. We'll instead go over and claim at least a single grub.
He doesn't want to face check. He wants to get the grub. Gotta get himself some food, Sam. Grub's up and Grub's down now, 2-1 for Nongshim. That's a really good recovery from what was looking like a very dangerous laning phase from Nongshim. A couple of mistakes from Weibo, picked up by Nongshim very, very well. Gideon managed to get himself well involved in Nongshim. Credit to them, realizing that there was a mistake and then quickly punishing around that Grubs fight.
Weibo thought they had the pick there on Net King and obviously land the early Glacial Prison, but it's Merc Rush. And so despite being into a couple of auto attackers, he just gets a massive amount of value there on terms of the CC tenacity. He hops out, and then Lehens gets him with a double knock-up afterwards. Like,
well, that's the thing for me, right? The big thing for me is that even if he didn't have Merc Treads, the double knock-up from Lehens to stop the combo coming through was clearly crucial. Really crucial on those gloves. That's really what I call, you know, full contact team fighting. You engage on my person, I'm going to engage on your follow-up, not the engager, to stop the damage coming through.
Also, it's just Lehens has seen someone pick his Elise and has decided that that is a sacrilege against him as a person.
Hey, Lehens has been playing really well.
He has, genuinely.
This has been a good Rakan game, you know, got the damn solo kill on the Caitlyn, support combat. But even then, you know, game 1 on the Nico had an awesome game on that game, multiple, you know, 4-man ultimates from the Pop Blossom.
I actually think, like, I know it's not been the best year for Nongshim. They've been a very inconsistent team who got up to Group Ascend, and then it was a difficult time. I think it's the way to put it. Actually, what is the upper group in LCK called?
Legend.
Legend. Thank you very much. I was calling it Ascend because LPL brain. However, I think for a team in general, Nongshim, we'll talk about Nongshim a little later on because there's a potential gank here onto Xiao who does not get knocked up, actually does manage to slide on out there, nicely done with some good footwork. I said slide and he didn't actually press E, but walks back onto the chompers and so has to ult. That's a little bit awkward, Xiaohu.
No, Weibo, just don't allow us to say someone's playing well. If we say they play well, they just immediately make just like a random misstep. Jiwoo does have ult. If he does have ult, you can potentially cancel the recall here, which is what he does, which means that Xiaohu now can't teleport under the turret to wave clear more effectively. Nongshim with the 2 grubs likely going to take the tower now, or at least some good plays from it.
Crisp is coming up here. I don't know how much value he's going to get here with the teleport defense. He'll do what he can, I guess.
Well, he's not going to be able to stop that much because Azir was stopped on the recall. He can't teleport back up in time to wave clear.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward there. Chris turns up and claims a minion, cocoons one other one, and that's about it. And Nongshim get feat of strength off that one as well. Feeling very pleased with this early game now after the rough start.
Especially with the lanes of Weibo, which felt really, really good. I know that you mentioned in draft that Weibo actually have a lot of different ways to play this game. You know, they do have scaling with Jackson, Azir, they do have the early game. The problem is, if you do fall behind at the early game in the way that they now have done, how do you get to that scaling factor, which then takes the baton away from the early game?
Exactly. Where's the window for Nongshim then is the other side of this. It's like, well, if you can get rolling in the mid game with all of your mobility and your globals and your own snowball, then it gets harder because again, Weibo Gaming aren't the tankiest team particularly early. You are going to want a couple items on the Azir, on the Jax, and if you start fighting then stuff like this, it does start to get a bit dicier, doesn't it? As collapsing on the other side, Breathe, lost about 20% of his HP. King has got a Meganar and a Dream.
Crisp is coming down the lane, he'll be there to help a little bit. Breathe does have ult, Meganar's now timed off, gets the stun on his turret with the last bit of the wallop.
Looking for a counter spike, does find the angle, that's the grand entrance in. Tien on a potentially good angle, Gideon's going to wait, we'll try and start munching on Tien, but the permafrost starts flying, Battle Dance buys some time, Gideon has subjugated, and will therefore ensure that he is tanky enough to get out there.
Okay, so it's disengage from both sides on bot side. Calyx missing the knockback there.
I've not seen him hit a seismic shot yet this game.
We'll keep tracking that one then. Xiaohu does have his ult coming up right now. If Calyx misses enough skill shots, there could be a potential. He misses another one. Xiaohu, he sees the minefield being. Oh! Okay, it's not that bad.
The Caitlyn got it anyway. I think it was an ace in the whole angle all the way in the river. Tien, now getting taken very low, will go down in the 3v2. Breathe needs to potentially find a way out here. Will counter-strike to buy some time. Has got a ward to hop to, flashes to get towards it, and Breathe escapes.
God. This is one of the tournaments of all time, folks. And he's recalled got a ward. He's recalling a ward. Do they want to do anything about that? No, they don't. They'll just cancel the recall.
Hit him. Hit him. Yes, yes, with the quill. Yes, very good.
Very good. Yes, do it again.
Yes.
Yeah, Light managed to get the collect kill with the ult there. Yeah, the thing is that, like, Xiaohu didn't. Oh god, Xiaohu.
I always did prefer Star Wars Lehens over Cannon.
Zero's now teleporting in bot side. Now he does. Hang on a second,
Meganar into the wall. That's some good damage. Breathe still alive. Xiaohu's TP'd in. Gideon's also here. What is going on? Calyx has got a Weaver's Wall.
Oh god!
It's every member of Nongshim. Xiaohu's trapped on the Weaver's Wall and a pillar of ice slash filth.
Get absolutely noodled, Xiaohu. Is that what the hell was that?
Noodles.
Noodles.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean oodles?
I just had to go noodles. That's what noodles sound
You
like,
said
Alex.
that was oodles, Sam. What is it?
I don't know what I said anymore, Alex.
Sam, we need to really go revisit our sound effects department, because what the hell was that? What was that?
It was the sound you make when you eat noodles, Alex.
I've never made that sound when
That's
I've
a
eaten
complete
noodles
lie.
in my life.
Yeah, guys, you said Alex eat noodles.
Sam,
That's the sound they make.
Sam, did you just motorboat a bowl of shin ramyun?
I didn't. You did. We just had this conversation.
I'll have you know.
Why? That's the noise you make.
I'll have you know. That's not Jar Jar's sound. That's Boss Nass's sound. Bomba General.
That
was a Murloc sound. Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, right. Oh god. Oh god. I need to lock it, Sam. We need to lock in. We need to lock in. This is going bad.
I'm quite
Sam.
enjoying being unlocked.
Lehens has himself a quickness. He might go for an engage.
He might do. Do I need to make more unusual Foley effects? Maybe not. Light now coming on over with the 90 caliber net. Knock up onto Tien. And that's a seismic shove. It lands. And that means it's bacon for breakfast, boys. Nongshim gets on out. They will have Calyx very low. The 8 in the hole might actually lead to a nice pickup. You'll get one back, but it's already a very tricky position for Bree. Needs to hop away. Light now trying to get with King, who's nearly at the Mega Knight. That means knocked into the wall is the Caitlyn, and they will die as well. And the Violets will continue. 2 kills to Weibo, 10 to Nongshim.
The violence will continue until morale improves, Sam. I haven't seen God Go in a while. I feel like I need this to keep myself afloat. Nongshim are bodying Weibo here.
They are. Again, we said our reasons for quite liking Weibo's draft, and then Nongshim have gone no.
No,
Eat pain.
yeah, and eventually it's now just come around to the point where Gideon can just put the subjugate onto Tien as soon as the CC lands. He gets obliterated through this top side. And it's not a bad angle from Light, actually. He managed to get the kill onto Calyx. That's not even that bad. It's just, you know, you're teleporting in while the quickness is still up, and Breathe, not the best angle I've ever seen, not going to Light.
And Xiaohu literally couldn't find a wider slide and had to walk all the way from Tribrush all the way down past Grump, select one soldier and put one auto attack out.
Glup Shito makes an appearance. It's not... Boss Nass is a critically important character to the narrative, G. It's all falling apart, Sam.
Lens. On the other side of this blast cone, may look to get inside here. This would be a dragon, potentially for Nongshim, as Crisp gets a bit of damage onto Lehens.
This game was looking really good for Weibo for like a good solid, 8 minutes or so.
And then it wasn't.
I think it all fell apart when Light got killed under that turret. That's a recall. Crisp, he does have flash. He does not get to use it. He was, in fact, pillared back into the minefield, which was very funny. Peak comedy. And Nongshim get another kill.
I wasn't laughing. Funny, Alex. I just watched someone die on screen. You're just laughing at someone's death.
Yeah, I did, Sam, because I don't have much left. Much else left.
Look, I'm going to give you a quick hug, and we're gonna move on.
Sam, this is our last LPL seed being kind of humiliated in this last game.
Yeah.
This is going to just become, LCK Autumn
Weibo
Light.
will literally 2-0 DK.
Sam, this is like
into this
Sam,
versus
we're seeing the 4th split of Group Rise here. This one. Hang on, Lehens.
Hang on, Tia coming on over. We'll land the Glacial Prison. Decent damage back. Maybe this is the turnaround. At least gets the gold. Hell yes. That's the Jinx dead. Can Light get in range with the Ghost? No, he can't. So he just runs to come and celebrate with the team.
Kills a Weibo. We got to celebrate everything we can get now before it becomes, LCK Rise Group Autumn. Nongshim lose a kill there onto their AD carry. I was kind of surprised that Jiwoo ended up dying there. It was his first death of the game. Weibo, can they get anything off of that? No. But they do get the kill. Yeah, Jinx is dead. Achievement unlocked.
Right, so what do we do now? We
do it again in exactly the same way.
Yeah, exactly. We get a second item on Xiaohu. And he remembers it's spring 2020.
Oh yeah, we just you find a brick, you put Xiaohu to sleep, and then you just change all the graphics to spring 2020, and you just hope it, or spring 2018, and then you're just like, my dude, you're a young, wonderful mid laner with mechanical prowess. Time to go style on them. Kaiser's Ayameda's back. What are these new champions? What is this area? What are all these new champions? Don't worry about them. It's 2018. Trust.
And all of these champions are old champions. None of these are new.
Yeah, that's true. This
They
could
were all in
actually,
2020.
Yeah, this could have been a 2018 draft for sure. At least support. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
It's just the new meta now. Yeah, you've learned it well. Good job. Dongshim, still very far ahead in this game. They're about to hit 2 items on most of the carries. And 2,000 gold lead for Gideon, by the way, who has had a very good series, might I add. His Vi game early was very good. The Trundle has been incredibly powerful. Turns out picking Sejuani into Trundle is a risk. Yes, you can still engage, but at the end of the day, Trundle loves putting the ultimate onto the Sejuani and doing a ton of damage, whilst also being very tanky himself. Oh, hang on, this is double elimination. It is worth noting this. Hang on, wait.
Oh, so it's not. So life is still available.
Yeah, so I did just remember that. I think I'm in.
Dude, you just gaslit me into thinking Weibo were going to fall out of this tournament.
Yeah, so the loser of this goes into the lower bracket. Maybe I'm being really doomer. Maybe I'm being too doomer about this, actually. Because, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm in such in Worlds mode right now, because Worlds has not got double elimination. I was like, oh no, it's all over. If you lose this game, you are playing later today against the loser of the other series.
I see Mabby in chat, and she's not pleased with the heart steal on Sejuani.
I mean, the sound is very, very nice.
That's what you're here for. It's the S effect, as we said, Foley is important to this game.
Very true, very true. Yeah.
Do you want to hear what my heart steal sound effect sounds like, Alex?
What do they sound like? Oh, shit.
Anti-card happening. You can't engage with this, Alex.
Folks,
Anti-card is happening.
Yeah,
you have to let that.
Anti-card's happening, and Nongshim get up right close and personal, just like Samson motorboating noodles. Weibo looking to see if they can get themselves a skill.
Gets stunned into a wall. Will maybe die, but gets to hop away. We lose the Sejuani at the Anti-card. Light now in danger. Will flash over the wall.
Okay, right. Weibo lose themselves a kill and the Anti-card. Folks, I was told today that it's round 1 being played all of today. I actually have no idea which game is being played later then. Well, yeah, we're a very professional co-stream here. A matchup will be playing later. I thought it was going to be the losers.
Let me find out for you.
Well, I checked on Leaguepedia, and it didn't give a definitive answer. Sam has punched the microphone.
It does. You just have to look at this. It says on the Friday the 10th. It's just round 2 is here.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So we don't know who it is. It's just seeing who the.
It says round 2, so it will. Okay, folks, it's the. Okay. So we've been completely gaslighting you. So the winner of this series will be playing later today, and we'll finally correct that. Yeah, we're so professional. Shao, who does see Gideon over here? I don't think he's got any teammates who can really do anything about this. Trying to steal the red buff, can't do so, and now he might have to shuffle out to safety. A bit of a problem there. Pillar doesn't interrupt him.
See what they can do with this. The hens now looking for a potential little engage, little something.
A little bit of an engage down here. Going forwards, hopping forwards.
Let's see what they can do with this. My
hands under the turret.
Very poor actually on the fly. Sorry about that one. They get a tier 2.
Shahu thinks whoa, that's a dead Rakan. Good E back from Light as well. Light's doing good damage. Facing the hole, blocked by Gideon.
Nicely done. Is there a TP angle behind? No, there is not. Breathe has got that ability to join, but will instead look at this tier 2.
Tell you what, Light's had some pretty clean combos on the Caitlyn. On the whole. His Caitlyn game has been. I mean, he did die in that one time to a solo kill to a hand under turret. That was a low light. Now the highlight, which I really should have been doing his whole career actually. I can't believe I haven't been making that into a meme. Has been pretty good in this game. Tien is on a vision ward here, by the way. They do see him. Won't pounce on him though, just yet.
Aha. Don't know where I was going to go with that. That was more Mickey Mouse.
Do you mind if I smoke? Haha. Now my boy Goofy's going to be doing some business out of the back of the shop here.
So, for those of you who have not seen one of the greatest League of Legends shitposts of all time, my suggestion to all of you is Papaya Dreaming doing a wonderful audio recording, specifically when Team Liquid got their brand deal with Disney, in which they then had this kind of like found audio secret microphone of Mickey Mouse smoking and telling Team Liquid how it was going to be.
Yeah. You only come here for the most professional analysis and
genuinely the greatest Reddit post
straight
on League of Legends.
It was wonderful. Yeah, that was there was that, and then there was the Ezreal Shyvana post.
Yeah, was that Papaya Dreaming as well?
No, Sam, that was someone completely unrelated who they live on in infamy. Ooh, Cocoon lands there.
Hang on, into the Glacial Prison. That's a lot of damage. Calyx just about survives. For now, they're TP behind. How much more does he have to work with? Still got the ability to shuffle, counter strike. That'll be a dead Talia. We've got Atakan one down, obviously, but there's still the potential of Baron in a minute and a half or so. It doesn't lead to anything now, but you can at least get some control over some river, shove out some waves, get some value.
The proto belt, really good from Crispet to get in range for the cocoon. Not all the time we see the dash actually used to get great effect. That's the threat of it, isn't it? Calyx caught out a couple of times now, 1 and 3 on the Talia. He's makes up almost all of the deaths that Weibo have managed to pick up onto them. Actually, Nongshim still got massive control of the map, though the gold lead has stayed somewhat... Has it stayed somewhat even? It's only 4k, which I guess could be worse, I suppose. Baron's coming up in a minute. Adcard's been taken by Nongshim, obviously. Nongshim, I don't know whether they can rush the Baron, I'm not going to lie.
I'm getting a premonition, Alex. It's coming to me now from God Guo. You know what it's telling me?
God Guo, the grasshopper.
Yeah.
What is thine message?
Has sent me a divine message that says Weibo are going to win this. Do you know how?
How?
It's going to be... You heard this one?
No.
So this is how it goes.
Go on then.
Tien's going to land the Glacier Prism.
Right, okay.
Onto Jiru.
Onto Jiru, right, okay.
He's going to cleanse.
Gonna cleanse.
And he's going to flash.
And he's gonna flash.
But Chris is already behind him.
Chris
He's in
is
the bush.
behind him,
And
right.
there's going to be a cocoon.
Right.
And then Breathe is going to flash,
This is
counterstrike,
very
and kill the Jinx.
specific.
Yeah.
Very specific.
That's
Okay.
I've been giving it a very
Right.
specific premonition.
So what are they going to do about the 2,500 gold lead Trundle who's soloing Barons?
That's irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Okay,
That's
all right.
irrelevant.
So you've
the Jinx is all that matters.
you've heard the words of our God Grower through the Prophet of Sam. Baron getting taken lower and lower. Tien does have flash and ult. Could get into the pit if he gets a little closer. I mean, this could be in a flip angle.
I say Tien can get in there. He's got a flash to work with. He needs to get over the wall somehow, some way. He's not going to be able to do so quite quickly. Can still look to find an angle. Good timing. No key available. That's the kill now onto the Sejuani. And Jinx is very excited. And Weibo need to run away really fast. They will not be able to do so as Light is instead blasted. And I fear I may have misread the signs from God Guo. It's not a bad Counter-Strike angle, actually. The shuffle away is unfortunately matched by a seismic shove and Soshao who dies as well. And that's the game.
And that shuffle is not a road, and if it is, it would be a cobblestone one, really. The suspension not really working on that carriage. Nongshim get the Baron, a bunch of kills, resets for the Jinx, and they'll run it down mid lane.
Nongshim go through there, and as this is the LCK win, we probably ought to do the LCK celebration. Nongshim doing very well as the Nexus turret's found, and you know what they say? GG! I was hoping you'd get that! I set you up and you looked so confused!
I'm sorry. That's Sam, believe it or not, it's because I was confused. Sam, this is a game where we've heard you multiple times motorboating noodles. Believe it or not, Sam, I was a little bit confused the whole damn time.
I'm not really taking this tournament particularly seriously as a broadcast,
With this loss, Weibo knocked down to the lower bracket, and Nongshim will go on to face the winners later today of BFX versus D plus Kia. We'll have another series after this one, and then another one after that. We have 2 more series today. This was just the first.
That was fun.
I'm kind of sorry for leaving out to dry there, Sam. I just didn't see it coming.
I tried, but I was like, you know what, I'm going to commit at this point.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that people are surprised that we know when we reference Papaya Dreaming, guys, do you know who we are?
Do you know who I am?
Oh, you're Jeff Vader.
Could watch Asia Masters in the break. I guess we could. The transition time between the games is quite short, and honestly, we kind of need breaks to get drink because we're actually like casting it. It takes a little bit of more brain power. I believe it or not, it does actually take brain power to cast occasionally, given what the content we're putting out here. Doesn't always seem obvious, but yeah. Well, Kingen had a pretty good game on the knot. In terms of MVP, Gideon's got to get it for the Trundle, right? He was pretty insane. Maybe Lehens for the solo kill onto Light. That was very funny. Rounds 1 and 2 of the losers bracket take place tomorrow. Okay, right. So basically, we decide our first finalist today, and then second finalist is tomorrow through the losers bracket. Huh. Okay, oh, Smash is playing right now. Okay, cool. Also, I just don't really want to mess around with OBS right now. I've got it set up in a certain way. I mean, we could have done that, but we'll figure that out later. Plus, I don't want to miss any God Grow content here. Lehens was kind of insane for this, by the way. This is very funny. This is so funny.
Like, he got the head. At this point, just commit.
I mean, he would have died to the next turret shot anyway. Yeah, that's
the auto.
Oh, lie. This double knockup. And you know what? It probably is Lehens MVP. He was really good.
Yeah, he was. And again, someone dared to pick Elise against him. Also, I'm enjoying the fact that the feed is currently deciding to play at about 2 FPS with some nice
Well, no,
stutters.
it's not the FPS. It's just like it's just juddering all over the
Yeah,
place.
exactly. I don't know what you call that. Screen tearing.
Yeah.
Under the weight of Lehens being the MVP.
过来支援正面。
是的，
And his massive keyboard.
然后呼吸又
That's
因为
great,
没有
Sam.
太多的潮虫置换
How big is a massive keyboard?
这个阵容
It's like a table length. Like you've got like, it's like you've got like each key is about the size of your hand. That's it.
Right.
It's like really awkward to play.
Gotcha.
把 King 其实玩得好。
Right.
You have to like use your face. To
I did
press buttons.
see someone get a custom keyboard where just the entire keyboard layout has been replaced by one giant R key for Karthus.
这把他控制权的话，我觉得要给他这把巨魔的声音。
The stuttering is actually jigging my... Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. This is actually quite painful to watch. Just close your eyes for one brief moment.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this.
Yeah.
That's not bad from Crisp.
No, that was okay. The problem was like the double deaths on the Caitlyn back to back.
Yeah.
Like the second one wasn't Light's fault. It was just a poor fight because like Breeder's fault. Then he was never coming to the Grubs fight, and then after that it just felt like look, you had an early game obligation with the Caitlyn Elise. It was going well for the first bit of lane, and then it all fell apart very quickly.
Yeah.
Levi 2020 keyboard with the R keyboard. Yeah, because he was playing. Oh yeah, because he was playing tons of Karthus back then. Also, was he in his Shyvana era yet in 2020? I think he was, right?
It's
AP
been a
Shyvana.
thing for him for a while, so one would
Yeah,
assume.
true.
这是把小莲当傻用了。
Okay, well that's one series out of 3 done.
对，
Should we run some ads out?
We can leave it a little bit because I like because it'll be the change between series. It'll be a bit of a longer break. We've got 20 minutes anyway, so I'll do that in a
Yeah,
bit.
but more people are watching now, so we get more ad money.
但我要是团队决赛，
See, this is how we max
Yeah,
viewership
That's fair.
value.
No, you're actually correct there. You're actually correct.
Yeah, guys, thank you for the money. It's appreciated. Stick around and enjoy your adverts. Advertisements telling you to buy things.
Advertisement.
Advertisements.
Yeah. I've got a problem, Sam. Uma Musume is currently under maintenance today for some
Oh,
reason,
no.
so I can't do a run in the back.
Tragic.
你女警沙皇武器都是要在边路推塔的英雄。
MVP. I mean, it's Lehens, right?
看这把最后
Lehens or Gideon? Lehens or Gideon? Gideon gets it.
给到
Cool.
了 Gideon 的巨魔，没毛病啊，确实节奏太好了。
这图库满了已经对吧？
这能做的全做了。
是，
反正上野兄弟都打挺好的。
我现在也在考量一个事情，就是你出完沙皇，但是打野的考量就把这巨魔给露出来了啊，这是不是个问题？
就是巨魔。
Like we play words on stream. That's true. Yeah, yes. In fact, we can do words on stream. We will do that. We will do that. Yep.
就
We'll do words on stream during the actual countdown, but
沙皇的好画面应该是上路是个
I guess we could do
标
that
准的
now.
坦克，
That's a fair point.
然后可能 AD 是个工具人，然后打野也可能也得往坦克那边靠。但这个情况下把巨魔
Thank
开
you for
出
the
来
follows, brother. We've had a ton of support for this tournament. It's been very cool seeing
选择一抢沙皇。
seeing that. Okay, we'll play some words on stream.
就你那个位置，你 BP 做成那样，因为他的考
Baby,
虑
yeah,
的
it's
是
iPad
我
baby
只想
time.
为沙皇做保障。
iPad baby time.
他的前3手 BP 就是我只想为沙皇做
眼里
保障。
都是沙皇。
对啊，就是我只要拿到沙皇，那我这个 BP 前3手算是完成我的任务了。那接下来
Alright, enjoy your-
只能见招拆招了。
Enjoy your
就是
filthy
比
animals.
较孤注一掷的选法。
Moment.
就我
It's
所
an
有的
easy
投
one.
资都投资到沙皇这
New on
但是
new
这
on
把
the
沙皇
Mitty.
没有拖到他可以发力的时候，就已经结束了。
就只保沙皇，配套措施一塌糊涂。
是的，就没有后续可能说就是我为了这个沙皇去做别的铺垫。
对，坏消息，今天微博下
Momentum, is that one? There you go.
还是一
Nice.
条命，但是如果只是现在这个状态有点费劲，对吧？就我觉得现在的储备是明显看上去没有农心来的足的。
对，
至少在今天这个从超终端开始到20分钟前的这段处理时间，微博玩的有点
It's an
太杂
Omen
乱了。
song
而
by
且就是我
Dude
发现微博
Prodigy.
今天没有做一个事情，就是那种合半直的话，你会发现就是野辅永远是在输入的路上，就是农心的野辅，因为他前面拿到优势，他可以先动，靠过
Wait,
去
Omentum? That's a word?
这个节奏是
哎
稳起。
对，
What
就
the
是
heck is
我跟着
Omentum?
来，但不代表我跟着
Huh?
来
It's
我只是
the
来了，但是掉的
narrative bent
但我觉得最直观的
of
一个就是
omens
我
to
赖
find
多尔
completion
下半
within
局
stories when you
小
start
鬼
having
手鬼
premonitions
抬
or
头
是的，
That's and
I
you're not
made that up.
and you're not gaslighting.
I made that up.
Sam, that was really annoying because actually, normally you have a tone when you're lying to me, Sam.
Yeah, I know.
That was not there. You need to get me a coffee.
Yeah,
for
I
that,
can
Sam.
do.
You need to get me a coffee for that. You've got
做一
me.
个保底的事情是你
Damn. I was half of it was like, surely that's a lie. I was like, oh no, he's talking about literary stuff. You might actually be telling
I
the
know, I
truth.
know, I know.
We got him,
It's
Jack.
like,
Oh no.
The thing is, I don't actually know, but there's a world where it is true. It's
Oh
a
my
thing.
God.
Etymologically,
Yeah,
there's a world.
the biggest flex were now actually being just unintentionally correct.
Well, that's the momentum, right? Like it's the
God.
the narrative bent,
劣势，
Shut up.
the momentum towards it.
对吧？好，
有
我们的采访也找到了农心的 Gideon 选手，那我们有请 Gideon 选手。Hello Gideon，
Momentum is in your body,
听
right?
得见，那个先给大家打个招呼吧。
Sorry, hang on, let me get.
부탁드립니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드포스의 정글러 기도훈 김민성입니다.
I don't want to cover Gideon's face.
농심 나의 기다리신.
Sorry about the monsters. I just don't want to cover like interviewees' face and stuff. It's quite disrespectful.
首先是祝贺你获得了今天比赛的胜利。那么也想问一下你，就是对于今天对阵 WBG 来讲，你觉得农心做的比较好的地方是在哪里？
오늘 경기 축하드리고 오늘 패승승으로 이기게 됐는데 오늘 농심에서 WBG라고 더 잘한 부분을 무엇이라고 생각하시나요?
Who won? Nongshim 2-1.
일단
Nongshim.
선수들 모두 다 팀적으로나 개인적으로나 잘해줘서 제가 정글하기 편했던 것 같아서 그게 좀 승리 요인이지 않나 생각합니다.
今天整体下来的话，我们各线路对线都打得很好吧，所以我打也打得非常舒服吧，所以这个应该是今天胜利的主要原因。
哦，没问题，
没问题。
那有个问题想问一下 Gideon 选手，在接下来的所剩的所有队伍里面，有没有你们比较提防或者说觉得对敌起来最困难的队伍？
이제 남은 팀들 이제 세 팀이 남았는데 이제 되게 기대되는 팀이랑 되게 뭔가 견제되는 팀이 어떤 팀이 있을까요?
남은 팀이 이제 DK랑 BNK가 있는 것 같은데 저희는 뭐 다 같은 LCK라서 어느 정도 다 잘하는 상대들이라 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같고 충분히 우승할 만하다고 생각하고 있습니다.
现在手上的队友有 DK 跟 BF 差2个队伍嘛，然后其实都是 LCK 队友，其实平时互相彼此了解的，所以有信心拿下这个冠军。
很有自信，
具有自信，没问题
啊！你还有什么问题要问？
我觉得我没有，这边差不多。
行，那也是恭喜 Gideon 选手获得今天比赛胜利，也希望接下来比赛能够继续加油，好吧？谢谢你接受我们的采访。
오늘 승리 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
谢谢，拜拜，
谢谢，
拜。
Thank you.
主要我觉得是这3把的局数太明朗了，就是我没有什么能问出来的。
确实，我也没有什么多余的要问的。
太明朗了，后2把。
对，就是因为有点被碾压了。其实就是第1把是真的，虽然靠团战翻盘回来，但是后面2把是纯被碾压了。
对，
完全还不了手，就看得让人有点揪心。就是因为你在游戏内容上面差距太大了，这个是。When
we're in the break, I can make the screen bigger. I just, particularly in an interview, it feels quite disrespectful to cover a player's face. I don't want to do that, you know. Where's Guo? Guo's not on stage. Where is Guo? Where'd they take him? Oh, he is there. It was just the wrong camera angle.
那个男人将痛失生涯大满贯的机会。这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。
Is that Tian?
不必等到太阳
Tian on the Wordle?
今年未尽的征途就在当下续写。8支棋差1招的战队，数十名热血难凉的少年，当然还有在他们背后默默抉择美味的教练。曾经，他们在峡谷拼搏，渴望着夺冠。
Dude, imagine how good we'd be if there was a Wordle, but for league player names. You know what? That's something we should do. We should actually set up I don't know if you can make your own custom sets, but like making a Wordle with league player names or league terms would be insane.
也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
Tian is a kind of Platon dish in southeastern France. I didn't even realize that. Very cool.
要尝试了，带着发条拉到2个人，并且厄普留斯被卷到了。虽然说给上了及时但根本不及时，被救不下来。
他剩下的几物在狂 A 开启了疾跑，不断的拉扯身位，硬逼想上墙上不去。
Yes. No. I could do that, but I'm choosing not to, Sam. Oh, with overcooked vegetables, right, okay. Yeah. Momentum defined. Oh. Hey! The fold of the peritoneum connecting the stomach with other abdominal organs. Huh. It's a body part. Huh. Right. So no, it's not. It's a narrative device. Yeah, narrative device. Oh, this one? Cool, cheers. Great question, Sam. Always ask great questions. I'm an incisive human. Sorry, I'm just gonna... You're not sorry. Oops, ah! Why did it... It was really loud. Sorry, folks. Sorry, I did not mean you to bloop that. That was OBS getting really annoyed at me. That was OBS getting really annoyed. That's on me. That's on me. My bad. There was a boop, Sam.
Why would you do that? Why would you boop?
Because I tried to rename something. I was like, no, that name's already in use. And I was like, I am so sorry.
You fool.
Wow, it was really loud.
You okay?
I was like, I hope it just didn't scare chat, basically.
Sorry, chat. You okay? I know it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry for gas lamping you. I'm sorry for gas lamping you. Pentakill. Pentakill. PogChamp. That would have been so good. You know, we need to make like a Twitch brain rot version of this. We need to make, yeah, we need to make like a League version and a like a brain rot version.
지금
잠깐만요. 미안하다. 우리 하나 어떤 가야 돼? 다음 정리.
유릭 나 잘하고.
집 하나 줘라. 땀 좋다. 요링 노플이야. 야 뒤에 킬러다 안 돼. 뒤에 킬러다. 호스 나랑 하냐? 안돼 우리 하지 마. 이거 진짜인데 노플. 나 2초 봐봐. 나도 싸울게 카이사랑도. 나도. 카이사 공 있어? 응. 봐봐라. 나 싸우는 중 카이사. 봐줄게. 우리 하지. 넣어줄까? 이거 파턴 계속 하자. 용이랑 파턴. 끝내자 이러면.
갑자기 여기서 박아주네 이 형들. 잡을까?
그럼 킬 빠졌고.
나이 대고요. 공볼 볼래?
You playing Genshin, Sam?
I am. I messed up my combo though because I'm on mobile.
Damn,
and I'm not used
that's
to
a
being on
skill
mobile.
issue.
It really was actually.
잡아.
Actually, genuinely was. I think it might be.
Windows OS sounds. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
천천히 해봐 천천히.
My bad.
Because the way it works on mobiles, I'm used to playing on PC, right?
Yeah.
Your characters are always in the same order on the side of your screen.
Yeah.
That's not how it works on mobile.
Oh, right.
Where you have your active character
As the
in a
top.
different. Well, no, not even that. You have your active character come off the list to have their face somewhere else.
Right.
So when you go to click on the person where you expect them to be,
It ain't there.
It ain't there because it moves.
Sounds like a skill issue.
It is a bit. Though in fact, though, so it's like, all right, I'm going to click to this character. I was like, wait, no, that's the wrong character, and therefore burst at the wrong time. It was fine because this is only doing that. I may have failed you, Master Wayne.
I failed you, Master Wayne.
Master Wayne. Talk about Bon Smith instead.
Bean Smith?
Bon Smith.
I'll talk about Bean Smith.
We can talk about that one for sure. I don't want to go more towards the South African accent.
Yeah, that wasn't in South Africa. It's South Africa.
It's true. Quick Shot's gonna hit me upside the head for a really bad accent.
As you should, as he should, honestly. Yeah.
That's true. Have you considered
Yeah. Yes.
the noodle?
Well, I have now. You've motorboated them live on stream like multiple
that's
times.
you, Alex. We've been over this. It was a very accurate impression of your
Boss
way
nass.
of eating noodles.
I don't eat noodles like that,
Yeah,
Sam.
you do. Yeah, you do.
There's a lot more slurping involved.
It's because Alex, that you've played so much Uma Musume, you've decided you're going to eat like a horse.
I don't think they eat like that either, Sam.
I think that's...
Do you know that horses like they use their lips kind of as a replacement for like fingers / fine?
I did not know that.
Because it's not you can do that with hooves, you know.
I can see that being a problem. Yeah.
Didn't see that in BoJack Horseman.
No. BoJack Horseman was a very depressing show.
Augury kind of eats like that. That's true. Augury Cap is a specimen.
Why specimens specifically?
Because they are. There's quite a funny thing in basically in the anime where they're like, oh, we're sending off to this academy. It's like, oh, isn't that really expensive? It's like, it's less expensive than the grocery bills.
Doggery back a bit of a foodie.
Yes, Sam. Very, very much so. It's pretty much most of their character.
Oh. Is that true in real life as well?
Yep. Yep.
Got 2 minutes still? Oh.
2 minutes to midnight.
Game time, actually, Alex. Come on.
No.
Not even... Actually, how close to midday is it? It's 11 minutes to midday. Consider the coconut.
Oh, what? Consider its leaves. That was very entertaining, Sam.
Yeah, thank you. What is so considerable about the coconut?
Well, you can use almost every part of it to do interesting stuff. Like coconut fibers are used to make clothing, and
I mean, I didn't know that. I just wanted to make a bit, but considerable code.
and then like you can use like the meat, the milk, and like a bunch of other stuff.
Meat's back on the menu. Oh, meat's back on the menu, boys. Sounds like Andy Garner.
Oh yeah. No, little bit of food. It's not. What do you mean, a little bit more pud? You're saying the wrong thing, Sam.
Not quite. We're not quite at the time we can start quoting that on a regular basis.
No.
If you've not seen the pud sketch, then you're missing out.
当然还有在他们背后默默抉择美味的教练。曾经他们在峡谷拼搏，渴望着夺冠；后来他们是各自赛区卖票的销冠，而如今艰难匍匐的前行者们将再次集结，只为证明那一句话：不强又强，也比再加强。这是一个荣耀与屈辱并存的守擂台。你想成为拿破仑中伦，还是沦为失败地中地？
巨难受，赛的刚刚摇起来了。
这是一场赢了也不能复活的复活赛，但输了真的会被淘汰。尽管不能给你一次此生仅有的机会，但亚洲邀请赛也是世界赛。让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
What is this? God Guo. Where do I put this? Put in wrong corners.
好，各位观众朋友，大家好，欢迎大家继续收看我们的英雄联盟亚洲邀请赛啊！大家好，我是解说毛毛，大家好，我是解说淮南。哎，那本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作。那么第一场比赛结束 ，WBG 是1比2不敌。
Who won? Nongshim or Weibo? Nongshim 2-1.
WBG 这失误太多了，这完全不是对手。
对，我觉得尤其在前中期的节奏上面，其实3把前中期都没有做得特别好。那当然，接下来这场
This is the matchups. Nongshim now in top bracket.
一场来自 LCK 的内战了。
对，然后赢的人会跟农心再打一场。
对，就在今晚
啊，然后直接就进入到我们这个 match 18去等待败者组杀上来的兄弟了。
对，就直接进决赛了。
So now we have BNX versus D+, which is very cool.
Clear, Raptor, Vikla, Diablo 以及 Kelly.
DK surely
这支队伍在目
have to
前
be
是唯一
the
一支
favourites
保持
here.
全胜的队伍。
I don't know. I think BFX looks pretty. I don't know. I'm not sure about that actually.
I know. The reason I said it is because obviously they've got the back of Nintendo.
Oh.
As, you know, one of their
Flagship titles.
flagship titles. Exactly.
啊，所以状态比较低迷。感觉今天就是下路对决比较重要了，因为
The
一边是队伍里的绝对核心
Yeah.
Diablo，另外一边是目前。
Why is a gorilla named Donkey?
I don't know.
在这个比赛里面有点小超模，有点太厉害。
Like, does Donkey Kong imply the existence of like Uma Kong?
本来比较期待他们里部的大战，但那场打下来
Maybe so. Maybe. Yeah.
Or God Guo Kong?
对吧？
对，
Yeah.
两边的战队已经准备就绪了，先把他们给请出来。
And they're all just like different shades of gorilla. You've heard of like, what is it, carcinogenization? Which is like all things tend to
Neocarcinogenesis, isn't it? Or is it?
Neocarcinogenesis would make sense, or carcinogenesis.
The thing is that one of them is like cancerous. But sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
we'll keep doing this after, folks.
That's fine. Or is there like a version of this, but for characters to eventually tend to monkey?
来吧 ，Clear，
Monkey
反正我感觉 Clear 这个选手就是不稳定性挺强的，一个他一个 Perfect。
I think I've raised a valid
其实我
question.
觉得今天这两个
I'm sure you think you did.
稳定性都挺强的，对吧？因为另外一边 C5我感觉也是神头鬼脸，神一把鬼一把。
但是 Raptor 这个选手他有个特点啊，他玩那种偏野合类的英雄会玩得很好，那种连刷带打的战士他都。
Maybe with the very salient concern about the younger Kongs.
其他是最好的一个，
但有可能拿不到。
对。
虽然 LCK 这边下单的优先级比较低，但是两边打野选手都是选过且练过的。
而且这版本中路的 BP 优先级也提得很高啊，像发条、瑞兹这两个
几个带节奏的英雄吧。
对。
希沃现在需要他赶紧找回自己的状态了。希沃之前表现得太差了。
而对于 DK 来说，我觉得一直
There you go, how's it going? Hydrated and Rose. If we were hippos, I wouldn't drink at the same watering hole, so I wouldn't get hydrated. I wouldn't do that. Despite hippos' love for water, I would go to a different watering hole.
Yeah, I would deliberately delay my hydration because of you.
That's how you know it's serious, huh?
The hydration nation would close its boundaries to you. We've been exiled from the great nation of hydration.
Yeah. Terrible time.
You've heard of maidenless? What about waterless? Wow. But you have no water.
Telling Andrew that was me, you can redeem more points.
看一下 BFX 跟 DK 今天第一把上来，关于 BP 这块有没有什么别的设计？因为两个队其实在之前这个赛季已经打过2次 BP。
Godbo blesses us with their presence once more.
Oh, blessed children of the grasshopper.
Angie, if we were hippos, I would drink at the same watering hole as you.
Oh.
Even if Ghost was there.
Even if Ghost was there. KO.
Is it always the same grasshopper?
KO. Speaking of KO, have you seen Tux KO's getting his first land at Evo?
No,
they got ketchup and mustard casting as well. Speaking of sibling
Awesome.
commentator pairs.
Yeah. So Ketchup and Mustard are a sibling duo of casters in the fighting game. A hippopothesis. No! Not a hypothesis. No!
The hippopotamus.
Oh, that's
my rhymes are bottomless.
That's such a good code.
My hypothesis.
That's actually such a good pun. Oh.
It's still one of my favorite raps of all time, the hippopotamus. My rhymes are bottomless. Pause.
Honestly, fantastic.
Other rappers diss me. Say my raps are sissy. Speaking of great exports from New Zealand.
True. Yeah, true. Hippocrates. Where the Hippocratic Oath comes from.
It's true.
Oh, we're into draft. Nicer. Game start.
Keep playing.
That's not what it's. Sam, if you listen to the song, that's not what it is. It isn't apatu.
It's literally in the lyrics.
Apatu.
Yeah.
Sam, do you want me to play the song for you?
No, hang on. Is it?
Sam, I know that's what it says, but it's the pronunciation.
You're
gonna get us copyright strike. Don't do this. Okay.
Screw you, Sam. I'm right. I'm right.
Successful gas lamping. Successful
Shut
gas lamping. We got it. It's been the long con.
Sam,
We got
Sam,
it.
oh my god. Okay, there's a draft to talk about. Ambassador by the way. John by the way. Now, between... Oh god. So we saw BFX versus Nongshim. That's the only LCK versus LCK that we've seen so far. Of course, this is a Fry's experience, folks. This is a Fry's experience. I'm interested to see if we get, like, LeBlanc bans and stuff, because both these teams, I think, were LeBlanc teams. Cassiopeia banned away. That might signal Rise. Rise or LeBlanc, I guess. Cassiopeia's pretty good against both.
I think it's, as you know, I'm not going to go there yet. We're gonna hold on the additional rage. Just gotta time it right, guys. All you older siblings out there, don't. You gotta let it simmer for a bit.
Right.
Let it decompress, and then we go again.
Wonderful, Sam.
Well, last band to come on through. That's Nymaera is actually legitimately slightly irritating.
No, I was actually zoning out and doing some moves.
Yeah, and I had a feeling that might be true. There you go. How is the horse race going?
Well, I didn't hit the stuff I needed to on this last time, but it could be worse.
Well, we've got first pick coming up, and they did ban the Rise, so it'll be Wukong.
Yeah, I think with the Cassiopeia, it signifies a Rise kind of prior there.
It's a lot of mid-lane bans, actually, in general.
It is, tell you what, Raptor had some really good Wukong games
Yes,
the other
he
day.
did.
Lucid has gone for a lot of Lee Sin at this tournament too. I don't love Lee Sin into Wukong because he just pops Cyclone and interrupts your Q.
Yeah, and Lee Sin tankiness is often predicated on mobility and or hitting people for your lifesteal.
I actually completely zoned out. I heard Lifesteal, and that's all that I heard. Rumble comes in through. There was no jumps. You can't go towards that. Really? Why are we picking?
So a lot of junglers
like this.
I was chatting with some of the URL junglers, and they were basically saying, look, as far as we're concerned, Trundle is probably the most like neutral matchup into Wukong available.
I just don't like. The problem is, I think that's thinking about it in a two matchup centric way, because if you don't, I mean, so on the other side, if they lock like Alistair now, and then they don't lock in another tank, Alistair really, really struggles. Braum's also okay, because again, you're basically looking for stuff which is tanky without having resist, so that is basically people with damage reduction. So that's Braum, Shield, and Alistair Ultimate. That means that Trundle doesn't get to be tanky, and it means that you really, really struggle to be tanky Trundle, which is where I think where Trundle is the strongest, on the whole.
What are we now locking in alongside this?
Hang on, your dad taped your older sister to the washing line pole when she was being really annoying one day. Huh?
Oh, Corey put out that her older brother used to apparently take me to the chair when they didn't want to watch
that is so
kids,
funny.
Which is wild.
That is so funny.
Edgy on child abuse, but it's all fine.
LeBlanc locked in for Showmaker. Let's not use that line ever again on broadcast, Sam.
Yeah. That's very fair.
Yeah. So, Qatari, we did actually Google the meaning of momentum a little bit earlier. Okay, LeBlanc coming through, which means that it's very... I don't love... I have to say, the LeBlanc, it's a lane bully pick, and I don't think it applies that much else to the rest of the team. I actually think Lucian's pretty good against the LeBlanc, because Lucian can jump back at the LeBlanc when she jumps forwards. And I don't think the LeBlanc combos up that well with either Trundle or the Rumble. It's okay. Sometimes you can pillar into the chain, but I wouldn't say it's like hyper synergistic. And LeBlanc at the current level of power she's in, you want someone that can really combo with her chains very well.
You do have very good skirmishing though with that top set there between Rumble, Trundle, and LeBlanc. I think you've got like your one item, so it's pretty nasty, no?
I mean, in the terms of if you're hitting training dummies, yes. I just don't think that. I mean, either you want someone to set up for the LeBlanc so she follows your engage, which Trundle doesn't really do that, or you want someone that can immediately pop forwards when the chains come down, and Trundle can sometimes struggle with that. Because often what will happen is Trundle's walking forwards, the chain lands, and then it'll put the pillar down. But even then, there's like, it's not like a Lee Sin Q, which happens, where even if you flash away at that point, you die.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm then looking at is how good
Wait,
are
I
the
just
pillars?
realized it's two different people. I was so confused. We are in fact brothers.
Yeah,
we are
we do sound
casting
quite
the same
similar.
mic. We are very similar in age, so yeah, that does happen. And neither of us are Vedius.
Very true. So the big thing here, basically...
It's very confusing.
Basically, us two and Vedius share an accent, and for non-Brits,
yeah,
we sound quite similar.
I think we should reinvent our accents with, like, maybe we should have a catchphrase to make sure people know it's us.
Yeah.
We should, like, you know how the samurai in ancient Japanese times at the end of their sentence would say Dogozoru? And they're picking the fourth pick, Dogozoru. What are you choosing? You can say Pyoi.
Pyoi? No, I won't do that one. I need the better option.
That's something... No. That's not something Vedi would say. No. You can't say it. That's something Vedi would say. That's just going to make everyone else confused. You know,
Vedi's going to be wondering, like, why is everyone saying I say Dogozoru?
The Vedius as Welsh? Yes, our dad is Welsh, so we are also half Welsh. Anyway, the Yunara comes through, very lane dominant. It allows you to actually compete against the Lucian Braum. It's not going to be straight up winning lane. If Beryl last picks Lulu, then you win lane, but I don't think that helps with the rest of the comp, because then you have zero engage.
Yeah, but it's like it's one of the ones again, like our dad's Welsh, our mum is from Yorkshire, and both of them have kind of lost their original accents.
Yeah.
And obviously Vedius these days doesn't really use his Welsh accent either on broadcast and stuff. So it's kind of like this is the neutral Middle England accent that we all share.
Galio in for Victor. I mean, I look at BFX, and if you just lock any top laner that can start a fight as well, I think BFX have such a more coherent draft.
I would be very interested to see how Showmaker plays the Galio matchup, because I mean, alongside things like the Lissandra and the Galio, one of the big sort of like changes in play pattern was LeBlanc started to play much more around the trains. That's Camille Galio.
I'd say a top laner that can start a fight, and I know this is very important, but someone did just suggest that if we have a tri-cast with Vedi, we can be Vedi Vidi Vici, which would be just wonderful. I came, I saw, I cast.
What would cast be? Vedi Vidi Casti?
Sam, it doesn't matter. Just no one's gonna know the Latin anyway. It's fine. Beryl, what's he gonna do for this last pick? Could do something for laning phase. I think they need a way to actually start fights though. Rel might be the option.
Sinneque superos asheronto movevo.
It is the Lulu though, trying to buff up aiming's Yunara.
I'm trying to think about the Latin I can add in here.
I don't know much, Sam.
I missed up the phrase a little bit, but that is, if I cannot move the heavens, I will raise hell. That's where hell raising comes from.
Yeah, I will raise hell to meet it.
It's asheronto movevo. I will move the asher. It's moved the rivers.
So Lulu being locked in means that there is almost no CC on the side of DK. They have LeBlanc chains, and that's it. So the way that Damwon are going to win, if they are going to win, is through heavy skirmishing positioning or by exceptional flank positioning.
Damage.
Yeah. How are you, Vedi? I'm doing wonderful. Yeah, this is getting
Andy was sorry. Andy was sorry.
So sorry. We did do a skip once back in 2022, and it was like, people are getting really confused at our voices. How about we change accents? And we both started putting on like a really over the top Welsh accent. Honestly, kind of hilarious. Okay, right, into the game. So this is the other side of the bracket. So loser of this goes down to the lower bracket to face Weibo tomorrow. Winner stays on and plays against Nongshim, the Noodle Boys, who won through the other side.
Who's got the better draft? I think we're both feeling like BFX definitely the easier draft.
I think BFX have the better draft. It loads of ways to start fights. The lanes are fine. I think Raptor's been great on the Wukong as well. This game has to be a mechanical outplay for Devil. Really, it has to be a mechanical outplay.
I wonder how this one's gonna, because the thing is, DK have got lots of skirmishes, lots of target access, lots of damage, but it basically is all reliant on hold my beer diff. You know, there's not a lot of like cohesiveness in terms of CC. Whereas the other side is like, okay, Wukong has gone in, Gallia was followed, Camille could also follow, and you see the big circles of doom within which one human is trapped, and then they go, ah!
And the most important factor of this game, God Guo has chosen BNK Fearax.
And that's really the way that the draft works. Now we agree.
And for those of you who doubt our many-legged lord, he has never lied.
Our many-legged lord.
Our many-legged lord.
Is this just sort of like
Sam,
how we
shut up.
Sam,
let me finish my point, and then we can talk about Gene Stealers.
Okay, go on.
Our many-legged lord is never wrong. We are just asking the wrong question. He is never wrong. He's either correct or lying.
Blessed be. This is just talks about the four-armed emperor, isn't it?
Is that... Wait, what is the four-armed emperor?
So, within Warhammer 40k...
Oh, is this the Gene Stealer cult?
The Gene Stealer cults, the way it works is they actually say that they are just a cult of the Emperor.
Right.
And they are worshipping the four-armed Emperor who will embrace you all in his loving embrace.
He speaks his decree and we are left to reinterpret it. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Warhammer mentioned. Sam and I grew up about half an hour away from Warhammer World, so where
they make the damn stuff,
I was a Wood Elves player, Sam was a High Elves player. We then moved on, well, not moved on, but then I started collecting some Eldar and Tyranids. Sam started collecting Eldar. It was very cool.
Yeah, and obviously when Fantasy died, we both kind of stopped playing.
So this is, oh god, this is another connection thing. I was actually talking to Vedi about Warhammer earlier this year because he was a Chaos Space Marines player.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Man.
Was he a Siege player?
I don't think so. I think he had a Bloodthirster.
Ah, fair.
Yeah, the Bloodthirster, so he was more on the Khornate side of things. I think he had Khorne Berserkers.
It's fun, they are quite entertaining.
LEC Warhammer when? That would be kind of cool.
LEC Warhammer League?
Yeah. We've been grasslighted. It's not even the same cricket as yesterday. Now we're calling it a cricket and not a grasshopper. We're being grasslighted.
Grass lamped, yeah.
Viklo has reported a hardware issue. The staff are currently handling it. Match will start once the player completes the debugging. Okay, so we're gonna...
They're debugging it. They've got
that's good.
Crickets in there.
Graves are the best fantasy race. You are that Grumgi. Orfeo! Hey, that's hello Dom, how's it going?
I say speaking of enjoyers.
So Dom is one of our friends from hometown who used to play dwarves. I do remember him smashing my tree man with a cannon once. That was not my best moment.
I once remember going over when Total Warhammer released.
Yeah.
I went over to play Warhammer. We did a little LAN party.
Yeah.
And I literally didn't pay attention to the time. I realized I left at 5 in the morning. Like, it was ridiculous. I came back and the sun was up, and I was like, what have I done?
Compliment for E, I eat llamas. Well, I'm glad someone is, it keeps the population in check. You're doing your bit, environmentally speaking, to keep the llama population under control. I'm kind of worried to keep going down this bit and the game starts and then we can't get out of it, so...
Thank you for the sub, by the way, Goatman Maximus.
Yes, thank you, Goatman Minus. Repping the Beastman, I suppose.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Tell you what, I really enjoyed Warhammer Fantasy roleplay with their, their way that they actually highlighted Beastmen in a way that Warhammer Fantasy didn't really do. So.
They have released some new books, actually.
Yeah, they have, the Arcane Journal.
I've been meaning to play.
I am considering repicking up Fantasy/Old World.
Yeah,
it was always my favorite part of the setting.
Like, there's some cool new High Elves models.
Also, folks, I'm just realizing that pre-roll is starting to run out. I'm actually wondering whether we put 1 minute of ads now during the break. So we're gonna put 1 minute of ads now, so you don't miss any gameplay. Okay? Deal? Deal, chat?
Do it.
That's for Twitch. Doesn't actually matter for the other ones because ads on YouTube are scary and strange. Yeah. We'll do that now. Yeah, we get 46 minutes. Perfect. Fine. Diablo, easy on Diablo. He's only a rookie, overrated already. Now, Diablo is a great player. I think he's a great player. Yeah, I think that you do need to temper expectations somewhat, but I also think it's just great to be hyped about new people, right? It's nice to celebrate new people on the scene. Oh my god, okay, so the ad break has actually been timed pretty well, because it has come up legitimately as the game's gone in. Nice, cool. Good timing.
Just reloaded Genshin, god damn it. Well, that's ruined my break my break prospect.
Sometimes when I think Sam's going on a very extended point, I will open him in Sume.
Yeah, it's true. I've seen you do it, and then the problem is, I then stop talking. I was like, can I stop talking?
Well, no, it's
or
because I get a really judgmental gaze, and Sam will drop off a point earlier than expected. Go, talk, Alex.
Well, it's because I've been going on for longer than I wanted to, because I was like, well, I can't because you're on your phone.
I gotta say, Nymaera, it's nice you're streaming this cup because I like your casting a lot more. Well, I thank you very much, Krills. That's very kind of you to say. I think it's nice to have different options to watch tournaments like this, right? And, you know, absolutely no like, animosity between us and the other streamers. It's very cool to say. Like, we've done a lot of LPL this year. LPL English have done their own thing too, and they have a really good production value. For a non-funded broadcast, LPL English did an insane job.
Literally, Rafa created a whole soundtrack.
Also, folks, when it comes, so we do have World's co-streaming, right? So we will be co-streaming the World Championship. We'll be chilling out. We won't be doing a proper cast because there is already an English cast, so that's disrespectful. We won't be doing that. However, if you would like to see anyone that you're a fan of in the scene come and hang out on the stream and who don't have coming streaming rights already, let us know. We want to get some of the LPL English guys on here. You know, I'm good friends with Mizal, Rafa, Kirby, Alp Battery, you know, I've worked with them before. Hopefully we'll get to chat LPL with them and some other folks. We'll get some of the, well, Vestium was on here talking about LCP the other day. We got him on to talk about the Vietnamese teams that were playing at this tournament. And then, of course, we know Trajan, who's covered CBL for forever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looking forward to co-stream the World Championship. Of course, there's a little bit of I'd say a precursor. It's not quite. It's a for-fun tournament with the best of the rest. But it should be fun. So let us know if there's anyone you wanna get on the street. God damn it! By the way, By the way, Dom, thank you so much for the Prime there, Orfeo, and Twill as well. Thanks for the Primes. Appreciate you both.
Hype train, choo choo.
I'm a fan of this guy called Deadly Ghost. Right? Okay. Says Deadly Ghost. Well, I'm sorry, Ghost. It will be the same watering hole. We've discussed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
I know that chat would love the Vedius co-stream. Oh, no.
Well, the problem is Vedi is going to be in China.
This is
Not to glaze too much, but we think you're the best addition to the LEC cast for a while. Well, thank you very much. I will say there's some great people coming onto the cast this year. I've been a big fan of working with the new players which have come on. Odo, Jack, Finn, they've been really fun to work with. Of course, pro players coming onto the broadcast have a ton of like raw knowledge, which then has to be chiseled down. I think they've done a lot of the effort they put in behind the scenes doesn't it's been really insane. It does take a lot of work making a pro player into a broadcast talent. It's been really fun seeing that.
Make on a talent out of you.
Almost great, Sam.
No, did we?
The best one, you know, many years ago, who was the guy that did it? Who was the guy that did Disney parodies?
I still listen to him. Jonathan Young.
No, for League.
For League?
Yeah, I mean, Monty did a couple. But I have been tempted to write some like parody lyrics to Disney songs and do it that way again, because what I wanted to do was do a song about Cream, because he was the assassin-only player, but then he started playing like Karma, Quay, Azir. So I wanted to do, I guess it's quite fitting because of Mulan, I wanted to do Make a Mage Out of You.
Yeah.
I'll make a mage out of you.
I did enjoy,
it was great.
We were workshopping a version of Creep. I'm a creep.
Yeah.
I'm a minion.
We actually did write out
what the hell am I doing here? It's great.
Yeah. Anyway, into the laning phase, and you know we've had a slight musical break. That's the intermission where we have like a musical act just before we come on for the second act. Vikla getting bullied out by Showmaker early. Showmaker's been playing a lot of LeBlanc this tournament, and I have to say he has to have a good game for D+ to win this game. You need good laning phases, you need very good skirmishes. I think D+ really need to mechanically outplay if they're going to win with these drafts.
They do. Raptor will step on forwards and whack a Skull Crab, as will Lucid, but he does it better because his club is larger than the staff of Wukong.
Which actual sport has the best casters in your opinion? Oh, hang on a second. We'll talk about that after the game. That was a knock-up. Visual bug looked a little bit weird there. Raptor is in mid lane. It's a great chunk back. Showmaker's actually going to have to back off of that, which means Vikla survives the early part of lane.
Beyond the Winds of War, just get a bit of a chunk. It's got actually a health pot if he wanted to stick around, but it would be bold. Ward over the wall. Does Vikla have the Winds of War angle? I think it'll be on too long a cooldown, and Showmaker's back is interrupted.
Okay, back. So that's actually kind of annoying. In fact, actually, even the Scorch ends up rocking there. So Showmaker now very low HP. Does have a pot. Interestingly, Vikla already had his own back, so he got himself the refill pot. And whereas on the other side, Showmaker does have the teleport to get back into lane.
That could potentially be a big deal here, because with Showmaker still having that pot as well, where he backs and has much more HP to work with.
There's a really interesting question in chat which I do want to talk about as well. Which traditional sport has the best casters?
Yes.
That is very, very subjective. So for instance, I love, Peter Drury in terms of football, fantastic. I really love the Six Nations rugby broadcast. They're very fun too.
Phenomenal, yeah.
But then, that's very different from, say, a lot of American sports broadcasts, which is a very different style to the rest of it. I like golf commentators. I think
they're fantastic.
I find golf really entertaining given how slow of a sport it is. They've made it into a very wonderful product. Tennis is great. You've got like what's the American you've got to be kidding me, bro.
Oh yeah,
McEnroy, is it McEnroy?
I forget his name properly, but yeah, I think there's some really excellent football.
Was it Andre Agassi and because there was that duo which were big. Anyway, folks, there's a lot of different sports with very different styles of casting or
the NBA broadcast is fantastic. If you want to get an idea about where a lot of like League of Legends took its input in terms of how you do the bravado and bombast of league casting, a lot of it's from NBA.
Ali McCoist,
McCoist is phenomenal.
John Motson as well.
Still remember, of course, listening to them on all of the old FIFA games as well.
For sure. McEnroe, that's the guy. I got the name wrong. My bad. I don't know the names as well. Anyway, back into the game. They're just an interesting conversation because let's be honest, if you grow up watching sports, then you're going to have different influences, right?
Like Chain's a minion.
I mean, like, you could argue, like, WWE is up there, in terms of entertainment and melodrama. Nice. Showmaker's been dancing around Vikla a fair amount. He has been missing a couple of chains, though, which does remove a bit of your laning power. You need to be careful with that.
Still managed to burn a lot of those healing pots, which is nice. Got the Dark Seal early. We'll need to, I think, this game. We'll keep our eyes on it.
Can we turn down the Chinese commentators from the original stream? No, not really. Otherwise, you hear no game sound. We don't have a clean feed. This is just the way it's got to be. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, we are kind of doing best we can, but agreed, it is just what it is. But I think for us in general, we like to have a little bit of game sound. That's generally been the average opinion.
I was wondering if Showmaker had a kill angle there. He's pushed in mid lane. That lane dominance does help them go towards that Diablo. And jump forwards a little bit too. Raptor does get the bot scuttle.
We'll try and find some value. Vikla low, actually. Showmaker hops back, has of course hit the level 6, so now can start throwing out copies, distortions of mimics of various things, distortion being the W.
Why did the other streams drop? I have no idea what other stream that is, so I'm actually not sure. Kellen, jumping forwards in bot lane. The Nymaera with the Lulu could be really important for D+, because while they don't have great ways to lock down targets, if BFX fail their dive, and aiming does live, with a Lulu behind him, Nymaera's been nerfed, but Lulu makes him just such a potent AoE damage threat.
Alright, we come over to a bit of damage back.
You good, Sam?
Were
you just thinking of something else to say?
Yeah, no, I got distracted. I ADHD'd as you were checking some things on the side, and I got distracted by that as the culling comes across. And that's
one of my favorite casting moments ever is actually from Shox, who was on a cast for a charity event once, one of the league start event, which was talking about the culling being the dulling. Diablo jumping beyond the tower to make sure. Oh, if you can stop this back, that's insane! Oh my god, that's actually so huge.
Pretty good.
Aiming's gonna be really off tempo now, because that means that maybe he actually could miss another wave. Stopping recalls is one of the most underrated things in League.
Good news, Al. We can stop bees.
We can finally be bees. Vikla might need to ult out. This is a problem. Flashes away.
Yeah, barrel's low. Does have the wild growth. Hasn't broken it. Can still look to break that emergency glass. Low, heal down, but Kellen also down both summons, worth noting as well.
He is. Aiming was... that is an absolute steal from D+. He's
gone.
Shiwu's solo kill onto Clear. Damn! Gets himself a great amount of gold there. Get himself a plate in topside too. That's a big win. He even gets to stop the wave being collected by Clear. That's a big mistake from the Camille. Big mistake. You need this Camille to be strong. Camille's early game is one of the weaker points that she has, compared to many other kind of top laners in meta right now. That's an awesome pickup for Shiwu, actually, because it means that the Camille-Galio combo is a little harder to pull off later now.
Was greeding for Sheen money, I think, and I can understand why, but either way, ends up losing out on that one. Nice flash from Shiwu, gets the solo kill, and again, D+ Kia were going to have to go for the hold my bear plays. They were going to have to go with some knuckle cracks and some outplay angles with the draft they've gone for. It's about the individual prowess, about the individual skirmishing power of this draft. It's not that cohesive. There's not that much CC. A fair amount of target access. Equalizer can be from miles away. LeBlanc notoriously mobile. Nymaera, once you get sped up with the Lulu and stuff. You can see how it's supposed to work in that sense. But you've got to get through a Wukong and a Braum and a Galio and a Camille. And so moments like that will matter. It's the first kill of the game, which is not exactly what they
now
need,
explain that in rugby union terms.
Look, you've got a team without a pack. They've decided to run full backs.
Wait, Sam, but that's illegal. You must legally have two props on the field.
So the thing is, they've got to scrum without actually having any forwards on. And of course, they've got a couple decent flankers, which you can kind of get away with a little bit.
Sam, that's part of your pack.
Well, yeah, but exactly. But they don't have the front row. They don't have a second row.
That's not a way to win rugby union.
So what they've put onto the pitch instead is a load of actual just like back mains, right?
Right, wonderful.
That's a back mains.
Back mains. You are so league built.
So legal. Mate, I was playing Genshin the other day, and I started calling teleport waypoints teleport wards, and I can't stop. And it's like, hang on, why am I doing this? Oh, League of Legends. Every other game.
Didn't know you guys were rugby fans. Yeah, our granddad went to Cardiff Uni at the same time a lot of the WRU, the people that went on to make the WRU went to. So we grew up watching a lot of games in the Millennium Stadium.
Went to go in.
Funnily enough, my rugby claim to fame is that I was at the game where the Neath Swansea Ospreys beat Australia back in like 2004.
Wow, I
9-3.
That's
yeah. We used to have a season ticket to the Neath Swansea Ospreys.
And
my favourite player is Justin Tipperick.
We were at one of the Grand Slam games, weren't we?
Yeah. I was there at 2008 for the Grand Slam. Yep. I didn't get to see the 30 points to 3 Wells England match, though. That was very, very famous. Anyway, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who know nothing about rugby union, because it's completely different demographic to this. Decent taunt here onto Showmaker. Can they follow up? Clear does have ult.
Oh, hang on. It's not Jungle Camille, but it'll do just fine. Showmaker is in the baby cage. And no one puts Baby in the corner aside from BFX.
Is that Footloose? No, Dirty Dancing. God damn it, Dirty Dancing. I knew it. No one puts Baby in the corner. They do put Showmaker in the cage, though, down for the first kill. And that's a problem, because now the Galio has a kill up on them. LeBlanc needs to be ahead of the game. D+ need to be mechanically outplaying. Losing a kill like that doesn't seem that big right now, because surely D+ still with a 1,000 gold lead. That could genuinely be very important with Showmaker. Now falling behind the Galio, who does build up a little bit more magic resist, has the Hollow Radiance now.
Arrow needs to back away. I see Hollow Radiance, I'm just reminded of Kingdom Hearts, because it's like halfway between Hollow Bastion and Radiant Garden.
Are Scrim and Scrum from rugby? Scrim is from American football, I believe, because it's the line of scrimmage, right? I believe that's from American football. Scrum is rugby.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what the etymology is, though. I believe they're separate, though. And yes, Medic is a rugby fan too. We occasionally watch it in the green room in LEC. And
as is Dagda.
Yeah, Dagda as well. Yeah, big Irish rugby fan.
Showmaker hops away, stays alive. Raptor's gone quite deep for this and gets subjugated. He might be in danger here. Oh, the wild growth knockup. There's the CC. Nicely managed, D+ Kia.
Nice, getting a kill onto Raptor, and you're absolutely right. It's not like crazy amounts of CC from D+, but if you're in melee range, the wild growth can do that. And the Lulu buffing up the Trundle makes it much easier for them to run them down. D+ pick up a good kill there. Vikla does have ult if they want to make a play if he roams up river, but I think BFX will just say, look, let's just hit the side lanes. We've lost the kill here. They already have the 3 grubs, by the way, so Galley gets 2 plates on bot side. It's a good win for him.
And it is, and again, this Rumble is now up a fair amount of CS and 2 kills, and again, it's a very short-range comp from BFX, so while they were a fed Rumble just goes, cool. Barbecue, anyone?
Why did Wukong ult LeBlanc with W and R up? Because chunking out the LeBlanc means that they really can't do that much, especially when Camille's around. It means that Camille can then follow for the final kill. It was too far. I think if you can get LeBlanc's HP below half with that and get out safely, I think you're actually fine. Yeah. Raptor didn't quite judge how much danger he was in with the Trundle Lulu, which in fairness, Trundle Lulu is not a jungle support. I would normally consider that threatening. That was quite threatening.
I think it's like, there's a little bit of, it's not quite the same, but there's something of an Olaf angle to Trundle in the sense that Trundle plus Enchanter
he's a
with a
Zug
speed
run
up
at you.
can just run at you.
He is a Zug run at you champion.
And if you can like polymorph someone while you're doing it, like you see how it's supposed to work, because the other thing is like, Fearix are a relatively short-range comp, so it's not like Trundle has to run that.
Apparently the etymology, so where the word came from for scrim, is from skirmish, skirmish, scrimmage. And of course skirmish sometimes means a small scale fight, sometimes means it's a practice fight.
Gamble gets himself empowered, looks to go forwards onto Shiwu, should get a fair amount of chunking here, and out comes the culling that's certainly not a dulling this time around. Shout out Shocks.
Recall, a clear, now one of the biggest problems that BFX need to get over, because D+ have done very well about this. Clear has been shut down. He's 1.4k down. Shiwu is 2 kills up. And, you know, Shiwu has been one of my favorite players to watch from the LCK this year. I think this guy's been great.
Yeah.
Well, no. I think on the whole, it's mostly been for the better. I think there have been points where DK have not looked great, and Shiwu has been the guy that's been holding it together. Particularly on carries. I think his tank play has been less good, but I think that really stuff like his Rumble, his Ambassador have been very impressive to watch across the average this year. Of course, there are bad games in there too. Raptor coming down bot side. And Clear now being shunted off another wave. Yes, Vikler's getting gold. Clear is not even at his first item yet. He's been shut down so hard.
LeBlanc at first item, and again, if I'm looking at this comp, I'm thinking first item for D+Q is about as strong as they are going to get in this game. Cull's largely cashed in here, aiming 2 CS or so away. Make that 3, I can't read numbers. That's probably a bad sign. I'll try and get some value here. Aiming autos. We'll leave that one as it is.
Appreciate you, Gil. I did see you put that in both YouTube and Twitch, and you do have the name Lloyd Thomas.
Lloyd Thomas, wait, as I live and breathe.
Yeah, I had a season ticket for the new Swansea Ospreys, and I loved the back. I really loved some of like the back rows they had then. Oh god, it was such a good team. It was a good team. Welsh Rugby not seeing its best days now.
No, it's been a tough couple years to be a Welsh fan.
Aiming starting to bully out Vikler here too. You know what? I actually think DK might have done enough to see through what I thought was a dangerous composition.
Yeah, and again, I think early on especially, the Galio and the Camille aren't going to win the side lanes against pretty much anyone. Yes, the Camille will eventually get there, you would think, but you've got to get to 2-3 items, and we've seen a few Camille's fail to get
Northampton Rugby fan here? Oh man, you got to see George North for a lot of his career, which is very, very cool.
The Saints.
Very cool. Amy takes that bot lane turret, and now suddenly you do have, you know, Cull cashed in on both AD carries, you've got the Enchanter of the Lulu, and Beryl is a very good Enchanter player on the whole. He's always been a guy which plays a decent amount of them. Aiming is in a pretty good state to have a platform to play these fights around. Dan Bigger! Oh god, what it was the big arena instead of the Macarena, because he does a little dance before he kicked the ball, pretty much. Ah, great stuff.
What a great player.
He was really underrated for a while.
I think basically because he was Welsh and playing at the same time as Owen Farrell and Sexton, right?
Yeah,
like actually, for large parts of his career, I think Dan Baker ended up putting up better numbers than Farrell, but of course Farrell was also on Saracens, who were doing really well in the regional league, so you know.
Liam was just so good. Yeah, Orfeo was a Sarries fan for points, bit of a Tigers fan at points too, I believe. Oh, no, that was Sam Smith who did it.
Yeah.
Raptor stands towards bot side. Showmaker might get punished here. He's used one of his jumps, does have his mimic, uses that. He's going to have to play some smoke and mirrors. How far can he dash away?
Right, I'm going to do the Mission Impossible theme. You're going to cast this.
Okay. Showmaker going on a secret mission. This is your mission if you choose to accept it. Going under the tower using his HP as a resource. I would consider that a win. Gets away with the execute. Top side, DK do take themselves the turret up there. 2 turrets to none right now. DK trying to play some smoke and mirrors, split the map a little bit. And because the Camille is not far enough ahead to force fights on the rest of the map by dropping off of a lane, I think DK feel pretty emboldened to do so. Lucid walking forwards. Can they get another turret off this? Damn, nice play.
Only that. Who needs grubs when you can just hit turrets? They'll drop a Herald bot side and that's nice enough, but I think you're largely pleased as that for D+ gear. Away we go. Yeah. Not an F1 reference.
Should go get my Ospreys jersey out at some point. It's at home. Like, I need to go back home for it, but yeah. Oh, this is so boring. Now, the thing is, the reason it's, like, quote-unquote boring is... Hang on, it might get a little bit more interesting right now. Thank you so much for the chat curse, or the chat blessing. Galliol coming back up. Here comes the big fight.
And the Hextech ultimatum. The wild growth buys time. Clear flashes out to survive, but that means Vikler and Kellen are caught in the middle of everyone. They get the taunt. In comes Raptor, Cyclone, Diablo coming across, and this is the damage we were worried about. Showmaker looking to get some damage on top of Diablo, but he's gonna have to flash away, doesn't get the kill, gets over the wall with the distortion. Raptor still running and overcomes Clear. The equalizer's dangerous. Lucy getting some damage. Raptor slowed down. The smite, the hook shot. They will make a 1-for-1. Vikler just as punching forward, gets the Winds of War damage down. Diablo gets the Ardent Blaze speed up. Showmaker coming in, flash from Diablo, but Showmaker hops back, gets a massive proc, and they're just dancing on him. It's a tight skirmish in a 2v2, but Clear can't get it in, and Showmaker gets another. The Dark Seal stacks continue to mount.
Showmaker turning back time and pulling out a vintage Showmaker LeBlanc fight. Gets the kill with the electrocute onto Diablo. What did we say coming out of this draft? D+ needs to mechanically outplay. Sam, that counts as a mechanical outplay to me.
That was slick. And Diablo got nothing. He is 0 1-on-1 after this play.
This was a mess. You do get the Galio into the play, and this is where I thought, well, okay, you're grouping up, and Eamon gets the Brawn passive onto him. This is looking dangerous.
Yeah.
But I think a big problem with this is just that Clear is just not strong on the Camille. Has to flash out early. He's not providing extra damage, and he does end up going very, very low, which means he can't really stick around for the cleanup in the way that he wants to. He does a decent amount of job given the position that he's in. It's just the resources he's got is far less than someone like Shiwu, who's stack around here, does a ton of damage. And you can see that with Shiwu's threatening with the Electro Harpoons, Showmaker then has the opening to then use the defensive positioning of BFX to then get the electrocute trade here, gets the mark on him. Diablo shouldn't have walked up like that. Had the barrier, might have been able to outplay. Diablo misjudging the situation.
With the flash, I think he was hoping for the double auto, and Showmaker hopped back just before he could proc the auto attacks. We never got to use the Vigilance passive.
Oh, man. Shiwu roasting them like a Glamorgan sausage.
Well.
By the way, after that fight, Showmaker has been so incentivized by that fight that he's got himself a Magi.
Got some hymn sheets.
Got some hymn sheets. He's got himself the Magi Soul Stealer to sack up a little more.
Souls of heaven.
Oh, shut up.
Feed my book till it wants no more.
Shiwu has flash, but he can't flash out of this one.
And comes the cage, trying to get some value. Why, oh Rumble.
Oh, God. This is going to be just so incomprehensible for
anyone who's not been to
Shiwu had flash. By the way, fun fact, you actually can't flash while you are Hextech ultimated.
Really?
It locks you out from casting that, yeah. Showmaker jumping force trying to get some poke, gets a little bit, but Shiwu being dead does remove a lot of the threat from D+.
Showmaker with his Magi's will need to be a little bit wary here. He's got the arm guard, but taken to about 2/3, gets over, gets a bit of a chunk onto Kellen, but it really is very nominal at this point. 2,000 HP on the Dragon. DK still winning the play this. Showmaker. Oh, he gets it! Stole it! Oh my god, Lucid. The culling comes on down, but Lucid is just not taking that much damage. Will maybe look to go forward. We've got TP from Shiwu. Actually, still going to be on cooldown. What happened? Showmaker trading up Clear as the tactical sweep goes wide. Showmaker trying to dance around Clear, who's got a potential angle. Showmaker with the hero's entrance coming on through from the other side as Showmaker goes golden, gets the ethereal change while golden, needs to keep up. There's 4 members coming from Showmaker. The stacks! Oh no, the stacks!
No, the stacks eradicated. A blank book, no ink on the page. Showmaker goes down, and I mean,
I think I just said a lot of words in that fight. I'm not sure many of them were accurate.
No, not many of them made sense, Sam, but that's okay. It's ASI. Who needs words to make sense? We've got God Guo in this tournament. That's all we need here. There's still more violence. Brawn passive. Oh my god, the Brawn passive and the crushing blow kills him.
Okay, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. Top laner for jungler in terms of who got the kills, though both junglers will end up in the Grey Squad.
Lucid did get that Dragon Steal earlier, which means that DK do actually have Chemtech Soul for the next Dragon. This is the kind of game where Chemtech Soul does make a lot of difference. There isn't much tank in this game. A lot of people are very mobile. You're going to have to escape on low HP, and that means that Chemtech Soul is likely to have more, or more likely to have more effect.
Clear has to hop away. At the very least, Clear has now picked up a couple kills. He's still like 1,000 gold behind, but actually, yes, the Rumble's accelerated, but you've got to remember, because Camille's at least gotten some kills now, she's actually picked up a fair amount of gold, so she's getting towards a second item here, okay, despite the Rumble probably leading the gold charts. Camille will be midway down rather than at the bottom.
Showmaker Zonya's second. I mean, it helps against the Camille. It means you can actually play against the Camille, because you can Zonya's during the Camille ult animation.
The Galio ult, yeah.
Well, so the big thing is with the Camille ult animation is that if you Zonya's during that, it will cancel the ult and it will go on cooldown.
So is it full cooldown as well?
It goes on full cooldown, but the hexagon doesn't appear. So you can just cancel that completely.
When are we getting UFC, Camille?
The octagon?
Yeah, just drop an octagon, exactly.
I mean, in fairness, Street Fighter, not Street Fighter Camille, but like, you know, a Soul Fighter Camille would have actually been kind of big for that too.
I mean, Street Fighter Camille would be kind of fun too, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Camille, there's a bunch of cool shit.
She'd be a great 2x KO character.
Yeah. Did they ever do like Zone Chaos for the like the knife legs? That'd be cool.
No, they shouldn't. That's so
also,
Chaos
I've been watching a playthrough of Silent Hill F, which came out recently, and there are a lot of like Scarecrow-like things which would be very Camille coded. Then we need to have like a proper horror Camille skin.
That would be great. Zone Chaos Camille, I'm there for you.
Yeah. Diablo, not in the best positioning here.
Why have we not got Zone Chaos Gwen?
Didn't they cancel a lot of that? Because they did do a Blitzcrank one, but then they unreleased it because they didn't think it was kind of quality. Yeah. Call Orcs, we have engaged Braum. Is that I actually haven't been able to catch much of the LCK broadcast this year because there's been so much LPL. Is engaged Braum and Orcsism? I know that Ziggs and damaging Ziggs is a big thing for him. Atakan started, BFX. They have Camille with no... Camille doesn't have teleport, so they're not at this fight. Does have 2 items, would be important to be here, but Atakan's not going down that fast.
Will be on Vision. Can he keep Raptor in Vision? He stops the blast cone angle. Ethereal turns. Raptor can't get over. He's rooted.
He has flash. He can't get in range for the steal. They might look for the fight. Redemption coming down. Camille going in.
They're going to keep people back. That means the Atakan's still going down. Rumble secures it with an Electro Harpoon. That'll be that working. Although aiming still alive, just about there with the Wild Growth. Cyclone knockup. Lucid. Low. Down. Diablo gets that when she was also going to get broken as BFX turn up and FearX claim 3. And a lot of them go towards Diablo.
Yeah, FearX put the X on the grave of D+ around the fight. 3 dead. Now, can they stick around to get themselves turrets? They only have the 1 on the bot side right now. I assume they get themselves top lane out of turret after this. Diablo going to dash back through the tower to get this. D+, get the Atakan. Not going to lie, it's not been that useful though, has it? 17 petals? That's actually not that great of Atakan. Not all Atakans are created equal. Earlier in the day, we saw a couple which brought people up to like 40 petals. That's an insane amount of gold value. This is not fantastic. Claire gets onto aiming. They don't layer the Galio ult that quickly though. Means that aiming gets to escape, and this is where I got a little bit worried. What really saves this fight after is Raptor stopping the distortion from Showmaker, and then Vikla with this awesome angle for a taunt onto 3, making sure that they could start rocking down the rest of the members.
It's great value there, indeed it is, and it was a triple kill over to the Lucian, who was not having the easiest game, has now managed to pick up a 3rd item, the Infinity Edge on in. You can start to really cycle through some of those passives.
20 seconds till the dragon, so we might just do this whole song and dance again.
Rigmarole again, yes.
Yeah, Lucid stole the last one. Clear jumping away. Clear, he's down 1.4k gold, but he is still a 2-item Camille now, and that's normally where the breakpoint is for this champion, where you have the Triforce and the Starix. Sometimes it was the Sunder Sky or the Ravenous Hydra. I think in this game, going a little bit more defensive because you're behind makes sense. Dragon is now alive. Showmaker wants to get some poke. Not doing a huge amount, though, not going to lie.
He's got Lucidity boots and a Zhonya's. His damage numbers aren't going to be fantastic.
I know those, but give your jungler back his shoes. Give him back the Lucid boots. I don't think you need them, mate.
Dragon's going to get started. Out of Lucid?
They made boots out of Lucid. I know, it's so inhumane. Vikla does have his ults. Could get himself into the play. Clear just off the vision. Clear maybe looking for the angle. Showmaker spots him out.
I'll do that. 7,000 HP to work with. Vikla is on a flank angle. Huge spotting. Remember, the equalizer needs to be huge here, and I think it has just proven to be a very difficult team.
Decent damage onto Lucid. Here comes the Braum ult.
Yeah, Lucid is in so much danger. The redemption comes on and flashes away. Wild Growth and all the while in the backline. Aiming is trapped within the Hextech ultimatum, and the Galio follows up with a hero's entrance, squashing him
clear.
Showmaker blows up the Lucian. They've killed a Braum as well. She was in the pit, burning everyone alive. He goes golden. That's not bad work. Showmaker still alive. Raptor's dead. Clear looking to the backside. He's gotten the wrong shield, baby. They're going to try and find an angle for it. The hookshot goes wide. Shiwu flashing it out. Barbecue time. They've got Chemsol, baby.
Burgers with my fries. It's Fries Gaming. DK somehow flip for the soul and mechanically outplay by hook or by crook around the dragon.
Amber, clip that. We need to see the madness. Thank you very much, moderators. Oh my god.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I mean, the start of this fight looked pretty good. Aiming dies, and you think, okay, Lady Carry dead. Where's the damage left? You don't have any damage. Lucid, tons of damage onto him. Showmaker, the Braum passive onto him. He has to play defensively. Aiming, gets nuked by the Camille Dalio combo. Surely this is fine at that point. What happens to Diablo? What happens to him after this point? I think Vikla makes a huge mistake using his E and not standing by Diablo to peel for him. There's not a great deal that Diablo can do when Showmaker's there. I actually think that Vikla makes a mistake by using his E to get closer back towards the dragon. It's panicked. I understand why. You want to get back towards there to secure the objective, but Diablo dying means that it evens up the AD carry trade, makes it a real mess of mobility champions afterwards.
Well, I literally came into that fight saying, oh, Showmaker doesn't do damage. Then he pops so many people in really important ways. He's going towards the Void Staff next. I think that makes sense when he's actually going to be dealing with people like the Galio potentially as well, expecting some magic resist to come on forward at some point. I think that does make some sense.
I just can't believe that TK won that fight. They are not a particularly effective team fight comp in terms of, like, there's no AoE CC. There's a lot you need to be worried about to protect your own carries. Sure, looks like you're eventually just going to get blown up by the Camille Galio. Not been that simple, Sam.
That was aiming dying to it as well. But the thing,
Great
the
question.
thing I'm realizing here is the moment Fearix burn their combos, you burn Cyclone and Hextech Ultimatum and Hero's Entrance, if people like Shiyu and Showmaker are still in a decent position to just play out the fractured fight afterwards, they can still just do raw DPS numbers.
Aiming's gone for the shield bow, saying, okay, I'm going to die a lot. Diablo almost got blown up by Showmaker there. Didn't have a summon, which means that he has to now go and recall. There's a Baron, of course, for DK.
Bloody hell, they got that after the solo.
Yeah,
as well,
they got the Baron, so they're pushing in through multiple turrets. And now this is a problem because they can just walk up and hit turrets. They don't need AoE CC if they can just walk up and say, your towers are gonna die. Showmaker, that could be a really bad TP.
Is it going to matter? Vikla takes a lot of... He's turned into a snowman! Do you want to kill a snowman? Maybe they do. As Showmaker gets some more value onto Raptor, they have to get over the equalizer. Nexus turrets now under siege as BFX have to play out the 4v5.
Yeah, the snowman killer of the flame spitter. They've really got that synergy. Vikla will walk up. He just teleported to his Nexus turret about 1,000 units away. Diablo has to cleanse away. Okay, Vikla trying to get the wave flow through. I don't think he's got enough. D plus Skia, how have they managed it?
With some spit, some fury, and a lot of hands diff, they just skirmish their way to victory. A Hextech Ultimatum that they just ignore.
Fries,
baby! Fries, baby! Get your junk food here!
Game 1 goes to D plus Kia. If they win the next game, or, well, if they win either of the next games, if it goes to 1-1 as well, they will go up and play against Nongshim Red Force in our winners match, which will be played later today. This has been such an entertaining day. I have loved this. Is this always the cleanest?
No.
No. Is it what I'm here for?
Yes.
That and God War, of course. We're always here for God.
Oh, yeah. No.
I'm loving this, Sam. What a wonderful tournament. What a great way to spend our day watching just truly unhinged League of Legends.
I'm gonna need to unhook Kuda my tartars after that. I am not chill or particularly relaxed after that game. Did you enjoy my Do You Want to Kill a Snowman?
It was wonderful.
Yeah, there you go. I thought that was quite nice. Shiwa did obscene amounts of damage this game, by the way. 94% KP and 35% of his team's damage. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Right, Al.
Yes?
I am aware that today is a very full day.
Yes?
Is it worth me going and buying us a sandwich?
Yes.
I'm going to go do that, because otherwise we're not going to eat.
Okay, we go do that.
Bad, so I will be back in a moment or two.
Man.
Probably a bit longer than that. Give me 10.
这个对局的走向是有利于 DK 的，是的，对吧？就比如说第一条小龙，虽然说第一时间没有能够拿到线权，没有能够拿到河蟹，但是后续还是把这个龙给拿到了。
但许哥这把确实玩的也挺好的，许哥那个团战给迪亚波的压力好大呀，
真挺好的。然后每波团前的消耗都是有做到。
Oh, God. Well, that was some very funny League of Legends, folks, and I enjoyed that quite a lot.
Next line. Burgers with my fries. You can eat junk food too.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't scan well, Sam.
I think that's alright. Because you two and you also then rhyme 5.
No. It's just like, fries. You can eat junk food. You don't need the two. You can eat junk food.
Yeah.
Burgers with my... Fries! You can eat junk food. Fries!
There is a waffle in there. There is.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
There absolutely is.
全场最关键的胜负团就是那波小龙团了。是的。
这里嘲讽的很好，维克拉。
What a funny game of League of Legends, folks.
来了，胜负手的团战。
克林是肉身上去开，然后克利尔踢进去，但是被艾米给拉开位置了呀，太远了。然后迪亚波是交闪现跟进来的。
对，虽然说这里秒掉，但是后续克林这位置也落单了，
然后没人去盯防这个
迪亚波
勒弗兰了，
身后
许哥
，BFX 被彻底拉扯昏了，
关键刺杀。 这波打完就拿下了呀。
对， 这波打完只要有龙魂了以后，自杀的难度就更大了。对，卡米尔加辽的。
What a wonderful clip. Oh, what a wonderful game. Okay, I'm posting that on Reddit.
Right, just lying. Just saying, you can eat junk food too. It's actually the same number of syllables they will remember you.
对啊，就你一个赛季练个兔子有这么难吗
Oh, maybe true. Yeah.
兔子打兰博，你不说你就算玩的不好，你压不住，你至少
是个平线，
你是个发育
That's
线，
not the
对，
notes,
不
but
会
yeah.
出现那种到就是10分钟左右的时间，没有人能接兰博这条线的画面，因为兰博太肥了，导致出肉装的加辽他接兰博线也费劲。
你就看到最后在拿了大龙 buff 以后，加辽跟兰博的这1v1对线是根本看不了。
对啊，就是看不了，因为兰博装备太好了。这把其实问题就出在那个必须选择卡米尔，自信的一选，选完直接记了。
主要选完以后，那个你看他那个画面也孤零零的，队友也没来帮他，没帮过。
因为帮不了你，人家兰博那个线永远是先推，人家视野做的好好的，而且生怕被反蹲，反蹲一波直接结束。
对，
对啊，就一旦被反蹲就结束。
是的。
我这把给了许哥的，
真给许哥，
可以没问题。我只能说大家还是爱许哥的，好吧？就是大家都是爱许 TV。许哥的关键刺杀，
这把我觉得在前中期许哥这个支援的作用还是体现的很明显的。
是，
主要2波呀。
Well, Showmaker gets MVP, no surprise though.
给 Diablo 的威胁做到了就足够了呀。
而且我一直觉得 DK 有句话很对，就是这个家没了许哥得散。
而且许哥真不能玩发育英雄，他就得玩这种提节奏的英雄，对吧？他玩其他的，只要是那种拖时间的英雄 ，DK 的节奏就很奇怪。可以，3票中单，2票上单。
我们的召唤师们，好吧，投出了最关键的1票。
召唤师都是爱许 TV 的，也没啥毛病。许哥确实在就是国内是非常受欢迎的一名选手，因为许哥有太多有趣的梗了，再加上又有实力，对吧？你谁能不爱呢？
主要他在这届比赛里面也是玩了很多可能之前没那么常见的英雄，包括他很爱的左一，包括说勒弗兰这种，可能平常在比赛里面我们看到更多的是像沙皇、是瑞兹、是发条，但是许哥就是爱玩这种在前中期能够做到更多事情的英雄。
对，那 BFX 下把也主动选择蓝色方，休息一下，马上回来。
Dude, what a fun game. Dude, I'm so glad I get to actually cast some LCK teams. Very rarely get to do that. Right, I'm gonna put on some adverts. We can play some words on stream as well while we're in break. Okay, good to go, folks. Oh, wait, I guess adverts are on. Maybe whatever. Adverts are on. Okay, maybe we have to wait until the end of the adverts.
Two more lines. Not there yet, but like pre-chorus.
Yeah.
Order your food, they will make it. Increasing your veins, heart can take it.
Oh my god.
I just see the line after. Da, 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 da. You know, that line afterwards, I need to remember how it goes. Here you go. Still line, we're getting there. Welcome to a world of fast food and chicken.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I need to write these down. This is going to be a full parody, guys. The juices are flowing.
这是一场赢了也不能复活的复活赛，但输了真的会被淘汰。尽管不能给你一次此生仅有的机会，但亚洲邀请赛也是世界赛，让我们一起踏上这条未尽之路。
Okay, let's keep doing this. Sorry. Oh, everything's hidden. Right, yeah.
好，各位观众朋友，欢迎回来，继续收看我们的英雄联盟亚洲邀请赛。上一场，许哥 MVP 带队拿下胜利，
没问题，而且是妖姬，
没问题啊。那本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作。哎，马上迎来第2局了 ，BFX 也是。
Oh, we posted the clip on Reddit, by the way, for anyone that wants to leave a comment slash, you know, look at the post.
BO3 的兔子优先级其实比较高的，
对，
在 BP 的环节里面，大家都会去搬掉。
是。 但这把的话，我感觉两边好像对于这个英雄都有点没那么想拿，而且在兰博用掉的情况下，兔子的优先级其实会随着兰博的消失而下降一点点。
是的，
那可能这把继续没人办没人选，不好说。
主要现在格温不厉害，也没人用来打格温了。上一把 BFX 拿了一个团战容错率很高的阵容，但是实行不出来啊。前面掉资源掉太快了，确实也没办法，一个对线就是3路打不过的对线。
然后这局我觉得对于两边来讲，又是回到中单要用什么英雄的问题上了。问题来了 ，BFX 这边如果说要中路去拿发育型的英雄去对抗许哥的话，可能就是2种不同体系的碰撞。就许哥这边继续玩个什么
I'm trying not to cover the players' faces because
大光也不是玩发育型的，大光单说发育型就一个沙皇。
对，
然后沙皇还不是他玩的很好的英雄。我感觉大光适合玩安妮一类的，大光安妮熟练度还挺。
就两边对着打前中期节奏。
对啊，就只能对攻啊。 不行就给 Diablo 拿一个后期英雄呗，让他来兜底。反正 Clear 别考虑那些有的没的了，就来点那个有用的东西。
来点那个，主要上把有个巨魔也不完全怪他，
主要是巨魔卡住了。
对，巨魔直接把他什么奥文赛的这种全卡住了。
这把没事来个坦克。对，没有巨魔了，什么就坦克就没有天敌了。
来个坦克，把线一换，直接前面保
你换不换都行，反正
保队友无敌发育。
对，看你家那个下路大哥选什么。
对。 不过你还别说，能换线的 AD 好像也基本上都用过了，
而且就是 BFX 有一套还不错的阵容，就是 Raptor 玩类似于纳亚菲利之类的英雄，就是然后中路维克拉来一个什么瑞兹啊、岩雀啊，就反正能够给纳亚菲利服务的，就是这种阵容他们是玩的很好的，因为 Raptor 的纳亚菲利真的熟练度巨高，
还是这种野核型的选手啊。
对，他就是适合玩这种。
Sorry, my bad, my bad.
那包括其实奇亚娜，我觉得也是要考虑进去的。
They're on adverse side. Oh, oh my god, I've just completely entered you because we are actually... Okay, you know what? I'm actually just going to end this, like, we're literally going into draft. I'm sorry. We got to do draft. I'm sorry. My bad, my bad, my bad. Okay, draft for game 2. Sam's going out to get a sandwich, so I'm going to be solo casting most of this one.
那沙皇跟瑞兹怎么办？看看 DK，
我感觉沙皇可以搬。瑞兹是上把也搬掉了嘛？
对。那这样的话自己就3半中单。
但许哥英雄多啊，不行还有卡片，骄傲的卡片。沙皇再搬个瑞兹呗一会儿，而且你不玩兔子，许哥可以玩兔子呀。飞机库奇，
他想拿卡莎，
想玩发育，
他想玩卡莎，
要让 Diablo 来 C 了。那上路感觉就是坦克，中路来个带节奏的，打野来个连刷带打的，下路来个大河。
Okay, so Jarvan banned away. It's been banned away most of this tournament. You know what? When it comes to thinking about worlds and most banned champions and most picked champions, I think Alistair and Jarvan are pretty close to the top of the list, you know? Say that, Alistair wasn't picked last game, but I think Alistair and Jarvan are 2 of the ones which have really caught my notice. In terms of bot laners now, what's up there? Well, the Corki, Kai'Sa, Lucian, and the Yuna are all gone. In terms of mid laners, still have stuff like Aurora, still have Ryze, still have Talia. How's the last match? Wonderful, El Diablo. It was a very, very fun match.
还有组合技，还能越过塞恩啊！
那个是存在大乱斗里的画面，得对面配合。
对，
就是开个车直接把那个开大的尼克。
Sion first. Well, I mean, with Trundle out, Sion feels a lot better, right? And there's not much which really worries Sion anymore. Not really. Shinzao locked in for Lucid. Typically, the Shinzao's been losing out against stuff like Wukong recently, but with that out as well, makes that a bit more safe. Yeah, and I do wonder what's happening with the mid lane matchup. Stuff like that Rise feels a little bit better right now. When you've got something like the Shinzao, stuff like Rakan raises in priority as well. Shinzao Rakan, very nice duo. Because Rakan's very good at kind of following the Shinzao as he goes forwards. Jackson for Shu, interesting, alright.
对，他直接给你抢了，这就属于我保护这个赵信，还能再出个贾克斯。
啊 ，Raptor 来盲僧了。那贾克斯打赛恩的线是一般的。
瑞兹还不需要，对啊，这里瑞兹肯定是要配着盲僧一起拿的。
兔子呗，许哥。
And the Rise is locked in for Vikla. No surprises there. The Lee Sin has been so popular this tournament. Lee Sin's been kind of played in summer towards the end. I don't think it was as much, but now it's starting to really pop off again, actually. Lee Sin, I think particularly with AD junglers being the meta, you need to somehow, you know, widen that pool. You know, you look back at, like, say, spring across the world. Felt like there was, or maybe winter. Yeah, there've been a couple of games at least. There have been. But it felt like he was dropping off for a little while. Starting to pick up more priority now again. Malzahar for Showmaker. Okay, second game of it for him in this tournament. He played it into... Wait, did he play it against the Rise the first time? Yes, he did. He played it against Gum. He played it against Gum when they played the Rise. Oh, was it JDG? Sorry, it might have been JDG. Sorry, it might have been Scouts Rise there. I do remember it's one of those games, of course. But what this does is allows you to kind of just look at Rise, and if Rise ever wants to Rune Prison you can just ult him in return. And that means that someone is then locked up for a very long time in front of the Shinzao. Shinzao Lee Sin with setup mid lane is at least post level 6 for the Malzahar. Means that the AD junglers get a little bit more consistent ability to do damage because someone's locked down in front of them. Better frontline from BFX right now. Both of these teams probably looking for big flank angles with the Jax. Is that true actually? No, maybe not actually, because the Scion for BFX means that they don't care as much about flanks. Malzahar. How have I never noticed that before? That would have been a great way to refer to that champion for many years. Lots of supports banned away. We did say that the Rakan could have been useful for DK. They're the ones we've banned it actually. AD carries, what we're feeling like. Don't think DK want to go towards something like a Jhin, because the silence in the game really struggles for you there. On the other side, maybe BFX go towards something like that. There's no one really hyper-tanking on the other side to make the Jhin feel a little worse about their damage output. You can maybe outrange someone like the Rise. Maybe you can go for a longer range AD carry. Even thinking about it. Ezreal may be okay in this kind of game, actually thinking about it. Nautilus locked in very early. Now what that means is that DK suddenly have just a ton of point and click. Kalista, Renata, early locked in for BFX. So now you have Lee Sin, Kalista, Renata, likelihood of a 3v3 bot side quite early on, where Lee Sin clears from top to bot side, tries to gank the Kalista Renata, or the Kalista Renata get themselves lane priority, push into the enemy jungle, and give an invade option to Raptor. What AD carry do you pick that does well against the Kalista Renata, or at least does enough to survive the lane and fight at the level 3? Ziggs. Okay, Ziggs is just saying, look, we're not going to fight with you as much, but we can poke out, survive, and get farm. So I think DK, I mean, it's double AP, it's a little better with Bloodletter's Curse. Often you go Blackfire Bloodletters for Malzahar, which makes it a little easier to build the double AP. Your range is okay there, of course, with the Ziggs. I do think DK can kill the first target pretty well as long as it's not Sion. If it's not Sion, you kill the first target pretty well. What do BFX have to answer that? Well, you have Realm Warp, you have Bailout, you have the Renata ult. I think once again, BFX, I feel like they have a more coherent comp. But that didn't matter last game necessarily, right? Because DK played much better in the mechanical fights. They had good laning phases. I mean, this time it's... this time they don't have the necessarily winning lanes in the same way, right? In terms of the LeBlanc early or whatever, which was really good for kind of pushing in mid lane. Is Kadriel playing for D+ Kia? Yeah, he's actually just flown out to Korea now, you know? Yeah, Kadriel's now playing the Malzahar. How did you guess? Damn, we were trying to keep that a secret and everything.
对啊，就拖住，而且就是瑞兹加塞恩这种线还不好抓贾克斯。对，就你这两个英雄，贾克斯有双水银鞋，有点保命装了，感觉随便跑，很灵活呀。主要现在你抓贾克斯，你要杀这个贾克斯要用很长。
Alrighty, let's get into it then, shall we?
能扛很久啊。是的，那个双抗1级就提升了非常多。我算了一下，估略算了一下，应该有差不多将近600块的经济。就这个加强是很夸张的哟。对，你在1级大招的收益是比之前要多600块钱的。就你换算出来很多伤害技能，它你要加多少才能加600块？可能得翻个倍，可能才加个600块。对啊。
Alright, onto the Rift we go.
只能说设计师的诚意是很。
Kalista will be outplayed with Malzahar R and no damage. Well, the last time we saw this, pretty sure no one built QSS until like way later into the game. You do have to wonder whether people remember that QSS exists, especially against a double AP damage team. You probably should be thinking about it pretty early. Yeah, so there's been an emergency substitution for D+ Kia. Kadriel now playing in the mid lane. Strange how they can do that. Didn't know that was in the, yeah. Is there a Twitch stream? It is Nymaera underscore. Nymaera underscore. Oh yeah, speaking of Kadriel, I did do a World's Major Region rundown with him on his YouTube channel, talking about the LPL, because of course that's my region of choice. Anything else we should think about these compositions? So DK do have really good ways to get a point-and-click fight. You know, if someone gets hit by a Nautilus Hook or a Malzahar ult, the follow-up is truly insane. BFX, if they're all grouped together, they have good ways to answer it, you know. They have, you know, Sion ulting to reposition his front line. The Renata clearly has ways to stop the first pick being as easy. Is it going to be enough, though? I feel like DK kill through the bailout a lot of the time. So BFX actually need to do damage to proc the bailout and then get the revive, I think.
所以他这里就想快速的把线给推过去，不想被卡。但是第3波兵要来了，好像已经是那个画面了，要被卡在塔前了。
Shu had a great game last game on the Rumble. He's on the Jax, so he does have similar carry power, I suppose. Is it similar? I guess I see more Rumbles carry games, but Jax has always been one of those flashy champions that can take over a game in the right situation. Level 2 hit, no surprises there by Kalista Renata getting control here. What I'm expecting is, I mean, we might see an evade coming in soon from Raptor. When you get control with the Kalista Renata, what you really want to do is use that control to, 1, zone the bot lane off of turret, 2, kill him, or 3, go into the enemy jungle because the enemy bot lane is stuck on the tower, farming. I guess this is potentially the final match of the day. So there is going to be a game after this. It'll be the winners. So the winner of... if DK win, we'll go on to the winners match pretty close after that. And it'll be Nongshim versus the winner of this series. D+ were... I suppose D+ were favorites coming into... Were they favorites coming into this? I suppose they were. They pushed T1 to 5 games, right? And we're thinking, okay, this team actually looks really good. Inconsistent, but surely they'll walk over some of the competition here. Then they got blasted by Weibo in group stage, which is why they're technically the lowest seed heading into this. Obviously not as simple as that. There's a lot of variance in these teams. It's a bit of a strange tournament. Lucid getting the top scuttle, Raptor getting the bot scuttle. No invade actually did happen off that bot side, so the Kalista's not done. The Kalista's getting a CS lead. That's what they've done in the early game. They want to play for lane pressure. They haven't done too much with it just yet. Game 2 for BFX. I mean, we thought that the... Hang on a second. Lucid forcing the flash out of Raptor. Q not on target from Clear. Gets the flash out of the Sion pretty easily. Lee Sin flying back in. His mind was telling him no, but his body was very much telling him yes. Counter-Strike does actually land. Not bad damage onto Shui. Flashing out. of the Q. The Q lands from Raptor, though. That could be a problem. Does he follow it? I don't think he does. Has to hop out. Clear trying to get the kill onto him, and he will be able to turn the kill back. Clear makes it a 1-for-1. Raptor keeps his flash, by the way. Lucid used his flash a little earlier. Wait, did I miss him using the flash? Did he use it at level 1? My bad. Oopsies. So Lucid gets a kill, dies. Sion gets the kill. Shiwu does not get any assists. Teleport under the top lane turret, so we will get everything but one melee minion going into that turret there. Weibo lost? Yeah, Weibo did lose. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Weibo lost the first match of the day. In what can only be described as absolute cinema for most of that series. Again, most of this tournament's just kind of been absolute cinema. Showmaker being pushed in early. You need a few levels in the Malzahar E, particularly against Ryze, because you can clear through your Voidlings quite quickly. You know, the Spell Flux does kill them pretty much in one, I'm pretty sure, the EQ. Not just the Spell Flux, the balance of it. Aiming's managed to hold on to enough CS in this bot side, only 5 behind. That's actually a pretty good early game haul. They do run the triple TP, of course. The Zig's happy to sit, farm, lose a couple of farm in the first levels, farm from range, teleport back in with a tier. If you need the tier anyway. Or a lost chapter, of course. Not everyone goes for the tier build anymore. In this game, it's best for aiming this game. I do wonder whether it's a Blackfire game, actually. I wonder if it's a Blackfire game. Raptor starting up the dragon. Is Malzahar a fly? It might be B-Zahar. I didn't actually check the skin. So Dragon not going to be contested, question mark? With the Rend especially not really. Now Kalista always wants those early objectives if you can help it. Hang on a second. Lucid could... Hook's going in. Lucid does have his flash back. Does he go in? Cooldown's coming back up. Gotta be careful. That's the Realm War coming down. But it's stopped by Showmaker. Gets himself the Nether Grasp in there. Lucid might have to flash over the wall. And does. Good stop there of the Realm Warp. Showmaker saving his team from Vikla joining the play a little bit more quickly. But that being said, it's a bit worrying that Lucid is having to flash away from plays. Typically the Shinzao you really want him winning those early plays well. I figured it would have been JDG for years. We've assumed the LPL's depth was higher compared to many other regions. Though I suppose... Well, okay, the thing about JDG is that JDG have kind of fallen apart, particularly in the playoffs and then going into regionals, because JDG had 7 roster changes this year. They've had 6 head coaches in 2 years, and their chemistry is completely shot. They just do not have the chemistry anymore. And this tournament, I don't know, they just rocked up and they just got blasted. Scout got diffed by Ares on Garn, like by an LCP Vietnamese mid laner who was considered before to be quite a poor player for the quality of the region. Yeah, JDG gave Vietnam their first LPL victory in a best of. The farm alarm. Actually, more than that. Maybe looking for a bit of a play here. I say that. Oh, is that a sandwich?
It is.
Hell yeah.
A cool pastry from
Nice.
the cafe.
Wonderful. Cool. Well, I have food either way. Nice.
It tastes a bit like Grandma's marinara sauce on the
Oh,
from the
that,
meatballs.
Sam, that is wonderful. That is a favorite of mine. God, I haven't had that in ages. Oh, I need to learn how to make that. Lucid's starting up the grubs a little bit. I was about to say a little bit of a slow early game. We've had some skirmishes. Showmaker stopped a Realm Mob earlier with his ultimate. Are we going to see a fight over this? I mean, there is a level 6 Lee Sin. Q lands onto one of the grubs instead. 1-2 taken. Then kick back onto Lucid. Does have the Crescent Guard, and Raptor's taking damage. That's a lot of numbers from BFX here first, though. Lucid trying to take him down. Won't be able to do so. 2 quick kills. They took 2 grubs, and BFX take 2 kills.
We'll take that every day of the week. That is great news. EK find themselves down a number of kills there, and some big ones to give over. The Ryze and the Kalista picking up a number of them. All the while, I am seeing Showmaker with the Malzahar. Alex, for the record, guys, has just got a mouthful of very tasty
Sam wanted me to start speaking while I was eating.
Yeah, no, I didn't look over and then I heard a little bit of a crunch and went, that's
yeah,
what happened.
we're actually we're very professional here.
Yeah,
it turns out I have been
desperately.
sat here casting like 9 games a day for like the last week. It's been a lot, folks. I mean, it was always dangerous walking into this. I think realistically they should have left 1 to die, maybe see if they can get a second one out. Couldn't manage to do so. lose both kills. So BFX picking up some good early gold now.
And again, like the scaling from DK is good, right? You'll hit a point where you start having Nautilus into Malzahar, into Zigzal, into Jax wailing on the back end of fights. Like, you see how the comp is supposed to work, and Kalista in particular is going to have a rough time with that. She's going to need a QSS. When is she able to buy it? Realistically, after second item. You could maybe do it after first, but you feel pretty miserable out that one.
It's better get this game than many because there's double AP threats on DK. So just the magic resist of it makes it more incentivized.
Yeah, and you can see what the thought process is there. We'll see what that decision ends up being. But either way, the Rise, the Kalista, at some point are going to be hit with the big CC chain of Nope, and you will likely die from it. The question is what happens afterwards. I will keep talking. I can do that.
Thanks, Sam.
I'm still working on my burgers with my fries parody.
That's great, Sam.
We've got some good lines coming together. As I said, I'm quite a fan of the pre-chorus lines we're getting. Shu is going to have to flash away as he's rune prisoned and then kicked away from the turret. Will hop a little ways, but unfortunately one hop this time is not enough, and he will cha-cha real smooth into the grave.
2 kicks this time. Raptor getting the right in the back.
Cool, real smooth.
Oh, shut up. Amy's gonna get teleported on. BFX making a couple of big plays back to back. Vikla just got that kill topside, teleporting bot, maybe getting another hit, aiming, teleporting away.
Vikla's now here with a rune prison, and Beryl I think will need to run a little ways away, but he's fine for now.
And also Belgarath rather. Thanks for the comments. We appreciate everyone who's tuning in here.
I see we've got a David Eddings fan in chat.
Oh,
Belgarath is the main character from the Belgariad and the Malorian, which is a great series of fantasy books.
I don't know what they are.
I read them when I was about 11.
That's a deep cut then, Dan.
There you go. They're very good. We've got the books, but back at mum and dad somewhere.
Surprised you know the books. Look, if there's like Sam reads like a lot. Now the thing is, I read a load of web novels, so I read like The Wandering Inn and Practical Guide to Evil and stuff like that. You know, funnily enough, Jack Spectre is a Wandering Inn enjoy, which is the
is he really?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So that is the longest work of fiction in the English language. It's got something like 15 million words or something like that.
It's right up there, yeah.
I think BFX might look for another play here. Folks, I'm not gonna lie, this could end up being a 9-game day the way it's going. We had a 3-game first series.
We've got
there as well.
We've got to do some arena casting.
Yeah, Sam, you might have to go and do that until I'm done.
We'll see what we can do. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Realm War, Hook,
Vikla getting himself the rune prison in there. Raptor doesn't have flash or ult to kick him back, so Beryl will make it out with a decent amount of HP, but won't have enough to fight.
He's got spicy water balloons as aiming. Like, water balloon.
You ever been slapped by one of them thrown at high speed, Sam?
Yes.
Dangerous weapon, that.
Yeah,
we used to, back like a youth group we were part of, we used to play like Space Invaders, but with lots of people getting more.
Yes, so true.
It was very fun. Anyway, a little bit more gameplay of this one of a different retro variety. Good Renata all across the team.
Okay, as some damage comes on through. Flash for the Malzahar! Nethergrasp, and Diablo is going to get bailed out and actually gets to survive. But look who's here! She will make sure the death is finally confirmed. Clear now in danger as well, has to flash away. But there's the follow-up with the Audacious Charge. Rune Prison for a second or two. Hand shook, but all the while the Renata dies. It's a 2 for 2. It's messy. Counter-strike onto. Big value. And D plus Kira just skirmishing like gods this series. The Call of the Void silences the Rise. And D plus Gaia gets the ace.
There is so much deep-fried cholesterol in this game. My stomach can't take it, and neither can my heart valves. DK skirmish their way out of the mess with a really pinpoint ultimate from Showmaker to make sure he could catch out Diablo. Didn't matter that the bailout came through. The damage was done, and DK knew they had the Jax on the way earlier. Start of this fight, kinda messy. I actually thought the Renata ult was good at first, but then when you look back at it, it doesn't happen at the right point in the fight. There's no one actually really hitting themselves, and it just disengages. Then they know Renata ult's down, they don't have a good cancel left in place, Clear was out of position, and Diablo's left out to the walls. While all this is happening, yes, you lose your Nautilus, who cares, they've used their regular CC, Shiwu comes in the back, and it starts making a real mess of things where DK managed to skirmish their way out of it.
Satchel as well, very nice. This got messy because, of course, you ended up with this silence, and Clear hitting people got pretty scary, but this, in a second, is beautiful. That Call of the Void prevents Shiwu dying, because he had the spell flux on him, and Overload is death.
Oh my god. Okay, so that has evened up the gold. Actually, slight advantage to DK now. Jax is looking kind of scary. Double Blackfire Torch in for Showmaker and aiming. The DOTs do stack, and we're probably looking at a Bloodletter's Curse for Showmaker coming in next after that, which means that the magic damage starts to really go higher beyond that. And also, folks, we are obligated to remind you, there is not a single QSS on BFX just yet. That is a big part of the game, which we'll have to track later on, because it starts limiting the options which Showmaker might have. Of course, you can use the Cholesterol to pull the Renata out. That's the one thing you've got to save it right now. Outside of that, you're hoping someone else can cancel the Malzol.
I mean, what they ended up doing there was they ended up bailing out the person who was Nethergrasp and saying, well, we just kill the person afterwards and you get the reset that way.
How is the Wandering In? I've been thinking of reading it. If you're a big fan of something like Terry Pratchett, which uses kind of like humor and absurdism, but twins it up with very serious moments, it's exactly down your street. It's good. It's very good. It has a massive cast of characters, and it's a very well-evolved world at this point. They've reworked the early novels as well, so it's actually the quality is actually pretty good.
I would read the reworked first book. Would be my suggestion. The original is still pretty good, but it's definitely author's first book vibes, and it's gotten a lot better.
It's gotten a lot better.
The other thing is, because every chapter is like 30,000 words.
Okay, it is eventually. The first novel isn't actually.
But like,
it eventually does get. Oh yeah, 35,000 words. Shiwa going on top side. Raptor's head lands the Q.
Siwoo is going to get back into the redemption just about. Beryl now here gets a staggering blows. TP's flying. How
coming in
do they
from
want
the
to go?
Ziggs. That's coming in from the Ziggs, and what that does mean is that if they do get a good fight here, they might be able to get the satchel in here. Diablo left alone. There's no Renata here.
Wind becomes lightning. The audacious charge. The nether grasp, and you will not pass go. You'll need a sticky end. Is what will happen. Beryl gets shook back in, and it's a very firm handshake. Will manage to go to the wall with the Reg line. Remember that.
Good sidestep. If they do survive long enough. Hang on, wait. So Lucid dies in mid lane, but no one dies top lane. I have no idea what happens there. Clear didn't teleport. He ended up ulting into mid lane to kill Lucid as he was under that turret. I presume Lucid tried to take mid lane turret. Died the Scion ult and the CC. Teleport now coming in from the Scion top lane, which he saved from earlier.
Shiwu gets handshake into the decimating smash, but a Satchel charge away. Shiwu needs to counter strike, gets healed, needs to try and hop to someone. Are they going to let him get the range? I think they will. There he goes and gets out. Nice combo from Cullen and Clear, though.
Oh my god, this is
another TP.
Another teleport. I mean, can I just say, I want to reiterate this yet again. I watch a lot of LPL. I enjoy LPL. I am really enjoying casting some LCK teams. Yeah. It's just really fun getting to cast. Similarly, we just turn our brains off at points and just throw all of our skills at the enemy team stuff. Group Rise, wonderful. Have you considered trying out for LCK Global? So Sam, I believe, sent an application. So wish Sam best of luck. Potentially he'll end up on there. I chose not to because at this point in my life, I actually not sure I want to move countries again for like the second time in the last couple of years, really. My mental health, I'm not sure take it.
I've done it so many times.
Sam's a little bit more practiced at it. I mean, honestly, I'd love to maybe do that at some point in my life. If they'd asked me 3 years ago, or if I'd had the chance to, maybe I would have done. But then again, I was less established, so it's a little bit harder to sell that right. But maybe, I mean, I love the LCK, I love the casters over there. Very, very talented. And of course, some big congratulations to Chronicler on his career over there. He's a real idol and an icon. Satchel go into the mid lane. I'll take down that turret. I have to say, I'm getting a bit worried for BFX. I thought they'd got good control of this game. It's slipped away a little bit.
It has descended into the mud pit a bit.
They have used the Herald in top lane to get some turrets there. Turret plates there. Not turret plates. Well, a turret topside charge into the second one. And Raptor, he could be in trouble here, actually.
Raptor gets away with that. Got a flash away. They're going to try and roll more power. The Meg with photobomb damage. They've interrupted it. Flash over the wall from Beryl. Wonderful angle and gets so much work done.
D plus Kia. I think they took that loss against Weibo maybe a little bit personally. Redemption was used to cut off one retreat angle. Vikla, I think he's dead here, folks. Slow, Satchel, dead Rise. Shiwu picks up another kill.
Are you enjoying my various like little song interludes behind you all?
Because it's ASI, yes.
That's
I'm sure God Gwar approves.
Showmaker's now bot side. He should clear out this web.
Oh, interestingly, he's going towards the Rylai second, which it does work very well against a lot of this team, and it does work against something like that Callista. I was wondering if he'd go to something like that Bloodletters just to amp up the damage from both him and aiming a little bit more. I suppose on the other side, though, besides Sion, there's not that much magic resist stacking just yet, so it hasn't led to that much. You know, it hasn't had the need to build the Bloodletters just yet.
Hop away from Raptor. Doesn't really keep him safe, especially the Blast Cone take actually from Shiwu end up putting him in a really difficult position. This looked like a really nice escape, but Beryl with the flash hook to interrupt. The Mega Inferno Bomb still lands as well. Very nicely done from D plus Kia. Of course, it's still, as we said, a very muddy game. We are, what, 16 kills in 18 minutes? We've got Dragon spawning. We may well end up with another 5 set of kills because, of course, we will. The problem I've got here, though, is it's double Blackfire Torch, it's Ryalize, it's Horizon Focus. Even if you're getting QSSs at this point, there's a point where Malzahar is just base damage from the DOT, where the poke from the Ziggs becomes really, really dangerous. You become a poke squad that I don't think BFX are going to be able to build that well into.
I think if they'd gotten ahead in terms of gold and got some QSSs, it's harder to get that CC chain running to then get that damage on target. Because realistically, Ziggs is one of those champions, not dissimilar to say someone like Ari or whatever, where if someone pins someone down in front of them, they are a different champion to them playing on their own. Season 4 Ziggs is very different to now when you play so much CC with the champion that it's, if there is that CC, you are point and click.
Very much so. Question now.
Yes.
What is the DOT of Malzahar again? I've forgotten it.
Malefic Visions.
Malefic Visions.
Malefic Visions. Yeah. Very cool name. One of the cooler names.
It is.
So there is a dragon available. Third dragon for BFX, first for DK. Of course, with the Callista, they wanted to stack that. Those dragons a little bit more. See that the Scion does not care too much for the damage coming out of the Malzahar right now, so Clear will need to be an important part of this front line. If he gets into a good position and actually threatens cancels, that could be an issue.
Shu now through mid lane will be here, I think, on a good
There was
timer.
the Ziggs ult used onto the bot lane there too, so Callan Diablo a little bit of poke onto them, aiming doing just a free ball there.
Take what he can again with a little bit of that Blackfire Torch burn. It's decent enough. Can look to find the Shiwu flank angle. He's on vision while he's doing it. So they know he's here. And BFX have got Vikla off on an angle to stop him coming over.
So what's the plan from
Shiwu? The wall. Silence prevents a decimating smash.
It is the counter-strike coming through. Raptor potentially looking up to help Vikla. She was losing the trade against the Rise right now. Here comes Beryl.
With the hook, will force the Fate's call. But the turnaround CC is pretty damn good with the Satchel Charge and Clear. Again, Silence. Again with the Malefic Visions turning around him. That's some scary damn honey. Shiwu looking for control angle to the backside. Lucid, Crescent Guard, value onto Diablo, who's got himself a bailout running, but not for that much longer. Whimper comes lightning. Now he needs to get the bailout. Doesn't get it. Shiwu flashes away. The hostile takeover lands onto no one. Lucid gets kicked and will maybe survive. The Rune Prison leads aiming to death. They try to realm warp out. They get one away. Clears out. Kellen on the other side, though, may well be forced into a silence. The Ryalize slow, and the Voidlings are summoned. Another bailout that means nothing. It's scrappy again, but it is a D+ Gale win.
It is. Lucid dies, so they can't take the Atacon afterwards. They do get a bunch of kills. It is a 3 for 2, so it's not a crazy win in terms of the actual fight. They do get the dragon. Teleport coming in bot side from Clear. Doesn't have ultimate. I think they're looking to catch out Shiwu if they can. He'll have to teleport out to safety.
In this bush, surely they do. The TPing around to come on in and try and play this. Shiwu with like next to no mana means he's likely dead. Showmaker down, Beryl already here. There's that TPing in again. They've got no one else who can join. I think this is going to be a 3v2. And Vikla's silenced. Beryl hooks away. Showmaker still trading well. How long until the Nethergrass? Good damage onto Beryl. Vikla gets exhausted, but too little too late. Aiming's now here. Misses the Mega Inferno Ball. Gets knocked back in. Aiming with a wonderful satchel will at least get that kill onto the right.
He did get the edge of the ultimate. Didn't look clear there, but the damage came through, and that's enough to kill Vikla. Dead for 40 seconds, but the damage the Rise did takes Shiwu off of the board. Lucid is back, aiming no ult. I'm not sure BFX should go for this, but they do have the rend to make this into a less of an even smite fight.
7 seconds on Showmaker, Nether Grasp. That will be a problem. Suppression, and then you can't smite at all. They need to get this down now.
How much can aiming do? You're absolutely right. That Nether Grasp is incredibly important. Teleport coming in from Shiwu. This is going very low.
Into the backline, with the audacious charge. The Crescent Guard away. Diablo low, trying to get inside there. Flash away to prevent the rend pull. Showmaker still throwing down the Malefic Visions, and the Voidlings are everywhere. It is a catastrophe. The pandemic courtesy of Malzahar brings everyone low as aiming bombs what remains.
BFX tried to roll a couple of teleports to kill Shiwu into an Atacon play, but DK are just rolling with the punches better. That has been the story of this series. D+ Kia, they're just mechanically outplaying in the fights. They're more coordinated. They see those angles to split up the fight and make it a mess. D+ Kia, such an entertaining team to watch.
We are now at 28 kills in 22 minutes, and God bless this game. The fries keep coming, the burgers keep getting flipped, and we're all eating good. I won't say healthy, but it's certainly good. Kellen ends up getting chunked out massively low by aiming at the start of this. And reminder, Showmaker's about to get his ult up, and Lucid picks him up to go on in and knocks Diablo out. He's outside the Crescent Guard. He's barely getting any value. And the flash away means he can't rend. So at this back end, Showmaker's still basically untouched. Just keeps putting down the dot. Another set of Voidlings coming through, and aiming all the while, finishes what he started on Kellen, blows him up as well, and I understand why BFX are fighting. I do. It's just not clean. Shiwu will counter-strike the Gromp and whack it a few times. Lucid will Audacious Charge over the wall. Not seeing too much extra here, as we've got about a minute and a half until the next Dragon, which may be a port of call. Of course, worth noting, Fearix did get the first 2, so the next one would be a Soul Point. And again, when you've got things like Callista, when you've got things like the Rise, even the Scion, right, the move speed can be quite valuable for you guys as you do want to bounce around a fair amount. But for now, it's just a waiting game, which feels unusual when it has been so bloody. Baron still a minute or so off sporting, so no one's able to rush that right now.
I think DK are in a really strong, obviously they're in a really strong spot. And folks, there is yet to be a QSS build on BFX. And I do get worried for it. I suppose part of the worry is it doesn't matter against Nautilus. But I do just wonder if that just gives such an extra opening to Showmaker to just go absolutely wild on. I mean, there's even a chance that they could kill this tower and go for something there, right? There's a Void Staff on aiming, which means that, you know, he's doing significant damage to everyone, even Clear. I think Clear could die as the first turret, first target rather, if things go wrong enough.
I completely agree. Again, Malzahar is quietly very good against tanks because of the amount of burn he does, the amount of percent HP damage he does. Raptor's going to try and jump through mid, but there goes the inhibitor. No Baron required, and that's a big deal.
Raptor's trying to take down the mid lane out of turret. Feels like it's a little too late. Won't be able to kill it. Shiwu defending both turrets at once here. There is the 1 grub on BFX. It's not like it's a 3 grub push where it'd actually be a threat there. DK will back off after taking that inhib. They might lose the inner turret if they. I guess not, but
Leandri's done for Malzahar. That's staff done for aiming.
That is actually huge.
The penetration is now very, very annoying.
Aiming's also close towards the Seraphs too, which will be really nasty in the late game because he's just stacked up that tier to max. It's kind of a bit of a luxury item at this point. Luxury means that you're a little bit harder to kill, and at this point, you know, the extra mana means that you just never run out of ammo.
It's alright, RD plus Kia can do the work here.
RD plus Clear. Back in my day.
To make it feel great. That's a very British reference from about 15 years ago, and I suspect a grand total of about 10 people in chat will get that.
This is going to be really weird deep cut. I actually met the guy that which inspired them to call it Crusher with a K.
What? Really?
Yeah.
I think you may have told me this, I've just forgotten this.
Yeah, someone used to know in London. It's a very strange story. Well, so he says. I believe he wasn't lying to me. Anyway, Dragon's going to go to stud DK. Second one for them. Still get themselves a bit more out of combat move speed.
Kia, alright.
Kia.
D plus Kia. Duck Kia. And then you turn the apostrophe into it, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like the Britishisms have gone too far, but there's always further they could go.
There's always further. I can go a lot deeper.
Diablo is very. Hang on a second. Diablo's actually very far from the rest of his team. There was an angle to maybe go for a bit of a play on. I mean, the tower's completely gone. Yeah.
Between Voidlings and the Ziggs passive, you shred him.
And we're getting to the point where the Satchel is leveled up now at this point, getting towards. I'm not sure if it's first or second. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. But if you level up the Satchel second, the execute threshold goes up as well with it, which means that it goes up from, I want to say, 15 or 20% up to 30% or something like that. Which part of the UK we're from? We're from around Notts, around the middle. Whoa! He's back! We needed to know this. He's voting for BFX, but I think he might be lying to us. The Rumble cancelled.
He's giving false hope. He is a cruel and callous at times. The hook lands, the Fate Seal comes on in. Actually, not a bad room prison. And a CC channel to Shiwu is good. Hostile takeover. Wait! 1 for 1. Clear still low. That's still not that great because remember, there's still another grass. There's still the Malefic Visions. Raptor to the backside gets knocked up. The Crescent Guard leads to everyone. Unfortunately, getting knocked around. That's not bad damage. Aiming just about survives. And Victor runs away.
For a second, I thought we had the most legendary Grasshopper blessing that we have ever seen. Not that we see many of them. A kill for Barrel onto Vikla. He'll get himself his first kill of the game. It might actually be his only one. I think this will be the end of the game. Aiming will have satchels to execute the towers. I think they'll be ending the game and the series shortly after.
We were worried about a 9-game day, and D plus Kia just laughed at our face and said, you should have just believed. Some excellently fun comps from them today, and they managed to, with style and verve and elegance, bring us to the fast food restaurant of the gods. God Guo is well fed here and entertained by his gladiatorial components.
I love this Rise Group team's matchup, man. Like, I know that some people see it as a negative thing. Oh, it's just Rise Group, it's Fries Group. I see it as wonderful, fast food, good for the soul League of Legends. That's how I view it, folks. DK run away with a series in which, bluntly, they mechanically outplayed. They outskirmished, they outplayed, and I'm really enjoying watching this team.
I had a lot of fun with that. Right, Al, hello. Do you want to finish your pastry?
I can do.
Yeah. Why? Just because I'm away, we started casting last year you didn't get a chance to finish stuff. And felt
That's
bad
true,
about that.
yeah.
Do you want a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
I can arrange that.
Do you want to kill a snowman? Was a good line earlier, by the way.
Thank you. I was a fan of that one. It's just because it's the Lulu skin that turns people into snowmans.
Yeah, and by the way, folks, if you are enjoying the stream here, it's good to see you. I think this is probably the highest stream numbers we've had all year, which is very, very cool. If you are enjoying us, we will be co-streaming Worlds. We won't be casting like this. We'll be chilling out, kind of just, you know, shooting the shit as we do generally
You'll
in
just
casts
get
anyway.
more of the unhinged stuff. Yeah.
It'll just be actually more unhinged stuff. But yeah, you know, we're trying to make it as co-streamers to a certain extent because the esports industry is kind of rough to make it in right now. We've done 800 plus LPL games this year. Anyway, we've done a lot. We probably haven't done, I don't know, maybe around 800, something like that. And we did a lot of them last year as well. We're not paid to do this. There's no official broadcast of this, and there's no official broadcast of the LPL. So we just do it ourselves because we enjoy it. It's for the love of the game, and we think we're pretty good at it sometimes too. So if you'd like to support us, please think about subscribing. Honestly, just sitting here and watching and liking is obviously a nice thing too. And yeah, we just hope that you're enjoying yourselves. Anything to add?
That sounds pretty good. Yeah, actually, the last couple things. If you want to support us, guys, a couple ways to do that. Subscribe on the Twitch channel. You can also donate to the Ko-fi link. That's agnostic of Twitch as well, which obviously very helpful if you're watching on the various YouTube channels. Additionally, we are a part of League Mastery, so if you want to learn how to cast, you can learn from us.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Damn cool.
No, and I think, yeah, there isn't that much learning resources on casting outside of some spare bits. There's like a casting document which Medic did a while ago. That's really good, by the way. Really, really
great, yeah.
Yeah, but we've done some extra bits where there's some videos where I talk about some concepts about League of Legends in terms of, well, you know, how do you manage energy? How do you pick up and hand off from when your other co-caster is speaking? What's an effective way to tell a story by returning to points? You know, stuff like that, which it is worth thinking about. You know, you might not think about it as a viewer because at the end of the day you're consuming the product, but when you're producing it, yeah, there's a bit more thought. This was an awesome fight. I don't know, DK are such a fun team to watch when they're on form. Congrats on the Worlds co-stream. Awesome to hear that. It's very cool to be able to co-stream Worlds. We've, you know, we're not big co-streamers compared to many of the others, but we've managed to solidify a place for ourselves, and that's been very cool. We've got a very cool community here. Obviously, everyone's welcome to be a part of it as well. And it's been really fun, kind of keeping up my love of the LPL by doing this. It is a ton of games, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what we're gonna do next year because we've done 180 hours of streaming this year, maybe 190 now. But yeah, I mean, it does mean that we can actually call ourselves LPL experts. Oh god, Lucid had an awesome game. Yeah, it's been really fun, folks. We have been enjoying keeping up with this. The damn replay client is really breaking, isn't it? Halloween month plus Worlds hits different to me. Yeah, fair play, fair play. This is kind of the time of year where seasonal depression sets in for me, so it kind of takes the edge off a bit. But yeah, it's cool. World season is always fun. Thank you, Katari, very kind of you. Yeah, it is actually worth noting, when people are acting or singing, sometimes speech impediments are easier to work around. I didn't realize that Medic had a speech impediment, that's cool. I actually didn't know that, that's very cool.
Raptor 还是得玩点那种偏野核类的英雄才有效果。他玩这种纯节奏型的，真的就很一般。
主要是节奏英雄他在前期没办法打开局面啊，而且这2把下来，我感觉许哥在前中期对地图的辐射能力还是比较强的。
是的，其实大光玩的也不差，但就是说整个 BFX 的团战协作性、地图调动性都比 DK 差很多，而且 DK 那个换塔换的太舒服了。
今天就是一方面是在前中期的运营转线上，还有一方面就是打团的拉扯上，确实 DK 领先的蛮多的。
最后许哥今天2连 MVP 了。
And Malzahar gets the MVP Showmaker. Ooh, I actually would have given it to Lucid, you know. I think Lucid was really, really good. I think Lucid did some insane work in those fights, repositioning as a fairly low mobility Shinzo. Thank you, Xiaomi Shu. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining the channel. Over on Onivia.
对，2个法师应该都在他身上刷了不少，都刷爽了。
全票通过，许哥
没问题。
今天许的哥2连 MVP 带队拿下胜利。
I guess we should do some of that whole words on stream thing, shouldn't we? Go on then. Oh, go on then. You've convinced me, despite no one actually asking. Go on then. Play some words on stream.
包括今天的比赛，你跟之前的小组赛对比，好像还是在前中期这个节奏上更加流畅一些。
啊，行，那我们的采访准备就绪了，先把选手给请出来。Hello, Shoemaker， 听得见吗？
들리시나요?
Oh, hang on. Hang on. Sorry. I don't want to cover the.
DK 获得今天比赛胜利，先给大家打个招呼吧。
오늘 승리 축하드리고 인사
I
부탁드립니다.
don't like covering the interviewee's face. I think it's disrespectful to do that.
谢谢。
欢迎。有几个问题想问一下许哥，就是许哥在今年的这个
Showmaker, can you stop breathing into the microphone?
比较非版本的英雄，那你如何看待现在中单在游戏内的定位的呢？
지금 이번 ASI 경기를 하면서 다른 미드라인을 선호하지 않는 그리고 패치 반번에 맞지 않는 챔피언들 많이 하고 있는데 지금 패치에서 미드라인을 어떻게 생각하고 있으시나요?
사실 지금 미드라인에서 좀 챔피언을 뭘 하냐보다는 그냥 그 사람이 그 챔프에 맞게 얼마나 잘하느냐가 제일 중요한 것 같아서 저는 그냥 조합에 맞는 챔피언 하려고 하는 거고 뭐 다른 미드랑 좀 생각이 다른 거인 것 같아요.
这主要是这个版本的话，其实不管玩的过程中，不管是什么英雄吧，就是不管是什么英雄，就看谁玩吧。然后也有可能是我跟别的中单的想法不一样，导致就是感觉我选的英雄是算冷门那种。
没问题，许哥的个人特色，对吧？
许哥很有风格啊。
行，那有一个问题想问一下许哥，就是中国有非常多喜欢你的粉丝，包括我们解说员里面有一位你的究极铁粉，有没有什么想跟他们说的？
중국에 이제 쇼메이크 선수 팬들이 되게 많고 이제 해설진 분들도 이제 쇼메이크 극 팬이 있는데 한마디 해주자면 어떤 거 해줄 수 있을까요?
일단 중국에서 저를 되게 좋아해 주셔가지고 너무 감사드리고 또 해설분들도 되게
That was such a fun series. Dude, I'm actually so jealous that the LCK casters get to cast stuff like that, like, every week.
LPL used to be a bit
someone
more
translating. Oh, someone's translating in Twitch chat. Let me just read that out for you. Where was your first message here? So the question was, in ASI matches, you're playing a lot of champions. Thoughts on the patch? Oh, sorry, I'll wait for the whole thing. I think that was the end. I think it's important to pick based on personal abilities, which is exactly what they did in the series. I completely agree. Question: Showmaker has a lot of Chinese fans. A word to them. Thank you for liking me. No worries. Thank you, Clover. Appreciate that. So a little bit of the translation there from someone in Twitch chat from Clover. That is 925 Leaf Clover. I appreciate you an awful lot. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I try and shut up during the interview so people who do speak the language in stream can pick up bits and pieces. So sorry if I speak over it.
这一战，千万粉丝将见证亚洲邀请赛的绚烂。有人说，职业选手1年的汗水与泪水都在失去全球总决赛资格的那一刻终结。但从今天起，这样的遗憾将不会重演。军中无戏言。 不必等到太阳升起再忘掉一切，今年未尽的征途就在当下续写。8支棋差1招的战队，数十名热血难凉的少年，当然还有在他们背后默默抉择美味的教练。曾经他们在峡谷拼搏，渴望着夺冠。后来他们是各自赛区卖票的。
Nymaera applying to join the LCK. I did think about it. I did think about it for a long time. I didn't end up applying for LCK, partly because one, you know, I like being part of the LEC, and part of me feel like, look, I've spent years trying to get into the LEC and make a place there and enjoy the teams there, and I have, and I really do enjoy it. But I don't, you know, I feel like there's more for me to achieve here. I'd like to do that. I really like the production value here. LCK is the region which made me love League of Legends. I started watching back in OGN 2014, 2013. The big game changer for me is the fact that I've just kind of settled into my life here, and to move it again just after doing that would feel not great, not going to lie. I did think about it though. I did think about it. Of course, it wouldn't be a given that I'd even get in, right? And then I thought, look, if I'm not going to 100% commit to it, should I waste their time, you know? I don't want to waste their time being like, well, you know, do I apply in the hopes that I get it, and then and ah if I do get the offer? I don't want to waste their time, you know? I don't want to mess them about either. Monty Doa hype? Monty Doa is my favorite casting duo of all time. Yeah, Montidor is what made me love League of Legends and esports. And now, funnily enough, I get to work with them a little bit too, in some content. In fact, we've all been playing through Ghost of Yote. So if you watch over on the Last Free Nation Culture channel, they're going to be doing some like gaming content. So yeah, look forward to that. In fact, after the streams, I've been playing through Yote. I've actually now finished it, but I did a playthrough of Yote after the games here for the last week or so, and I enjoyed the game quite a lot. Law got to spend a split over there as an exchange program. I don't know if they're still doing that kind of thing. Maybe it's Papa Smithy Atlas. Papa Smithy is a legend as well. Of course, Atlas is too. Yeah, Papa Atlas is fantastic. The lineage of LCK casters is absolutely top notch. Has the growth been that high on the channel? I think it's pretty hard to with big streamers taking the majority. Yeah, we have still grown, but last year we were the only people doing what we were doing for the LPL. Then LPL English came over this year, and obviously then they have very good search engine optimization. They've got a very good broadcast over there, which meant that last year we were often hitting between 1,000 and like 2,000, 3,000 viewers in big games, especially when the bigger co-streamers weren't on. Now that's not really the case. Most of this year, I'd say we'd had like 100, 200 viewer average, maybe on Twitch. On Onivia, I reckon our peak would go above... Normally, I'd say peak would be between 1,000 and 1,500 for regular games. And then... I guess the most we've had was like 6,000 maybe on some really good luck ones. So the thing with that, Twill's basically saying, you know, casting talent LPL English hit and miss. It's not a funded broadcast, and you can't expect casting talent to always be hits. And it's also important to give people who maybe aren't the full product yet a chance to improve. And the LPL, which has well-known players, long-running storylines, important gameplay, and very fun and very high level of gameplay compared to the rest of the world, gives you a chance to grow. Like, I'm a much better caster after casting many years of LPL. Like, I'm not the caster I was 3 years ago. I'm far better now. I'm far better now. And hopefully what I'm hoping is that, yeah, if there are casters which don't click for you right now in LPL English, you know, you give them a bit of time when they can actually spend some time on it. I hope they get to grow. No, I hope they have the resources for it, and I hope that they're developing well. But I just remember back when LPL had real coverage. Yeah, I dearly, dearly miss the LPL broadcast. I dearly miss it. You have no idea. I made some great lifelong friends from there. And I think we did an awesome job over there. I think they did an awesome job, and I was part of that. Right? In fact, I cast the last ever LPL English finals. I cast 23 summer. I cast 24 spring and summer. So I cast the last 3 LPL finals from the LPL English, which is a hell of a you know, an accolade for me to have. But yeah. It's very weird not having the LPL broadcast, because it was a place for people to find a place in the casting community. Look folks, there aren't that many places to earn a living doing casting now. Not many. No, in terms of what casting gigs will actually pay your rent and actually give you like a career. Well, you've got all of the major, you have major regions, right? You've got LCK, LEC, and you have LTA. I think in the past, you could actually make it work with NLC plus EMEA Masters. You could make it work with NA Challengers and a couple of Tier 2 events. You could do that, of course, with LPL as well. But now you can't, because those scenes have died, really. The EMEA Masters broadcast has gone down to, I think, 3 broadcast days per tournament. Yeah. You know, it doesn't have the same amount of broadcast days anymore, which means it's very hard... sorry, Amber. Oops. It's the semis and finals. Yeah, that was me, Amber. I saw it. I was like, well, it might actually be an answer. You know, I don't want to, you know. Yeah. But yeah, so it's a little bit different. And that's partly why Sam and I committed so hard to co-streaming right now, this year and last year as well. It's like, look, if casting is going to be harder to make a living off of, we need to do it through streaming. We need to do it through streaming. And we're hoping that through... we need to run some... late team. I'm actually going to run an ad break, and I'm going to not punish you with... We'll actually leave the highlights on here. And we'll do it after the ad break's over. But yeah, it's pretty hard to make a living as a caster. Being a streamer, being a co-streamer, that seems like if you do make it, is the financially best way to make it in esports right now. But it's very hard to break into a market which is very saturated. Let's be honest, most people, if they have a co-streamer to watch, they found the person they like watching. And while there might, you know, I'm sure there are plenty of viewers, and there are plenty of people who come from Casual's chat to watch here when he's not streaming. But let's be honest, they've found their streamer, they found Casual, and that's great, that's awesome. But what that does mean is that there are less people looking for a streamer, which means that when you're newer into it, how do you get people to pay attention to you? Well, sometimes there's a tournament like this, and a lot of people are watching. That's very, very cool. It is. I really enjoy it. It's very cool getting new people following in here. Oh, 10 community gift subs from Double. Thank you. You're very, very kind, Double. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. But yeah, look, this is not a fault of the co-streamers. They're doing their best. They're trying to make a living, trying to make the best content they can too. It's just really hard to make it in esports right now, folks.
갑자기 여기서 박아주네 이 형들. 잡을까?
그럼 큐 빠졌고.
나이 되고요. 형 공볼 볼래? 한번 볼게.
야 유나라.
Oh, thank you for the prime as well, Lockoff. Appreciate you all. So what's the non-esports plan? Well, streaming is a lot of what I'm doing right now. So I do have a couple of backup plans. So for instance, because I actually have committed a lot of time into learning the art of broadcast and casting, I actually do think that I would add quite a lot to say something like an esports degree or a broadcast degree. I think that I have the accolades and the achievements to say I could teach people how to be good on broadcast. So I might end up doing some help with university courses. Maybe that's one backup plan. I have thought about going into coaching, but working my way up the coaching ladder is quite hard because I've not had experience. This was a crazy Kaiser engage. It did in fact lose them the game. Very funny, but it did lose them the game. Yeah, so I've had a couple of thoughts. Outside of that, I mean, I do have a physics degree, though it's not a good one. Do you like dash and slip into online chess matches? I do play a bit of chess, a little bit, not crazy about it. It's very much like wrestling or acting, just a much smaller version. You have the passion indie scene with hardly any money looking for a break and the few hundred big names to get a living. Exactly, Lucky, exactly, yeah. I think this is also the same in music. It's also the same in music, particularly right now. The biggest artists in music take the lion's share and everyone else is just left to pick up the pieces. Why isn't it a very good physics degree? Because I only got a pass. I didn't even get like a third class honors or whatever, or like a 2-1 or something on 2-2. I had a lot of life learning to do while I was in uni, so I very much struggled through my physics degree. Hey, pass to pass, and I'm still very proud of myself for achieving that, given what I was going through at the time. Yeah, had a lot of stuff to go through, but it's not like a lot of jobs. Oh god, the job market is so insane right now that if you're trying to get in with the degree I had, it's just going to instantly get put to the bottom of the pile as opposed to people with first class or a 2-2. Wait, the non-esports plan is that we're going to run off to Guatemala and run a cocktail bar on the beach? That sounds fantastic. Physics is hard as fuck. Oh, man. The stuff which I did in third year of physics degree, so advanced electrodynamics and stuff like that, was so rock hard. It's very interesting, but god, it was difficult. I really enjoyed laser physics. Really enjoyed the kind of semiconductors and, semiconductors and laser physics. Although, to learn lasers, you need to learn optics, which is one of the most boring, awful subjects within physics. My UK university experience was so rough. I hate that in our culture, as expected to go hard first straight into uni at 18. Yeah, for sure. Especially with such a heavy drinking culture, which I've now stopped drinking. I have, but I drank very heavily for a while actually, which was really not good. But I had to do a lot of life learning on that, really. Okay, let's get ourselves into another one here. Man, we really got really real for a second there, didn't we, huh? Have I considered voice acting? Your inflection pace is pretty amazing. I have, but that would be another creative scene to make my way up from rock bottom. I put it this way, if I were to go into voice acting, what I would probably have to do is take a long break to like recover my creativity from burnout, and then maybe go into it. Maybe join Last Free Nation. So there's some stuff which I'm going to be doing with them. Funnily enough, you mentioned that. We are going to be doing some gaming content over there. So Ghost of Yosei will do some content around that. In my opinion, uni only teaches you what you need to start, and then the real learning happens on the job. John, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of practical learning to do. Theoretical learning is hard to learn on the job, though, in fairness. A lot of the theoretical learning. Applying it, yeah, for sure. But actually doing the actual theoretical stuff is very difficult. I don't overlook that at all. Jokes aside, if you're good at maths, with a physics degree, no one would care for your grades in the side of finance. It's just saying. Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah. Oh, but this is my problem. I'm so bad at doing 9 to 5s. I'm just so heavily ADHD. I really struggle to like mentally survive 9 to 5s, which is not great. It's not great. I really need to get some extra resources for dealing with ADHD and the rest of it. Always felt like you and Sam would be good on the MSTK 3000 style running commentary while watching stuff. I actually don't know what MSTK 3000 is, but yeah, running commentary. I wish I was good enough with maths. The idea of optimizing to the bare instructions is so fun. Being good at maths is very satisfying at points. There was a point where I was doing, integration by parts 4 times, which was really, it just felt so satisfying to get the right answer at the end of that. Oh, good stuff. Being properly medicated saved your life? Damn. I mean, I do have a slight worry. I have a slight paranoia that if I start taking medication for ADHD, I'm going to lose all the fun stuff about myself. But that's a separate thing. God, we are really real today. I'm so sorry. I'm talking about so much real life stuff. That's probably not what a bunch of you want to be hearing. Christoph Waltz of Leadcasters. I actually don't know who that is. Who is that? Let me Google that. Am I being uncultured? As Austrian and German actor. What was he famous at? Oh, do I know that face? Oh, I do know that face. Yeah, he was in Inglourious Basterds, right? Yes, I do know him. Yeah, okay. Very cool. 30 years of not being given the proper chance. Right, okay, gotcha. People who don't care will just go to the bathroom. That's true, Charles. That's true. Oh, Roots. Right. Cool. Oh, no, I thought you were talking about Roots as in the movie, and I realized it's really quite confusing when word game's going on. And, like, I'm trying to read chat, I'm like, oh, is that relevant to the conversation? It's like, oh, is that the movie Roots? No, I was like, is he? It's fine. Jorts. Did someone really have to guess jorts? Does anyone got their jean shorts on? Anyone rocking their jorts? Thank you, Bucky. Thank you, Bucky. That's a very kind thing to say. Yes, I did. Yes. I need to finish that damn thing. You can give ADHD meds a go for a month. Yeah, I tried that with so I kind of tried that with antidepressants and stuff, and it just messed with my brain. I was dissociating so much. Meds are often a short-term problem, short-term solution rather. They help you cope with the worst things, and then allow you to kind of like have a breather really and rebalance. Yeah. Okay, right. Close towards this. Okay, I think we're getting close to the game. I don't think we've got time for another round. Maybe we do.
Oh, no, I mean, well, thank you all for the subs, by the way.
Yeah, that's very cool. We've got 10 gift subs from Double. We'll do one more round, folks, and then Sam, you can just hide it on here, and then
yes,
I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. Go for it. Cool. But yeah, I really appreciate everyone coming in today, and it's been very cool to get to. Hang on, I've got to show this real quick. This is the bracket. We'll have Nongshin versus DK in the upper bracket. Weber BFX tomorrow, lower bracket.
Ooh, how exciting.
Cool. Leave it at that.
I will minimize the screen when we're gone, so be fast, guys. Score.
You have to not
I see. I'm with you.
在早些时候被微博乱拳打下一局，后续2把超级完美的运营拿下微博。
说实话，第一把是一个大翻盘局啊，但后面
How are we doing, guys? Stitch was a good one. Chit. Oh, I see chits. This will be post. It'll be a T one. Thick. Hits. Has anyone got hits yet? HITIS. Tick's a good one. HITS. Someone. There you go. Thank you.
对，现在这许哥啊，而且刚刚在采访的时候也简单聊了一下，说这个版本许哥是一位很特殊的中单选手。
There we go, nicely done, folks. Nicely done. I appreciate you all. Well done, well done, well done.
发条玩的并不多，但是他有他的左一
Boom.
弗兰，包括说刚刚登场的
Assist. Nice, Cinnamon. That would have been a nice one.
准备好了，让我们把画面交给现场。
Here come the players. Calix coming on out, of course. They're back on stage again today. Managed to get themselves the win earlier. Morning, Spencer. That's Matt. Sorry.
印象给我深的比较是盲僧和赵信两个英雄啊，那上半场也拿巨魔可加个 MVP。Calix
Sinister Wow，
他的大和法师玩的还不错哦。巨物在昨天的比赛里面砍下了5杀，使用的是
Hello，says Matt here.
而雷汉子
今年的宝石力的奇功，
没错。
Wyver versus Nongshim. It's not a match I was supposed to see this year. Yeah, the whole thing. But here we go. Just saw D plus Kit in a very exciting 2-0. I won't say it was clean. I will say it was entertaining, and I will say it had some damn flair to it. Had LeBlancs and Malzahars. Not exactly what everyone else in the world is playing, eh?
他们的对手 DK 战队喜物，今天两马上单对线打真没毛病。
是打野 Lucy 的，跟许哥目前化学反应非常不错啊。
对，许哥的话刚刚不必多说，对吧？
无需多言，
无需多言。A 命，在前几天小组赛里面感觉状态是有所起伏的，
是。
然后包括说 Barrel 选手啊，
现在 Barrel 对到了 Hans， 都属于是英雄池比较有趣的辅助。
所以期待在这一场对决里面，辅助较量上会不会拿出一些可能比较冷门的英雄，对吧？我相信大家看牛头、看瑞尔、看泰坦都看得非常多了。
So 2020 for the players, Brent.
许哥来讲，刚刚打完2把手是热的。
Why can't I click?
来了，郭勇者来了，对，
郭勇者，
这个是我们这个舞台保留的环节。
看看今天对于这场
Overcomes our Lord and Savior, the great God Ghoul.
欢呼到，明天谁能休息？
Let's see who he blesses today. That's a little bit leaning towards D plus Kia from the box. Hang on.
他很着急，
他走错门了，嘿。
怎么突然不动了
Staying, isn't it? Why are the players playing on stage at the end of the stage of the event? So the stage is owned by LPL, so they're still broadcasting from there, but flying players out from Korea or from wherever they are in China would have been too expensive. Remember, China's huge as well. So it's still cheaper to play on land and then just broadcast from the studio. But they still want to get some production value out there. So this is the way they've managed to do it. It's kind of like this halfway house, which I think has worked relatively well. Obviously, the dream would be land. But hey, it's been fun this way too. The first best of 3s for semis because it's just finals for best of 5. Yeah, it also means they can get through a lot more games. Again, it is a relatively condensed tournament. Let's put it that way. Harold. Compliment for Harold. What are we going to say as a compliment for Harold? Heroldius Maximus, king of my heart. If you were to lead the charge into the cannons of the Light Brigade, I would follow you into the guns, Harold. I would follow you into the guns. I would follow you into the guns. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Right. Maybe don't make us do that, though. That would be quite a lot of work. Social slide. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, you know, she's kind of alright right now because there's no fearless balance. Does the Grasshopper prediction mean Nongshim gets a lead and throws DK? I mean, who knows? You must interpret it. Interpret the wisdom of the Hopper. I think this becomes a regular thing. Nice to get for teams to get international experience. Completely agree. Rice gets locked in. So I'll kind of hide the player names. Yeah, we can drop that. Really, we should probably just put the social slide up on top of the screen. Maybe that, you know what? Maybe I'll do that and then just annoy Alex by moving his things around. Oh, I see how it is. Oh, I can't do it because it's actually full screen size. Fine, in that case I won't do that. Yeah, that would be horrible. I'm not doing that. This then? No idea. Okay.
选择把皇子放给对面，然后自己拿了兰博加猴。
Anyway, first pick of the Rise. Rumble goes onto the other side alongside that Wukong. So big team fighting combo for D plus Kia already. He did deal with the Rise earlier today with the Malzahar. Of course, that's still up and available, so there's a world where D plus Kia just lock the Malzahar again. Shin Tao for Gideon, who had a fantastic performance in it earlier in the day. Being good for the most part aside, minus the LCP instead. Yeah, that was a bit sad. It was a bit sad. Over comes the Galio, and there's the Malzahar we were talking about. Is that going to be the Galio top? Probably is into the Rumble. Potentially a way to save whoever gets Malzahar ulted as a result. So the Malzahar tends to be in range of the Galio ult, so the idea will be Galio ults whoever is the target of the Malzahar ult and tries to keep them alive. Did end up being a very scrappy game once things got rolling, but it was a quiet first few minutes, it must be said, the last time we had the Malzahar. But we did end up with well over a kill a minute by the time the game was done. So, fear not, oh viewers of Twitch chat, and YouTube, and Anivia. Was it a tasty pastry? I'm glad. Do you see what I mean about it tasting like the meatball sauce? We've gotten the Galio into Rumble, Rise that has been kind of picked by the Malzahar, as usual for D plus K, because they banned away the Cassiopeia and the LeBlanc.
Okay. I have to say, I haven't minded the Malzahar into the Rise as a pick. I haven't minded that. I have to say, Malzahar's not bad against either of these champions, actually. I mean, the Galio can be a bit weird because sometimes when Malzahar wants to go up and press E on him, he just gets eased. Yeah. He can get punched. And also,
you can ult the ulted target.
Is Anivia your own channel? No, we are restreaming onto Anivia with Anivia's position, and we split the proceeds, so it's good for both of us. But yeah, Galio can also pop the spell shield of Malzahar and sidelines pretty well too, so that can be a problem. That being said, I don't see a consistent way to get Galio into the backline right now. I also think there could be some issues where if Malzahar ults someone and Wukong E's forwards, then W's back for the Cyclone, I actually don't think there's a great way to get in range to cancel the ult from Malzahar either. Corki locked in for aiming. Very strong laning phase champion. I guess Yunara might be the pick for Nongshim now because it does well against the Corki in lane. I think a lot of teams have been opting and say, okay, you get the Corki, we get the Yunara. Yunara gives us some lane control to play around. Often that has been the case. It's Kai'Sa instead. So they're opting into Kai'Sa. Jiwoo loves playing that champion, but Corki does typically do quite well into Kai'Sa on the whole. I guess what they want to do is just say, look, got to find a way into the backline. Kai'Sa has the shield. Leona's going to be trying to open up some different angles as well. Leona pretty good into Malzahar as well. As soon as you get level 6 and beyond, you can just walk mid lane. If his spell shield is down, you blow his flash pretty easily, and then Malzahar finds a lot harder time playmaking around the map with his ult. Last pick for support for Beryl
will be the Nautilus.
Okay, so that gives you, again, just a little bit of ability to buy some space time and also start these CC combos. I quite like Down 1's comp. I think D+ have done a pretty good job of finding ways to start fights. I think some of their comps earlier in the day, I felt they needed to outplay. I see how it's an easier job to do that with this comp, with the way that they're grouping up in 5v5s. Because one thing you can do is, again, you play around that Malzahar ultimate, and then you have like a Nautilus ult stopping someone from cancelling the Malzahar. You got the Cyclone stopping someone else, the Equalizer potentially putting damage down onto the rooted target and then zoning off the backline as well. I think it's quite okay actually with D+ ulting that. I suppose the Galio ult is the big game changer.
Yeah, because you Galio ult the Malzahar ult target, exactly. Malzahar and Malzahar cries a bit.
Yeah.
So I've got one concern now.
Yes.
And this is a stylistic thing.
Yes.
D+ Kia, as we know, drag teams down into the mud and just beat them with experience.
Yes.
You've got triple global as Nongshim between Galio and Rise and Kai'Sa.
True.
And actually, if you are going to skirmish at every given opportunity, go for a kill-a-minute game, the team with the globals will be collapsing faster, or at least more often than a lot of other team comps, and that might end up hurting G+K.
It's the Covenant in Halo. They've always been faster.
That's true. I mean, Kai'Sa could be a Covenant person with a different
Oh,
face.
very much
Could you
so.
just give Kai'Sa an elite helmet?
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah. With the full suit on, I mean, it would look fairly. It's very sci-fi, anyway,
Yeah.
right? But like the whole.
Could you give her double plasma rifles?
You know what I need, Sam? I need a Flood Kai'Sa skin.
Ooh,
that would be so sick.
Yes. Gravemind Malzahar?
Oh man, Gravemind Mal. I mean, Gravemind Alawi, Sam.
Yeah.
The tentacles.
Who's chief? Graves? Could you make Graves into a?
Maybe. Yeah, could be. No, it's Lucian with the double SMGs, the double guns. Yeah.
Then who's Cortana? Is that you have to make Senna Cortana?
This is going beyond what I
Or
considered.
does Yumi have to get a Cortana skin?
No, please not.
Could you imagine? That'd be very
Marine
funny.
Jace, yeah, Jace would be pretty cool. Anyway, cool. Right, into the game.
Sion turns into a
So,
warthog.
okay, folks, we do have the Taeyun swap. This was debuted by Team WE a month or two ago. They developed it in scrims. KT rolls to coach's score. I was talking about how Team WE and Taeyun had popularized changing your AD carry and top laner at level 1 to make sure that the AD carry can bully out a top lane matchup. I'm a little surprised, given that you have the Galio into the Rumble. That's meant to be a good matchup. I guess it's getting the Kai'Sa away from the Corki. I don't know. Not sure about that.
Well, I suppose early on, if you can get the Rumble lower, then you get to the point where actually you should still get the value out of the Rumble being shoved in, and then the Galio gets to deal with the fact that Galio in lane has kind of lost a bit of value, I think, of late.
Sam Tartarus Jace because of the hammer. That makes so much sense. I mean, it could also be Sion. Just give like Sion a giant gravity hammer. That'd work. I'm thinking way too much about this now. But yeah, Kingan's come down here. He's going to miss a fair amount of farm though, right? Because he has to farm with Winds of War, which is a pretty high cooldown at
Herald
first
into a
level.
Wraith.
I like that a lot, actually.
And you can just boost towards the turret with a...
Well, I'm just saying Zerathol is effectively the same kind of plasma animation anyway. Okay, Lens is now recalling. Does he... I'm surprised he's recalling at level 1. He is, but he's not going to be there on the right timer yet, right? Isn't he going too early?
He is, but that's only from the sense of turret shots hurting you, right?
No, it also reduces the amount of gold you get from
Does it reduce gold?
minions, and also means that the enemy top laner can get a bunch... I think he's going too early, isn't he?
We'll find out. See what the time is.
It's 2 minutes 30.
Yeah,
this is too soon.
He's gonna get there at about 3:15.
No, he's gonna get there. He's already within range of the top turret. He's already activated the anti-lane.
Oh, you're so right. So I thought it was enemy turret, not
So
your
now,
turret.
no, it's within any of the top lane turrets. So yeah,
Okay.
you just see that there. There's the ping there.
ping,
You
yeah.
actually see the ping there. Lahens has activated the lane swap detection early. Now it's only for the extra 15 seconds or something like that. But he really wanted to get up there early.
Was he just
a little
I
surprised.
wonder whether he was worried about a lucid gank, and we're just gonna go shield just in case.
Maybe, but then why don't you just send Gideon then?
He's gone on warded Tribrush,
Yeah, okay.
walk through the jungle, and come back up to top lane now.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it will have worn off now. I think that the lane swap detection is increased for Worlds patch, but they're not playing on
for
here.
Worlds, yeah.
So what is? Huh. Okay, strange. Get some good CC on the tower there. If he'd got the taunt as well, if he was level 3, that would have been a dead barrel, but I suppose that's why he's doing it on level 2 Galio, right?
Beryl doesn't have pots, but is okay here at the level 3 king, and World's Final 2022 MVP.
I mean, of course. How could we forget the World's
Yeah.
2022 Finals MVP?
Could be
Incredible.
The only thing I'll note here is they haven't really punished the Rumble that hard. It's down 10 CS, but the Galio's at 4.
They're going to dive Kingan, Sam.
He's got 4 CS.
He has 4 CS. If he gets level 3 before the dive, he can taunt. That maybe changes things. Okay, this maybe changes things. We'll see.
Gets the punch. That's going to be a big taunt, and aiming has to take the turret shot. Beryl's taking another. He's dead.
Oh dear, that's going to be a heated up turret going to lose. It won't kill him. 1-for-1 with Kingan still having TP is decent. Shu was forced off the farm here, with Kingan having teleport on the way back towards bot lane. I suppose it's a better trade for Kingan, I suppose.
Aiming's still here and hasn't reset properly, by the way.
He has to now, because he's solo HP, he needs to be that is a hell of a funny silhouette. Oh my god, Shiwu!
That's not a great flash. What were you thinking, my son?
Tower shot will go on to Shiwu. Aggro juggled well, and Shiwu, I don't know, it's the ambulance. Shiwu. And as it goes past on the way to stop it, Shiwu. Good old Doppler effect.
You could also just do the silver scrapes to it. Shiwu.
In case you're wondering what happens when you cast 12 hours a day for like a week, this is
where you end. This is the level of derangement that slowly comes out.
Yeah.
The professional veneer has long since tarnished.
I just don't get what's happened in this early. Sam, this is our winners bracket.
What was the thought process in a lot of this?
In our winners bracket, we have like lane swap detection done early. We have teleports under tower to die for no real gain. I don't know, man. Like, I mean, that being said, folks, I'm still looking forward to seeing these skirmishes later on. Early games are a fine science, and sometimes you do get them a little bit of miss. I'm not gonna like. It's ASI. I've been enjoying the gameplay. I'm not gonna rag on them too much. I think actually DK and Dongshim have had some really good games in this tournament comparative to their opponents, and hopefully they get to show a little bit more of that fighting flair later.
Good damage comes on down.
Oh, Cadril isn't still alive today, so he missed another. He's missed two. Wait, has he missed two Malzahar games?
He has.
On D plus Kia, his team.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
I don't know what does that do to Cadril's mental if he has to deal with like Malzahar for Showmaker.
Yeah. Whoever loses this drops down to the lower bracket. Winner, I think, goes to finals. I think winner of this goes to finals. Lord, the team that loses this goes to lower bracket, where they will await the winner of Weibo versus BNK Theorex. Gideon's topside, Sam.
Yes, he is. Kingham gets a bit of a charge there. Junk there onto Shu, doesn't really lead to all that much. The CS leaders largely even up there. I think there's a bit more of a wave for Shu to catch. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a bit weird. What I will say is it does get Kai'Sa to an even point in the farm versus the Corki. Didn't get bullied out early. You have got a kill on the Galio, so he's actually slightly ahead in the gold. So in the end, not the cleanest.
Realm Lob's coming up. Showmaker's coming up to protect. The Global's been used. Showmaker is here to defend. How quickly can you get
Who's taking turret aggro? You want to try and hold the person with aggro under the turret. That will be a 1-for-1.
Will be a 1-for-1. Showmaker uses the flash. Important
Down the
resource.
river.
Use that. Yeah, Lucius coming up has Flash, has Cyclone.
Someone will be eating a Cyclone!
Cyclone!
Won't necessarily, actually. They decide not to pull that particular trigger.
Oh, wow, they completely baited us with that narrative device.
I know.
So, I'm not going to lie. Like, the amount of people out there who will understand the Deep Cut reference from niche anime Hayore Nyaruko-san, which is an anime about the Cthulhu gods being anime girls.
Yeah,
it's quite a low chance.
It's not
especially
anymore,
one pun from one episode of that. It's like, this is the problem when you get to House with your brother, which you've done. You know, you've known for the better part of 30 years.
References.
There's yeah. Due back out on
better part. It's the worst part.
Shut up, Sam. Shut up.
Tell you what, on a regular basis, guys. I tell you.
I'm starting to really appreciate Showmaker's Cadril, not Showmaker's Cadril. Showmaker's Malzahar. God damn it.
Wow.
Please, no, please don't show him that. That's gonna be really embarrassing. That's gonna be really embarrassing. I appreciate Showmaker's Malzahar.
In 4K.
If you ever need a proof that Cadril has like irrevocably changed the culture of League of Legends, I actually think of Malzahar as Cadril.
Say it with me, chat. XDD.
King out on top side, he's playing the Galio. In fairness, the Galio does have decent sideline matchups into both of these matchups. It's fine. You know, he can farm out well as the into double AP solo laners. Grub started by Nongshim will take the first. I don't think there's going to be a contest.
Someone photoshopped Mal's with little Cadril summoned. Excellent. No, it needs to summon rats. That's what it needs to do.
Exactly. Oh, wonderful. Ratzahar.
Oh, that would be funny. I tell you what, if ever one day Lost Returns win Worlds,
you need a
then you know like how Coma got the.
Ooh, Xenoblade flashed away from under turret. Lahan's dragged on a bit of an extended journey. Had a connecting flight to catch into the middle of mid lane.
Oh, hang on. There's a Gideon here. Showmaker just lost his shield. Calyx about to get dove. I think we're going to get repeated dives on both sides. Cyclone #1. Turret shots get fried, and Calyx actually survives this. Turret's going to have to press on top side, but Showmaker's not dove.
Okay, and they don't have enough of a wave. Not there. So, in fact, not enough of a wave is in fact no wave at all. To go redive. So that's a good escape there. Good survived by Calyx.
Surfing.
What?
No wave.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, if that guy Gru actually did steal the moon, you wouldn't be able to go surfing.
It's true. I feel like it would do quite a lot of awful things to Earth's
It
gravity.
would do quite a lot actually. Solarflare into mid lane. Beryl has used the heal, has no flash.
There's a Spellbook Nautilus that has no tankiness at all, really, and so dies.
It was really aggressive.
It was. He died. It needs to be aggressive.
Gideon, I mean, he has flash, he has knockups.
Yeah, both of these guys do, so I think you can't really freely nether grasp here. Gets a good amount of damage down before that happens. There's a... like this!
Pause! They cancelled the stream!
Oh, they cancelled it!
They cancelled the stream.
Oh.
Kingen will make it out alive as the feed got slipped. Folks, this is on their end.
This is on us. This is on us.
Guy,
feed.
Production, feed.
Hello.
Feed. It's
Hello.
died. Are we back?
They
What's
killed
happening?
it.
Oh my god, I actually can't believe it.
We've actually gone back in time, guys. Okay, right, there you go. You're going to see it all over again.
What the hell just happened?
Clip
well,
it.
oh my god. Right, that's one of the more unique Malzahar plays I've seen in my time. They actually cancelled the feed. Guys, oh my god, are they actually... Feed. There we go. I think we're safe now. I think we're safe. It'll probably pop forwards in time one more time and then we're safe.
One more time.
Well, I don't know what that is.
It's one more day from...
You know what I might do? That's the wrong thing. I'm gonna go see if changing the quality of it changes anything. I'm not actually sure. I'm not convinced it will. Although, I don't know. What does this do? No, that's made it... No,
that's made it... That's like... What is
that? It's in HDR, that's why. Let's not do HDR then.
So that was very high
but now this is... Hang on. That's now made it low quality. You know what? We'll just try it later. Showmaker will be fine. We'll interact again with the source. Okay, you know what? It is literally just the stream. Like, this do be how it is. Did he die? They actually killed Show. What do you mean we missed a Showmaker death because of this? What do you mean? They're not allowing us to see the death of Malzahar? Okay, fine. I think it's gonna be okay now. We'll really hope. I say that it's a lot of hopium. Apologies for that. Not that it's anything we can control. Showmaker has died again.
Wow. Well, they'll get the
Nymaera cancelled. Yeah, don't say Nymaera just cancelled it. I didn't. I was changing the quality of the stream to see if it helped.
Look,
I wasn't
we've just been inspired by our favorite player of all time, Cadril. You know, we saw his incredible plays, and when, much like Mini True Packs,
Attila.
At the time he was Mini True Packs. He renamed. Mini True Packs was a much cooler name, literary-wise.
Dragon taken by DK.
就 Barrier 跟在中线上能够做的事情是很有限的，而且他时不时会把自己闪给玩出来。
他现在边线其实也只能找瑞兹，因为这加辽是绝对打不死的。
没错。你看，这 Barrier 就是喜欢在中线上尝试勾两下子，有的时候他把自己勾进塔里面。
许哥要出击。
Due left to... Hang on a second. Is there a blast cone play here? Showmaker! What is he doing? What is he doing?
Definitely should have cancelled that one.
Dare I say it? That might be the worst Malzahar play I've ever seen.
Gideon goes down. As they at least get something back, so that's not bad actually. On death charge with the Jiwoo.
I can't believe I just saw that. This is the Malzahar that keeps on giving to the enemy team. What has he just done? That may actually be the worst Malzahar play I've ever seen. He just blast coned into the enemy turret and 3 members and instantly died.
Kingen does get a fair amount of speed. She was about to... No, he ran out of damage. Oh my god, she will get away with it. She will ulting in, gets blasted by the staggering blows and aiming flashes out. Now Lehens is in danger, doesn't have a flash. Let's get one down. There's Lucid here as well. Nimbus strike, crushing blow and a rocket.
Just put the fries in the bag, man. Everyone making aggressive plays and somehow, I don't know, making a good response at least on the other side of it. These aggressive plays are just not it. We're completely losing plot of the game. Reminder, folks, this is the winner's bracket. DK just played a really good series before this. Nongshim also played pretty damn well in their first series too. Neither of them really finding the playmaking mark which they wanted to. What the hell just happened here? So this is Zenith Blade away from it. The hook misses, and I suppose they think, look, everything's on cooldown. We'll be fine. But Jiu is still pretty low HP. This is why Corki is good against Kai'Sa, because as soon as Kai'Sa jumps in, you burst the hell out of her. Beryl helps a lot, does get a body block in, but the Corki versus the Kai'Sa is a dangerous matchup precisely because of it.
Unless you pick if you pick the wrong timer, then you just don't get the false bomb and stuff down. Gets a fair amount of value. Oh, where are we at? A bit of Nongshim shoved through mid lane, but unfortunately that 3-on-1 Kai'Sa just give a lot of gold over to aiming.
Yeah, who is 3-0 himself. They're even in gold now, so I suppose both of them at a point of power. We're still within 1,000 gold. Yeah. Obviously, everyone had a bit of a happy moment there for a second. I don't really know where that leaves us, because we still have, you know, first item going on to most places on the map.
Okay, I think the thing I'm worried about here is that D plus Kier have gotten a lot of...
Oh, no. You are not allowed to say Showmaker set up that play in mid lane. You're not allowed to say
he was absolutely...
No.
He's up 300 gold. He's winning this game, Alex. He's up 300 gold versus the Rise. Rise CS hacks aren't winning. He's down CS.
Showmaker did not bait them into doing it.
He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again. What's he going to do it again? There's another grass. They're going to kill him. See, all set up. It's all been calculated.
God, CC under turret. Gideon coming up towards top side. There's a teleport coming in from the Kai'Sa as... Well, not the Kai'Sa, but Ju is around with his ult available now. They might just run it down.
Good damage. Actually, look at aiming. He's going to blast people in. Wonderful double knock-up afterwards with the Cyclone. Gideon now getting run out. He's got the Call of the Void to work with as the silence comes on down. It means that Jiwoo falls afterwards as the Malefic Visions continue to trigger.
That was a much better aggressive play from D plus Kier. They bring everyone to the right side of the map, and aiming is doing a ton of work. The Corki is doing a great power spike now. And the best thing about this, she was just alone on bot side, just hitting turret. He didn't even need to be there.
Who set this play up, Al?
Look, Sam, I'm not saying Showmaker didn't set this play up. He didn't set up the play in the mid lane when Nongshim lost their minds and they lost 2 kills. Stop laughing, you know I'm right. Sam, stop gas-lamping me. Stop gas-lamping me.
Alex.
Shut up. Just be quiet. Silence, you. Aiming gets a Valkyrie forward at the end here too, and Nongshim get blasted.
That's really good play. I need to chill out and watch for the next incredible setup from Showmaker.
Dragons in a minute. It will be third dragon for DK, a big moment for them. Hook, they don't have the Nether Grasp just yet.
But they have the Call of the Void, and that's going to silence Lehens with the Malefic Vision still ticking along, so a fair amount of damage to Lehens, but not too much more.
Comments in chat. Wow, LCK looks so bad. I think LPL will run Worlds this year. I love when anyone just makes a questionable play in this tournament. Everyone's like, oh, the other region is going to do so well. I will say, folks, don't buy into that argument. The LPL has looked pretty sus at this tournament. Don't buy into it if you're an LPL fan. You're not winning that fight.
No. Look, I believe in the Weibo Gaming lower bracket run. I do.
Showmaker is really bringing the best kind of entertainment. Love him or hate him, you are watching.
Like, he is up 1,200 gold. He is the person the furthest ahead of his opponent in the game, Alex.
Yeah, I think the regions which are looking best out of this tournament are actually LEC and LTA. Dragon started by Nongshim. DK using the Herald in mid lane, not using the Battle Herald. That's a play to bot side.
Jiwoo will get the Killer Instinct on top of the Rumble, who tries to ult in time, gets a little bit of value from it, but not a huge amount. Dragon's going down all the while. Flash for the Zenith Blade, flash out from Showmaker. Keeps himself safe. In comes the Hero's Entrance, but that means that King is now in a difficult spot. Loose in the backline with a Cyclone. Takes the Dragon as well. Second set of Cyclones. The inclement weather continues. It's a Category 5 angle as Gideon goes in with the Audacious Star, throws out his own Crescent Guard. The Eye of the Storm, perhaps, as Showmaker's about to get Realm Warped on. Will silence everyone immediately. They get Gideon, but he gets traded back on top of it. All the while the damage on the King, who tries to get the Justice Blast and hits the wall!
Nongshim, they've just... Noodles are everywhere, spaghetti's falling out of the pockets, noodles falling out of the bowl, as they shouldn't have gone for that dive. Losing 2 kills on the back end of it makes what was, I guess, a pretty serviceable situation. Get a couple of kills into Mondas, much worse. Calyx has flash, he's going to root out. Can he escape? I'm not sure. He'll just about get away. Lucid can't close the gap quite quickly enough. Nongshim, that was a dive too far in the mid lane.
Calyx being down here is potentially a little bit dangerous. There's a couple minutes until Atacon, so theoretically it will be down for that as well, which would be a big deal. We'll keep our eyes on it. Back to the replay we go, as immediately Jiwoo, I think, face checks the taunt.
In fairness, that's a pretty edge case scenario. You don't expect a taunt being charged up full width and from the bush there. That's pretty difficult. Bad timing from him. Jiwoo does use the ult, though, which means he can't rejoin the dive on the backside. Malzahar Hustle has his passive up, can't lock him down, sadly, and Showmaker ends up getting some Malefic Visions about the place, too. Lucid, importantly, does get himself in for a Cyclone and the steal, and he also somehow gets out. I mean, Beryl, yes, he does die, but, you know, at the end of the day, Showmaker's alive, Lucid's alive, the damage is still alive because aiming's here, too. Silence on the entry point, which means he's not immediately CC or burst out, and Lucid goes, not Lucid, sorry, Gideon goes a little too far, Kingen does afterwards, and the two of them fall in what was actually a pretty good fight before that.
Yeah, 3 for 2 for Nongshim, but they lost the Dragon and Cell Point for them. Is a good deal for D plus Kier. And again, we are in a game where low HP bars are likely going to be something we hit on a regular basis.
What on earth am I watching? You're watching the Grasshopper Invitational. God Bro has granted you the golden chance to see the most entertaining League of Legends anywhere in the world this week, because it's just the only League of Legends happening in the world. Again, there's promotion tournaments. It's still the most entertaining League of Legends in the world right now. And we do pray to our many-legged grasshopper overlord, which is predicting our games here, and forcing these teams into gladiatorial blood sports for the digital age. It's a good line.
It is a great line.
Thanks, I thought of it myself. The joke being there that Sam definitely thought about it and has actually said it on cast multiple times, and it's a real banger line.
Yeah, I'll probably do it again at some point. If I ever get an official broadcast, it'll be on an official broadcast one day.
Yeah. You heard it here first, but actually, no, you didn't. You've never said it. Lehens doesn't have flash. He's probably dead here.
Lehens will die a death and does.
Yeah. Lehens never die, except this one. Beryl doesn't land the hook. Well, he does, just onto the wall.
Except this one over by blue buff.
Yeah, it doesn't really follow in the right kind of song, you know.
Yeah.
So Atakan is now spawned. It's on the top side of the map.
It's a really good t-shirt idea. You say Legends never die and have an asterisk, except in like these cases enough. Like the player you really dislike and you've solo killed the most, and all the various times you killed them.
Calyx is on bot lane turret, taking that. I mean, do you just let Atakan go for free? He could teleport up. Doesn't look that... look, okay, they're completely giving this over. Now, I want to see how many petals they get from it. They have 19 already. They should get another couple of out. King in his face checking.
Get nether grasped, nerd.
That is really not where you want to be. He will not be able to ult himself out to success, off to safety. We'll get out really easily.
Yeah, he just kind of didn't expect them to be there, I don't think. And Showmaker goes, aha! No one expects the void-based Inquisition.
That was almost Skeletor.
Yeah!
Foiled my plans, He-Man. I actually don't know what Skeletor says.
In the mid lane, step outside.
That's fair. Probably the most I've ever seen of He-Man, besides what was randomly on TV as a kid, has
I
been.
remember seeing vague bits.
I do, yeah, I do.
I don't remember any story or any context. No, the most I really remember, the most I know of it is the Hey Yeah Yeah parody, more than anything else, and various Skeletor memes.
That is 100% what I've seen more. That is a very bad barrel.
He will get some redemption off, but not quite time to keep himself alive. That Equalize is not bad at all. Gideon's going to be forced to Crescent Guard, loosen the backline, can look for a second set of Cyclones, and does. Oh, he just ulted into the Cyclones, and G was kind of interrupted. Good damage onto the Leona. In comes the Hero's Entrance. It's not enough. Aiming still free-firing, and the damage comes on through the Call of the Void. Silences Calyx. Aiming again on the Corki, just keeps shredding people. And D plus Kia punish the death of their support with a full ace.
Oh, there's a Call of the Void, and no one's answering because everyone's dead on the other side of the phone. Nongshim do take down Beryl, but at what cost? It's just the Nautilus. It's just Beryl. Aiming is 9-0 and 8. DK firmly in control of this game. They'll be able to take themselves an inner turret and then the Chemtech Soul after.
Look, Beryl doesn't care. He spent all his primos. Lauma's been had. He doesn't need to be here anymore. He's done his work. His job is done. The waifu has been caught.
In fairness, if there was ever a player I wanted to be part of the Grasshopper Invitational, which is this, we've got it is Beryl. Beryl is just that kind of player. I'm like,
When is he playing Rammus?
Yeah, when is he playing Kha'Zix support, man? Yeah, I feel like teams should be playing Kha'Zix to gain the favor of our many-legged lord. Great flight, great jump forward from Aiming. Aiming kind of knowing that one side of the fight was already done. You can jump forwards, get the crazy auto on the next one with the Triforce and the potential crit. He's very, very strong, about to hit 4 items there. Dragon is alive, D plus K haven't taken the soul just yet.
Righty then, where are we at? Well, D plus Kit have got themselves towards Soul Point. Soul is being taken right now, in fact, as we speak about it, right here, right now. I won't start singing that one.
Yeah, Fatboy Slim is a very good musical artist. Yeah. We did go see him at a gig once, and he blew out his speakers. He did. So it was like, my dude, the speakers aren't working. Anyway, that was fun. Most of it. You think about the anecdote? Hang on a second.
I was not sure I can just say the anecdote is the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. Calyx is caught. He does have flash. I don't think he's going to get a chance to use it. Nether grasp. Grasp it firmly.
Grasp what firmly?
Calyx. Well, he's gone.
Yeah.
Grasp it firmly. He does use that flash.
And shake it up and down until it dies.
I do need to see like a Malzahar meme. I need to see the Patrick Star meme of like just getting to hold the damn thing firmly. Flash forwards from Beryl.
Oh, the staggering blows come on forwards, and Lehens is now in a lot of danger. Gets Gatling gunned and taken out as Aiming continues his rampage. 9-0 10-0. Showmaker with a burn. There's enough honey fruit there to keep him alive. Equalizer was speculative. speculative.
Jiwoo just about surviving. There was that speculative ultimate. If they had landed the burn, probably would have killed Jiwoo, just about making it out. Won't be able to save their turret, though. Both mid lane and bot lane broken at the inhibitor turret. Actually, no, not quite. Mid lane one still standing. Another hook
Allies slow to the call of the void. They can't run away. It's the Antarctic out here, and no one's got any hand warmers. The keys just won't get pressed, and they're all going to die a horrible death.
Is that, you know, I don't know, suggested articles of clothing?
It is when you're trying to play a PC game in which mechanical movements
Why are we
done
playing
by
League of Legends in the Antarctic, sir?
to have super cool computers.
Yeah, so it turns out ASI is the Antarctic Invitational.
Yes,
I don't know why we've got an S in there. Yeah, welcome to the Antarctic Invitational.
Antarctic Invitational. Because you're so
quiet. Das ist verboten.
What's
going on? CK will recall. Come back out onto the map. I'm not engaging with this anymore. I'm not. I'm done. They've got a penguin in the box next year. we couldn't get a oh god, couldn't get a grasshopper this time. Make up for this flightless bird.
Ping, ping.
Blahens doesn't have flash. He's gonna get caught out in the river again. There's another grass waiting for him if they really need it. I don't think they will. Blahens will die for a 6th time this game.
Yeah, this is how you know it's a penguin. It's the man in the penguin suit.
Oh, shut up. Baron's going down. DK. They couldn't end the game just last time, but I think this will be without a doubt the next time. Hang on, Realm Warp onto Showmaker. We'll get the silence and there's the grasp.
That's pretty brutal, and unfortunately, Calyx will fall, and a desperate attempt to come and engage will not happen. As a VIP treatment for the rest of Nongshim, caught on the red carpet, and down goes Gideon. The jungler is given a very warm welcome indeed.
Easy as you like, bait him in. Siwoo lands the Electro Harpoon. Jiwoo, you can ult as much as you want, and actually it might just be enough. Forcing the flash out. Can you escape that rampant Malzahar? Get him, B-man. I don't think he's fast enough. The ghost on Jiwoo. We'll get a to make him escape.
The Call of the Void comes out, throws in silences some more people. He's here to sell you honey. Got like antioxidants in it.
Are beehives actually multi-level marketing schemes? These are questions. These are questions.
I know you'd have an egg call. I can't with this absolute madness occurring in the background.
Questions
I can't do this deep philosophical question.
The inhibitors are falling as just so many minions of bees and voidlings march forwards.
Well, towards the Nexus turrets we go, and we have to dwell on deeper thoughts as D plus Kier are looking to end the game and begin philosophizing about the finals. I fumbled that word because I've not said it out loud before, and that's just the way of these things sometimes. As Nongshim, I think, also a little bit shell-shocked at this point, as they've got to try and manage the one remaining turret. They've got to hook onto the minion, but then goes Lahens. Here comes the hero's entrance. A last gasp that isn't badly timed. Showmaker, unfortunately for them, though, survives, and the visions are malefic indeed. I don't know what they saw, but it was clearly not pretty. AI-generated images. No, take it off my screen. It's truly malefic, and therefore D plus Kier win the game.
I've never heard malefic visions described like that before, and now I'm never going to be able to think about them the same way again. DK take the lead in the series 1-0. Nongshim will have to fight back or drop down to the losers bracket, where they will await the winner of BFX or Weibo tomorrow.
So, yeah, about the beehive. Is it a multi-level? They're all there to serve the queen at the beginning, at the middle of it all. It is a pyramid scheme. It's a beehive scheme, really.
I do worry that the worker bees are a bit exploited for their sweet, their sweet goodness work.
Aiming did unreal things.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Is that a 30,000 damage diff? Not quite, 20,000 damage diff.
I mean, he's done 1,500 damage a minute this game.
Oh my god.
Is absurd.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I know there was a lot of fighting.
Also, by the way, I absolutely cannot believe that Showmaker lived through that last fight. That is...
Well, it's because we know he's been making plays all game from that mid lane.
Did you just really call it a Ponzi scheme? That'd be fabulous. Oh. Sarah's fantastic. At least you're having fun. I'm having so much fun with ASI.
Oh,
honestly, I'm loving this. It's a bunch of teams which thought their year was ended. Are they, at the peak of their ability? No, of course not. But that's not why we're here. We're here for the entertainment of it. And guys, I am well and truly entertained.
And I think the teams in general are having a blast too, which is
yeah. No, I mean, when we saw NIP earlier and tournament, all smiles on camera, we've seen that a lot from these teams too. And yeah, I hope that these teams are taking the opportunity to enjoy a couple of last games in. Oh, we
missed that one. Yeah.
That was the one which the replay denied.
Yeah.
And then this happened. I mean, guys. Do you really want to live in a world where Showmaker gets MVP for a game where he did that Blascone play?
Yes, I do. Realistically, it's aiming. But, my Lord and Savior, the Malzahar gods.
果说你把 CK 的比赛比作下棋的话，DK 这把就是那种很明确的玩法，就是我要攻哪个半区，一目了然。
对，我可以在另外一个半区接受被换掉很多东西，但是我进攻这个半区，我一定是拿人头加拿塔加拿资源。
是，它有点像棋谱上的一招，就是具体的名字我也不，它很像是那种成体系的招数，就一招，就是蚂蚱泰坦去哪边人要死。
OK。
他其实这种舍弃了太多，他舍弃了后期的兜底选择，也舍弃了前期就是前3级的节奏，但他换来的中期无与伦比的爆发力，
感觉就是他中期是个大力士。你说一招，那我得说一个力拔山兮，来一招，好吧 ？Barrio 这位置牺牲自己，但是人全被留下来了。
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. I enjoyed the silliness.
这有点像那个咒符。
I enjoyed the silliness of that a lot. But I'm just saying, you know, rights for worker bees. I say that. Beehives are probably quite good places to live. And the good thing, one of the best things about beekeeping is that you can never really keep a beehive somewhere.
You have a serious point, Pat.
I do. I actually do. Because, you know, I think there are a lot of complaints from, say, you know, like the vegetarian and vegan community about farming practices. And I mean, understandably so. I think animal welfare is something which is actually quite important to a lot of people, I suppose. But you can actually never really keep a lot of bees in place. If they don't want to live somewhere, they'll just go somewhere else. Really. So a lot of the time, they just choose the best place to live. So if you're a beekeeper, what you've just done is just given them the best place to stay, most of the time.
Good news, Alex.
Good news, we can finally be bees.
What?
Well, I feel like I'm losing my last brain cells then.
So you know why that's a lie. It makes the implication you had brain cells, and as your older brother, I hate to tell you this, but when you were a kid, it was medically proven that it wasn't true.
本局的 MVP 选票是5票全部都给到了 A 命选手。
飞机画面感太强了，不然第5个票绝对中单。
对，
绝对是中单。
但这把 A 命确实表现太好了呀。
Definitely should have cancelled that one.
但我觉得就是队伍给他打牌，控制选购你这样灌伤害，但 A 命一下不少 A。
对
I do think that was the. I actually just can't believe it.
选择了蓝色方啊，期待双方的第2局。
Bees are thanking you with a. Wait, hang on, wait. Did Malzahar get MVP? Sorry, I was looking away from the screen. Did Malzahar get MVP?
Did he get MVP?
Hey, wait, who got MVP? Guys, who got MVP?
Hang on. Who got MVP?
Who got MVP? Who got MVP?
Can we wind back the streaks? They're gonna lie to us. They're going to gaslight us.
Aiming was MVP.
Okay,
oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Oh, thank God, because I was so afraid that Malzahar would get an MVP after that blast cone play. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm kind of glad. MVP. Yeah, he was the MVP. He was the most valuable bee, of course. He was, in fact, the only bee.
He was the worker
well.
bee.
He was
feeding Queen Showmaker.
He was the only bee as well. Okay, we'll put some adverts on and we'll play some words on stream. And aiming 5 out of 5 votes.
Words on stream.
Hey, let's keep going. It's not guaranteed which queen stays. Yeah, sometime, yeah, don't rival queens, like, don't they go after each other?
Yeah, in RuPaul's Drag Race.
Fun fact, bees kill intruders to the hive by piling... Oh, yes, I did know that, because, yeah...
Did you just ignore that?
Bees have fat... What? I did. What did
you say? You said goodbye to each other. I said, yeah, in RuPaul's Drag Race.
Queen bee, shut up. Shut up.
Which I thought was actually excellent.
Shut up, quiet.
And I thought, and actually, I was ignored, which is completely inappropriate.
I was going to say, yeah, bees have discovered that the boiling point of bees is less than the boiling point... is higher than the boiling points of hornets. So they can just boil them to death.
Oh.
That was a real fever dream, Sam.
Yeah, I don't think we helped ourselves there.
No, we did not.
We're going to be doing this for the cast later. You understand this, right?
Yeah. Good. Good, you need it. What did you find? My courage. Good, you need it. I just can't believe that was a play that happened. I just... That was something that we all witnessed, folks. We all witnessed that. Guys, what's up, Angie? Get hydrated, I shall.
Go on now, get hydrated.
I will.
Why aren't you hydrated?
You too, Sam.
Yeah, why aren't you hydrated now? Huh? Why are you so parched?
because I was screaming about bees and Malzahar. Horrific Malzahar plays.
Bees! I still haven't watched Wicker Man. I'm just saying, it is Halloween season. We should probably watch Wicker Man now.
That's true.
I've never watched Wicker Man. It's a classic. Actually, I've never watched The Exorcist.
I haven't watched that either, actually.
There's a couple of serious classic movies that need to be done.
That's true.
Anyone wants to watch some horror movies, come join the Discords.
Yeah, we do occasionally do that. I haven't done that in a while. Partly because we've just been spending so much time doing other stuff. Do you need anything? Need a break for anything, or are you good?
Could probably use some more water.
Okay.
So
guys, let's watch Exorcist and Jeepers Creepers. I don't know Jeepers Creepers either, actually. Watch The Wailing. I haven't seen that. Who? Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, God. Wait, I missed it. Oh, damn it. Okay, folks, what's everyone's favorite horror movie, if you do have one? My favorite horror movies are probably Wreck. I really love Wreck. Train to Busan is good. Train to Busan is very good, actually. You've still not seen that, Sam?
No, I haven't.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. I'm not about to say, I was like, I'm not.
Oh, hang on, and of course, Alien. The original Alien is just wonderful.
Incredible.
If you want to learn how to use like lack of information to make someone scared, Alien does it. 28 Days Later. 28 Days is fantastic. Tell you what, I love 28 Years Later this year. The symbolism in that film was so good. I still think the peak of this tournament was that Showmaker played Cadril. Shut up. Shut up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I called Malzahar Cadril. It was an honest mistake. Oh god, I've been working off a very low amounts of sleep for quite a long time, folks. Oh god. Trying to not cover their faces. There we go. It Follows. You know, funnily enough, I watched It Follows about a month ago with Angie. And Sam, did you watch it too?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, it was. It's like, put it this way, the
concept.
concept is very good. Some of the execution, like the dialogue and the acting, is a little bit wooden, but it's a very good concept. I like it, you know. My friends really disliked this 28 Years Later. So the thing about 28 Years Later is that you have to understand that it's there to break the zombie stereotypes. Because effectively it uses zombies as a way to talk about classism and alienization. And kind of, yeah.
And also the movie itself becomes less about, it's less a zombie movie, and more a movie about zombies in it. It's like, it pulls what they did with parts of The Last of Us, where people have basically gotten used to living with the damn things.
Yeah.
And actually, and it's more interesting what does society look like 20 years later, like, where the new generation has no idea what a mobile phone is.
Like, if you want a classic zombie movie, it's not really. But if you want a zombie movie which is not like other zombie movies, it's really interesting. I really liked it. Yeah. Also, the ending was just
great gag about the ultimate time. Yes,
exactly, Mappy. Yeah. So that was the ending to 28 Years Later. I was literally sat there going, oh god, no. Oh, Jesus. Did we run out of ads? Yes, we did. Cool.
Right, I'm gonna get some water. Do you want anything? I see you.
I've got a coffee. So we're kind of hoping this stays at 2 games because we have an arena tournament to cast after this, by the way. Yeah.
Otherwise, I will go cast it briefly and Alex will come after this. I think the game starts at 5, so we should be okay-ish.
Yeah.
说这个比赛也帮他在开发自己当前版本的英雄池啊，对吧？这版本现在他也是玩了非常多，在这届比赛里面玩了非常多不同的英雄了。
但正如某安所说，这是一个赢了也不能复活的复活赛，可惜了，
成了许哥心中永远的痛啊！我说实话，搞到最后一把直接玩把龙龟辅助，感觉就对味儿了，
开心一点吧，
证明自己一次，证明一下龙龟。
龙龟不是错的。
就2种可能性嘛，一种是赢，一种是输。赢了就是证明龙龟不是错的，
输了就证明龙龟的错。反正
What other you know, we did watch Autopsy of Jane Doe again recently. That was decent. Yeah, I didn't mind that. Oh wow, we watched the Ritual again. That was interesting. I liked that quite a lot actually. Very organic interactions between the main group of people. And the monster design was fantastic. I really relate to it, but would you count Parasite as a scary movie? Sure, you know what, why not? Yeah, I mean, there's points of it which do verge on thriller or horror at the end of it, yeah. I really like Parasite. The way that I would describe Parasite is it basically a Shakespeare. It's like a 3-act structure tragedy. I think perfect timing, right into the draft just as we get done with that round. Good job, everyone, we passed that one. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Will we talk about bees and their multi-level marketing again? Who knows? Truly, incomprehensible is the nature of the Hat Goodcast. It does happen that way, folks. I'm not going to lie to you. LeBlanc banned away from Showmaker. Showmaker, obviously, memes aside, was actually critical to the last game. And Bessa banned away from Shiwu. The carries for Shiwu have typically been his successful points. Is it Oriana gone? In terms of meta mid laners, what do we got? I guess you've got Aurora, who's still in there, although the play rate's fallen off a little bit. I think Aurora is more of an LPL pick, less of an LCK pick at this tournament. Not quite as much, but yeah. Yeah, Parasite was a very, very good movie. The most impactful Blast Cone ult ever? I mean, it was impactful, but... Aurora banned away, alright. So mid lane pool really quite thin on the ground now, actually, I think, compared to the top tier stuff that we've been seeing. Vi locked in. That potentially unlocks something like a Vi Talia, Vi Ahri. Got Siren in the background for reasons. Okay, DK, what is your plan? They should ban Kingan's Aatrox. I hear he's getting quite good at that champion. Yeah, I have no idea why. No idea why. Strange days we live in when Kingan's playing Aatrox. Never happened before. Shiwu probably looking for a carry on topside, but we shall see. What do you want to do into the Vi as well? Jax for Shiwu. Did play that earlier in the day. He was good on it earlier in the day, actually. Very good earlier in the day. So does 2018 Spring Jin Air versus SKT T1 Game 3 count as horror? Yes, yes it does. Yes, it does. It was a thriller, horror, suspense, you name it. Dramatic, to say the least. Ooh, Lucian in towards aiming. So Lucian Braum, a potential, if they lock it on 3. I don't think you want to eat too many other jungle bans, though. Talia with the Vi, we highlighted that earlier. Nico has largely been banned, so I actually missed that one a little bit. You can close that more, Sam. Just like move the move the carpet back, put the cable to the side just a little bit, and you can like, yeah. There you go, good stuff. But the Nico gives you some better laning phase options, right? You can go Jhin Nico, you can go Ezreal Nico. Kai'Sa Nico was very powerful within LPL, although Kai'Sa's obviously gone here. You don't really want to brawl into Nico as much. It's fine. They go Jarvan. Alright, so they lock in their jungle matchup. Jarvan was unbanned. I completely forgot it was unbanned, actually. Very high ban rate in this tournament.
First picked a lot.
Yep. Unironically, they should ban Aatrox here. I mean, he's been very good at it. Renekton as well.
Jackson to Aatrox, I feel, is at least vaguely skill-based.
I'm trying to remember if Kingan played... I think Kingan played Gragas into Clear's Jace. I don't... and Gragas is fine into the Jax matchup. Maybe they ban Gragas based... Okay, they ban the Gnar. Oh yeah, he played that earlier, of course, into... was it Breathe Jax?
Probably.
Or was it Clear's Jax? I can't remember. You know, folks, so much random bullshit has flown at the screen today that I'm forgetting the matches we had earlier in the day. But he played it earlier into the... He actually chose the Gnar matchup into the Jax. Ahri banned away from Showmaker, interestingly. He likes playing that into the Talia. Played it against Faker's Talia in playoffs. Very, very close game, that one, actually, in LCK playoffs. Bring back Sam. I'm a Sam stamp. Sam is here. Don't worry.
Right here.
Worry. Sam is here. Right now.
Right now.
Right here. Right now.
I wanna breathe you like
That's a different song.
I know. Honestly.
Any other big matchups in top lane on the banner? The Jace. The Jace.
I don't know that.
I don't even know it either. Really, I'm not gonna lie. I don't. Sometimes I feel like I need to make a sound, and I just look through my library of sounds.
Are you just a TikTok sound file?
Maybe.
Yeah. Right. Well, we got an R4 pick here to go towards. What are we thinking? We are looking for supports. We are looking for mid laners, and you already know what the mid
presumably
lane
you chuck
option
something
is.
into mid lane. You don't have Aurora. Could go Akali, I guess. It's okay into the Talia.
Longstop banned. I mean, Cassiopeia this game
Not great into
not
Talia, I
great.
think.
You can theoretically punish Vi if she goes in, but that's still tricky.
Bard, okay, so they're leaving mid lane
it.
until later. So Bard is a good ranged champion for laning phase. It can kind of like give you some fighting power against the Nico, which is a ranged lane dominant champion. Bard can help you match that a little.
I think what else that Showmake's played that's a bit spicier. The LeBlanc's gone. Zoe into Talia is an interesting one because for all you outrange the Talia, Talia has a lot of ways to punish you with the minefield and the ability to just seismic shove where you left. Nymaera with the Nico, as you noted. Kai'Sa was already used in the first game. See where Showmaker wants to go, as we said, because he is being left open with some weird options. Of course, I suppose there is a well-known Showmaker where maybe something like the Lucian gets flexed mid for all. It's kind of really fallen out of meta. At this point, I refuse to deny any weird picks from the man, so we'll see. Gragas locked in at this point.
We did highlight that. We did highlight that when he played a little bit earlier in the tournament. Did lose against Clear's Jace when he played the Gragas the last time. Got really obliterated in side lanes. Just like this, his playmaking was good. It's just that his side laning, he just was in the wrong position a lot of the time. Showmaker.
It's mid lane AP Bard.
You know, funnily enough, I think it was Shifter that played that well. Yeah, you took out like Lichbane and electrocute, you just Q auto.
What was AP Rakan into for a while?
Talia. Because that was when Talia's base. Oh, okay. Casting into double AP solo lanes. All right, Showmaker pulling out a champion, which we and a Nico, sure, why not? Okay, casted in, great ability to go onto Nymaera as well, I think too. It's not like Yunara's got that much ability to get away from you. You do jump forward. The problem is if you jump forwards and you don't kill her, she might turn and burn. But that is an interesting pick in mid lane. Good side lanes for the Kassadin to get value.
Kassadin, the Riftwalk, is that counted as a blink or a dash?
What do you think?
I think it's a blink.
It's a blink.
So it shouldn't trigger the minefield.
No.
Which is very good to Talia.
Yes.
And you can dodge over the seismic shove.
Yeah.
I can see value here, Alex.
Yeah, it can be very good. You do need to make sure, the most important thing with a Kassadin is, can you get early farm? Does your team allow you to get early farm? Because if you skirmish expecting the Kassadin to do something, you're in for a bad time. So
Kassadin does get something at the early skirmish, Alex.
Well, you're a better player than I. Kassadin is probably someone that wants to be left alone in a side lane. In a matchup, he's fine with. Either of these solo lanes is fine, is the big thing, right? We saw teams like BLG try and play Kassadin earlier in the year, and they just fought too much early, and the Kassadin just couldn't farm. If Kassadin has to teleport to a play, which then fizzles out, it's a big loss. So, I think this is a really good Kassadin angle. Yes, the Vi can fly at him, but Vi flying... God Guo! God Guo has chosen the Kassadin, has chosen Guo Maker. Wait, they're using the old Kassadin splash? Yo! Welcome back, old Kassadin splash. I like that light. I like that icon. I don't love this new splash. It looks a little meh. It looks too... not that it didn't look like, what's his name from Zurg, Emperor Zurg from Toy Story anyway. But, like, it does look very much like Emperor Zurg.
Yeah.
And I know that it was always a Darth Vader joke anyway, but, yeah. Anyway, let's get back into it, shall we?
No. I decided against it, Alex.
You know my OneDrive isn't signed in, Sam?
Oh, I did now. Why is it not signed in?
I don't know, it's telling me it's not. Oh. Yeah. Anyway. Right, let's get into it. Spellbook casting, yes, worth knowing. So it's not going to be... Nah, no, I'm going to keep it on. I like the headphones, Sam. Wait, do you want the headphones, Sam? You want the headphones?
Not anymore.
Okay, cool.
You know?
Nice.
Fine.
Cool. Nice.
It's okay.
Well, I mean, I like this Kassadin pick. I think there's
it's quite smart. The only issue is if it's going to give Talia and Vi a lot of freedom in the first 10 minutes, then there might be some issues.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the lanes work out, I think it's fine. Because I actually like Kassadin to Vi in some ways. Because some people are like, well, why would you? You know, why doesn't she just ult him? If Vi ever flies at Kassadin, he ults her out of position and the follow-up is very hard. I don't actually think that the follow-up from Nongshim is that long range. Unless like Nico has flash. If Nico has flash, maybe you can do it. Hang on, Shiva walking up at level 1. Don't know what he started with just yet. Kingen presumably starting with the Q, but there's a chance. There's actually a chance that Shiva could flash beyond the barrel with a counter strike and make things very interesting. Barrel.
That's the wrong sound effect. Imagine if you just replaced Gragas and Gangplank sound effects. And so Gangplank is now blowing up explosive barrels of alcohol. Yeah, grog.
Yeah, occasionally could do.
And then Gragas is in fact just rolling.
Oh, there's been a typo. There's been a typo. He's blowing up barrels of Greg.
Greg.
Poor Greg.
It's just sausage rolls everywhere.
Oh god. Sausage rolls thrice.
Sausage rolls. Thank you, my man. What a weird set of animations.
Very strange set of animations. You can find them somewhere. Sausage roll thrice. Anyway, Talia obviously pushing in the Kassadin early lane. I've not sat and thought about it, so I know it's a British one somewhere. Somewhere English. So Showmaker needs to pick... Kassadin just needs to pick up enough early gold for the first back. If Kassadin gets the back with either a Catalyst or a Tier and just a little bit of extra stuff, very, very happy. Has Jax Gragas matchup changed with the Jax changes? I actually don't know about that. I do know that Gragas got a lot of nerfs to his sustain over time, to the point where Gragas is not as obnoxious in this matchup as he was. It's still good, and you can still make plays into him onto the side lane to him, but it's still not, you know,
it's not as fantastic as it was. And again, the part of the issue that Jax runs into in the Gragas is basically everything Gragas does, with the exception of the empowered auto, goes straight through his counter strike, and you can buffer through a lot of the CC. You've got a fair amount of poke you can bring out.
Hey, thank you, Noma.
So you can do a lot of work.
Yeah, notes to everyone again. We'll just update everyone again. We do have Worlds co-streaming rights, so we're going to be chilling and watching that. It won't be like a cast like we do here. We'll be chilling and talking about LPL and you know, the region which we've covered most this year. But yeah, we'll be doing that. So catch us live on all the streams that we're currently live on. So that's Nymaera on Twitch and YouTube, and then of course Olivia on YouTube as well. And we'll be doing our thing.
Indeed, Lucid will kill a Scuttlecrat. How dare he?
Gideon has not gone top Scuttle, by the way.
No, he hasn't.
Huh, I mean, getting a Scuttlecrat when your Cassin is under turret permanently is kind of nice.
That was actually a nice leaf strike, I'm just going to say. But the problem is now that you do still get the, let's say, grass proc afterwards for you, which is quite nice. Take what you can get in this matchup. Very even for now. The wave state's a bit awkward, actually. Kind of pushing away from the Grag. He's going to have to reset, I think.
He can teleport back in. It's just how much gold does he have on the first reset, and what can you get in terms of components? Shiwu actually tried to cancel the back end, and he does. Alright. Even gets the grass proc. Yeah, I was about to say, gets the grabs. Not feeling too bad there. Have we locked in Pick'ems? I have. I don't know about Sam.
I have not done that yet. Have you got a little like Pick'ems group?
I do. Yes,
I want to join the group.
Yeah, if you'd like to join our Pick'ems, I believe it's pinned in Twitch chat. But also it's on my Discord as well in the announcements channel there. You can go find it through that.
I'll do that while I'm waiting.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to end a point really early, and Sam's going to have to speak. Sam's not speaking. That's failed. Lahen's is mid lane. He's a range minion.
You can bully me into speaking like that.
I did think so, yeah.
Did you now?
I wondered if you'd just say some nonsense. You did. What was that? That's only the second weirdest sound effect you've made of the day, as opposed to the other one, which was noodles. Oh my god, it's noodles again. Which did it sounded like it was motorboating noodles actually. Good flick back. Denies the cannon.
It was an impression of you, Alex.
What do you mean?
That's what I mean. You guys have not heard Nymaera eat noodles. It's pretty grim.
I've never eaten noodles.
What are you going to say? You've never eaten noodles? That's a lie. There are picture evidence of you eating noodles.
He's grasslighting
Ramen
me,
is one of his favourite dishes.
He's grasslighting me.
Grass lamping, Alex. No one says grass lighting.
Shut up. This is as good as it gets, folks. It's not getting any more on topic from here.
Hello. Put the
in the announcement channel.
Is it in the announcement channel?
Yes.
Is it now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Lanes are going okay for Down 1, actually. Mid lane down to intense, yes, but that's fine. You know, Showmaker's yet to teleport back in, so he's still got a pot and a biscuit. So he's happy waiting until he gets enough gold for his first back where he gets the components he wants. We haven't seen exactly what build he's going to go towards. Gideon coming towards bot side. Beryl, do you get some damage onto him? We'll use the healing shrine to do a little bit. Flash evolution, maybe. It does. First blood to Gideon using the summoner. Dead. Bard. Beryl goes down. Top side, Shiru trading out with Kingan. Did have the level 6 early. Kingan doesn't have that just yet. Needed one more minion. Kingan might just get that off for this, though. That's a problem. And now, Shiru, my dude, that's a little dangerous. Cask is now leveled up and available. Aiming. Surviving a bot side. Spellbook teleport will bring Beryl back to lane. You notice how I kept talking there, so Sam could keep... I'm very, good brother.
True. I'm currently logging in.
Yeah, good stuff. He's doing the Bickham thing. Doesn't have to speak. Imagine being a caster and not having to speak.
I know, I could just do it by the medium of interpretive silence.
Interpretive silence?
Well, there's no camera, so I can't dance, can I?
Well, how would you interpret the silence? Or is that to be interpreted by the viewer? Sam's looking at me with like a bemused expression, like he's a bit of a shit-eating grin, really. He's taking his glasses off now and look. I'm not. No, don't put the glasses on me. No, stop. That's blurry. Beryl gets to play at the bot side. Getting paid, as all good support should do. Nice. Ju switching towards the top side. Of course, no Taeyun swapped the last couple of games, I don't think. Wait, maybe was there with the Kaiser? I'm trying to remember. Yes, there was. There was last game. So there was last game. I've lied to you, but there, none in this game.
You lied to us?
You lied to me. Barrel walking in mid lane might be a stun angle. Maybe not. Just a little bit of poke. Barrel swinging some meeps through them. There are very questionable things about bards and meeps. Like, he is just flinging these poor things at enemies. It does make you question exactly, you know, what his grand purposes with them. Showmaker gets a bit of healing. Did teleport back, has gone for the Catalyst and the Tear. God, wow, that's actually an awesome start for Showmaker. Getting to back for the Catalyst and the Tear, kind of huge, no? Because a lot of the time, if you kill casting it early, the biggest impact is that you just slow down his stacking and his scaling, because you stop him getting towards the time-sensitive items. He's going towards the high survivability game build. It makes sense. If you're going to get Vi-ulted, you do want to have as much tankiness as possible, and I don't think Nongshim are that tanky themselves. You don't need... You don't need upfront burst damage early, really, because there were points in the past where you just go Seraphs and drop some of the HP of the Rod of Ages. So they go a little bit more damage with that one. There were points where it was Everfrost casting as well, of course, back in the past. First grub taken by Nongshim. Might look for the second here as well. Lucid has the level 6, gets himself the Martial Cadence Hour to attack. Lucid getting the dunk in and out. Vi flies backwards, forwards, back again. Lucid does manage to get out with the flash. Aiming not bad there's used the culling. Jiwoo has transcended oneself and the smite goes towards the Vi. 3 grubs for Nongshim, no kills for DK. It was a bit of a worry there. Remember what we were saying? You know, don't skirmish too early with the Kassadin. There was a bit of a worry that they were buying into a fight that they don't really have the oomph behind just yet. They almost lose a kill onto Lucid. Don't quite manage to secure any of the grubs either. Chu is safely side laning versus the Gragas. 10 CS ahead, actually, doing well in the matchup. Of course, Gragas, one of the biggest things about this matchup is that you do get to make plays later on in the side lane. As a Gala fan, IG are about to get smoked. IG are not a team where you can really assess them with facts and logic. They're a completely vibes-based team. They're a wild card. Weirdly enough, I actually think that they could beat T1. It's just, look, their playoffs form and their regional form wasn't great. Their regular season form was very good. T1 a bit of the opposite. The regular season form was a bit lackluster, but then of course they just went 5 games against Gen G. They cannot be taken lightly. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a shame that one of those teams goes home early. I think both of them deserve to be playing many more games in the World Championship. Flash out of aiming. Avoiding the explosive cast. Didn't want to get traded on any harder than he was. Apparently IG is smurfing in scrim, so they're definitely going to lose on stage. Oh god, don't tell me that.
They've been smashing like Gen G 5-2
wow,
and stuff. So,
okay.
Like, there's been it's causing some stares. They've been very good.
I mean, everyone in their right mind should be excited for that matchup. It's just
should be great.
It should. Both those teams should be in Swiss stage. I'm so sorry. Like, those teams are just. I mean, it is just the way that it is. They qualified as 4th seed. That is the nature of it. But it is very, very sucky to see one of those teams go home. They're very popular teams, and they're very fun teams, too. That's another big thing, right? They're fun. I like watching both those teams. You know, T1 have always been one of the most entertaining teams. They've... I think when some Korean teams of this, like, last 5 years or so have kind of slowed down the game and tried to play a lot more methodical, T1 are a team which have actually sped up. They've always been a very aggressive team in this era. IG is an absolute cinema team as well, for better or for worse. Dragon gonna get started by Nongshim. They're back to this series, right here and now.
Quite slow so far.
Yeah.
Which is probably good news for the casting team on the whole.
Yes, on the whole, aiming, flashed onto, remember, no flash from that Gragas play, Bard ult defensively, but the flick back is there waiting after.
Yeah, Wilby gets over the wall, that's not bad for him. Where was the seismic shot?
Maybe it was used, I might have just missed the particle in amongst the mess of the tempered fake. Barrel, double stun!
Oh, that's pretty good going, Ignite, onto the Cataclysm, and they bring down the Talia, who thought they had the pick onto aiming and did not, but they actually turned it around pretty well, but the flash 3-man counter-strike! It's a clone to get involved with it, but that'll do just fine. Some bots for your teammates, as it works in the source code as well. Gideon's there as well.
Yeah, it's a 3-man counter-strike from a certain point of view.
Yeah.
And the most important thing here, well, besides the kills, the kills are more important, but another important thing is Showmaker gets 2 plates on bot side and is allowed free farming time in the bot lane. He's almost towards level 10. He's ahead almost a full level of XP over Calyx, who did die in the play. Damwon Kia, D+ Kia rather, are really in a good spot now. They win the skirmish here. It's not a bad look to try and punish the flashless Lucian. The flick back was taken out of the equation by the Temper Fate. Really well played from Beryl, using the ult defensively. And this, I just didn't see the kill angle. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the kill angle. He knew he had the ignite, deny some value from the heal summoner spell, which was thrown out as well. And yes, Jiwoo started to put down a ton of damage, but I guess they didn't track Shiwu coming from the play off the side lane.
And it is a 3-man Counter-Strike from a certain point of view. As I said, look, even in CS, when you're playing that game, you sometimes have to play with some bots as your teammates, and Clone will do as a kind of analog for that, is my mind. Yeah.
I missed some of that, so. What did you say? He's looking at me, he's using interpretive silence. He's using it even more, he's raising his eyebrows now, expecting me to say something.
Yeah, it's fine. It's okay.
I feel like I'm narrating now. That's not really interpretive silence.
And here we have the Wildcaster.
I suppose that I'm now interpreting your silence.
Broadcasting.
Showmaker might do that thing where he cancels a recall. He chooses not to, clearing out the wave. Instead, teleport back in from
to speak, even as his co-commentator.
How extraordinary.
How extraordinary.
Anything, how's the culling back up? I use it here, actually. Misses the W. Important to hit that. Hang on a second.
Off the clone. That's very nice. We'll change codes and get back towards the casting tone of voice as Lucid does slide away, gets himself a little bit up here.
Yo, Barrel's on it. He's on one right now. I mean, using the clone. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Bard is good into Nico, of course. You can use their clone to stun them. You need to wait for it to arm just half a second. It takes a little while for it to come into view. Quick Q out of the Bard ultimate. Barrel using the T1 Bard, by the way. Wrapping Carrier's skin.
Whee! Explosive cask will send Shiwu on a little journey towards his own bush. And then we'll clear up this wave under the
What kind of bush? A hydrangea bush?
I don't know. It's what is the vegetative makeup of the Summoner's Rift bushes?
That's the real questions.
It is. I know. I need to know. Yeah. Because it feels like they only exist in very specific shapes.
Maybe that's, you know, maybe I think this is a secret being kept from us by the multi-level marketing of the bees. They don't want us, They don't want us to know the secrets of their tasty honey.
Why would you say it like that?
This sounds
tasty honey.
It sounds like a cereal advert.
Yes. Okay, Cookie Crunch 'em. They're gonna get the tasty honey.
Oh God. Minute and a half till Dragon. 2,000 gold lead. No, 1,500 DK. The biggest thing is that Castellan has been completely uninterrupted in farming. He's ahead in farm. Is ahead in XP. Has a Rod of Ages coming along in the way anyway. I think Nongshim, they wanted to really make some early plays to shut down bits and pieces of the map. They've not really managed to do that. Showmaker's going to find out Galaxy. He's level 11, so that's the lower cooldown ultimate. Has Merc Treads as well, importantly, too. Triple Merc Treads, rather. From the side of D+, on the top side.
Another topic of conversation.
Hello, what have you got?
So you know the comedian and politician Eddie Izzard?
Yes.
Do you think you could have some voiceovers of Lucid putting down a Damascene instead of saying, do you have a flag?
Do you have a flag? That'd be very fun.
That would be.
That was a very good skit. Lucid going in, misses the knockup.
The flag and ask them whether they have a flag. Showmaker will yell at them a bit with a Nether Sphere and look to throw down some Vulpur Bladey kind of things, but out comes the pop.
Great Bard ult.
Huge amount of value because you're right, that Bard ult was fantastic. The double knockup with the flag and drag, that was much better.
Oh, the
afterwards, it's brilliant. Lucid low, but all the while reminder Showmaker continues to cycle through a load of options. Needs to Rift walk away and does so. Jiwoo through the magical journey, but Amy continues to shoot them all down. The Gunslinger makes it the Wild West and comes away with 3.
D+ Kia are online. The Castellan uses their lead, comes in from the flank, and even with the Vi getting the combo, Beryl is so on point with the Bard that he saves him from the full lockup. I was a little bit worried, you know, with the Vi combo into the Castellan, even with, you know, some of the positives of it. The Bard ult really saves this play. They go in with the Vi, they go in with the Pop Blossom, and the Bard ult completely stumps the engage. Showmaker still has half his HP, and while the Yunara is in a decent place to be doing damage, it really feels like the engage missing means there's too much HP to cut through. Jiwoo does a decent job here. He's very, very close to cutting down Showmaker alongside a number of others in the fight. Maybe the Yunara nerfs coming in a little bit heavily here. Maybe. Perhaps. Kingen now ulting away 2 from that top side. Nongshim facing down the barrel of a lower bracket run now if they were to lose this game. By the way, Castellan doesn't need level 16, level 11 is a much bigger spike these days. It's definitely really big, giving you this lower cooldown like this on it. He can jump forward one more time if he wants to. He'd be trading his life for it. Lahen's in danger now, actually. There was a tunnel over the back of the wall.
Flash for flash. Unfortunately, it's not timed right with the counter-strike, and Calyx just gets blasted. Solo kill for the Jax.
Yeah, D+ Kia, they are really online. Jiwoo hops out of a queue.
Ooh, aiming will go down, but I think the damage is done. That's the Support for the turret gone. The wave has lost. The turret under siege. Gideon being attacked by Beryl, who is actually winning that 1v1. That's hilarious.
Bloodsong and meeps, baby. Chimes flying through the air.
Meep. You know that meme of like the really muscular arm driving people down?
Yes,
like,
I
that's
do.
Beryl. That's right down as that is.
Oh my god, just put Nongshim in the way of it. The noodles are mine. He'll be doing that.
Someone's gonna do an edit of this, and no context will make sense of any of this.
No. I mean, that's the job, Sam. That is the goal. That's why I'm here. Lucid going on towards the Herald. Nongshim really on the defensive. Nongshim just haven't been able to make aggressive plays. And this now feels like a game where they're going to slowly bleed out unless DK make a really indefensible aggressive play and they pick up a load of pieces.
Well, there's the tangle barbs down. Showmaker will hop away. Does so. Good for him.
If Yagao was in this tournament, he would have had the trophy already. You're absolutely right. Yagao on my goat. DK wanting to fight over this. Herald Nongshim setting up shop on it, teleporting in with the Gragas. She doesn't have teleport. He's coming a little bit later. 5v4 for now.
Aiming there. Look at the click, aiming and fire. We'll look for some more damage. Lehen throws out what he thinks is a clone, but it's not. It's a bomb blossom. He baited them by pressing the S key. Wonderful stuff. Beryl needs to flash magical journey out. We'll do so. Turn the turret on. Turrets! No! Beryl, not like this!
2 deaths for DK. They lose Lucid and Beryl. Decent play from Nongshim there. Lahen's trying to make his mark with that engage. Showmaker leaves for a side lane and says, screw it, I'm out. I want my items. He's still at a pretty strong point of power, but any more scaling for a cast always goes nice. Dragon is available too. Now, hang on. Jiwoo might have overstayed here. He doesn't have a flash. I actually think they can go on to him. He has his ult to dash out once. Jiwoo should be able to follow him.
Look for it. Gets a fair amount of damage and does. Oh, nice chunk. And gets the kill.
Hey.
Alex now in danger. Will look to hop on forwards and get more rift walks. Walk 500 kills.
So that would walk 500 miles.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
Okay, that's
Da
good.
da da.
Da 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 da. You missed out a duh.
Da da da.
Da 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 da.
It's not.
Da 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 da.
Yeah. Da da da.
No.
It is da
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 da da.
It does that a little bit later.
No.
Da, da, da.
Thank you for the gift sub,
Okay.
Elden John. Cousin to Elden Ring, of course. How
Yeah.
could we forget them?
Yeah.
We appreciate you. Thank you for the gift sub. It makes a lot of difference to us. Showmaker still safely farming out in the side lane. Happy to sit around on half HP. He is very, very happy right now. Flick back onto Beryl's actually kind of nice that.
Beryl will get through the Wolf Pit wall with the magical journey. Will be just fine.
I left for water. What happened? Magic, Cinema. Shiwu is half
Silly
HP?
cast and the
I do actually wonder if they can kill him with just one more round of cooldowns. Getting pretty close. Here we go.
Cast into the wall. Needs to get the season to assist. The counter strike is decent. King is going to take a turret shot and die.
Oh, he's stunned on a turret!
Oh my god, redemption! He's going to take another turret shot. The redemption nearly in time. Out comes the rest of D plus Kia though. No! That was not the best magical journey of all time, it has to be said.
No, that was a magical trip to the shops. It's like a 5-minute jaunt to the local like corner stop.
It's a magical sojourn.
That is a word of all time. Gideon has no flash. Gideon will get cooled down. Gunned down like the jungler he is. Get aiming will clean up that kill.
That's the one. I appreciate the secret donkey reference. Donkey Kia! This is who it is! This is what it is!
Yeah, if we ever get Donkey into League of Legends esports again,
He just needs to be a
he needs to be on.
streamer for D+.
He does
Kia.
need to be on.
Could you
D+,
imagine Showmaker and Donkey on the same stream?
You're not a bard main if you've never done that. So fun fact, Bard is one of my least favorite champions of the game because I got inted by that champion so much in season 5, 6.
Just refused to buy the champion.
So I refused to buy it until someone gifted me the damn champion. I was live on stream and I had a real proper like crash out about that. I was genuinely quite put out. Shout out to Luna and the Valence League crew. They knew exactly what they were doing.
It was very funny.
I was sat there like, I actually can't refund this. It's really annoying.
Also, Jenny Blue's calling out the fact that the most silly cast is the Aurora moment. I'd forgotten about the Aurora moment. Does anyone remember which game that was?
No,
I need to clip
can't.
that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It was very
Was
unintentional.
that going down
the rabbit hole? Oh, wait, no, that really doesn't work here in the context.
That was really quite bad.
Yeah, it was unintentional, but it wasn't.
Atkan has spawned. Baron will be up in, handful of minutes. Lucid taking the chance to get some vision control down with Beryl. Showmaker still farming topside. 1,000 gold lead, by the way, for Showmaker is fully stacked up Seraphs. A minute off or less than that for the Rod of Ages. He is so online. You're upset about Bard, but not Yuumi? Yeah, Yuumi, I'm like, well, you know, everyone knows it's bad, but people actively like Bard. Good flick back, just about misses.
Let's do a fair amount of work. I also just think people spammed Yuumi when nearly every enchanted was Giga Busted and people refused to play them.
Lucid!
Really, that's a nice angle. The Tempered Fate will get a lot of damage down as Lehens gets blown up before he can pop his Blossom. That's a big old deal as Calyx needs to get on out and does so for now, but the Rift Walk is now charging on up. Showmaker, the moment he hits will do a lot of damage. They do blow up the job with the TP behind. Cask away, buying some time, aiming with a massive shield. Big stun onto Calyx, who eats a Void Pulse and another blade, and Kassadin is Rift walking all over them with some big old boots. They were made for Rift Walk.
And they're gonna Rift Walk all over Nongshim. He's hit level 16 at the end of the fight. Of course, didn't need it before that, but now it's just gone from bad to worse. 10-stack Darksteel on him too, and Kingan decided, yep, that's just not my scene. I'm not gonna be here. His teleport will be cancelled as well. She with full channels up the Counter-Strike, and Kingan will have to use that cast. I think he's probably dead anyway. It's either gonna be him. If it really comes to it, Showmaker can come chase him down, flash over, and she will get that kill into his opposing number.
390 for him, nice damage on him. Only the first death for the Gragas, and she was feeling pretty pleased about it all. Another turret goes down, and D+ Kier. They have been styling on people today. Lots of fun drafts, lots of fun picks. It's not always been clean, but it's always been damn entertaining.
I have just realized that she does in fact have 7 kills.
Yeah.
That's not an okay amount of kills.
No.
I actually quite like that engage, by the way, in terms of the Cataclysm, obviously locking up a load of people. The Bardal leaving the Nico to be just kind of gunned down before they can get the engage is kind of insane. And as we were saying, you know, Showmaker's gone for a bit more of the tanky build, the more classic Seraphs into the row. Sometimes there's been some changes to it. This has been the more popular build recently, though. And he's just been so farmed, so fed, so many resources to him. He can just freely walk into these fights. And he's even got a Malignance now as well.
Oh, no.
So his ult has an extra, what, 80 cooldown reduction? 80 ability haste. This guy is so fed.
He has so much mana, so much ability haste, so much ability to not just walk. He can, like, scale Everest. He can walk wherever he so pleases.
So he's getting a good trade against Shiwu. I'm not going to lie. I don't think they win this one.
Sundered Sky does quite a lot of work, and now we're going to see more Rift Walks and the Nether Blades. This Rift Walk really stings.
Jeez. I mean, Showmaker 406, Shiwu 8-1. Solo Lane's doing an awesome job here. I actually think Barrel's been doing really well too. It's been a good ensemble performance from DK. Like,
it is.
Realistically, the draft was good. They got enough resources to the people it needed to go to, and Nongshim have not really been able to make aggressive plays.
Yeah, one seal to rule them all. Got 10 ring raids apparently to work with him as the souls have been bought. Continue to look for a little bit more damage. It is the end of the second age, namely game 2. He's just doing so much work. Doesn't have all that much mana though, so may need to go back to Mount Doom, namely his fountain to recharge.
He had no mana. Would need to hit that W onto a target. The
Void Pulse?
No, Void Pulse. No, the
Nether
Void Pulse
Blade.
is E. The Nether Blade. That's the one. Yeah.
Does Nether Blade give you mana refund?
Yeah, it does. When you hit a chip, Sam, that's one of the most important parts of the cast.
I just assumed it did lots of damage.
It gives you mana back a small amount when you hit it on minions. When you hit it on an enemy champion, it gives you something like 20% of your mana back.
That's actually crazy.
It's absurd.
That is crazy.
It's how Castan gets away with not building mana regen items. And particularly because when you get up to max stacks of your ultimate, it's like 1600.
Yeah, because it costs a lot of mana.
Insanely high stacks. He does have flash. He might still die. He has in fact died.
He get a lot of mana back though. That's quite cool. He could look to do some more of it. He did not hop onto the shield.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
The Null Sphere. They're going to throw out some Nether Blades. The Tempered Fate comes on down. Showmaker will hop on out. Has still got his ult charged. He can drop right back over the wall and finish what he started.
Showmaker destroying the backline. Gets another for good measure as well. He will TP back onto the play after the King is dancing. I think he knows the score here, folks. Shiwu and King and gentleman's agreement.
Whoa, that's not bad. He messed it up.
He missed it. You can see the look. That's my 22 Worlds Finals MVP
Mickey
right
X
there.
would never. Mickey X would never. That's all I'm saying.
Fails the Panudu combo. Can't get the bot back. The alley-oop, and he'll die for the attempt.
Showmaker's here.
Showmaker will not take this assault to gameplay. We'll wait for him to burn down the Malignance.
Oh, no.
And the last W. They're really making fun of it now.
8-0-6. This is a desperately strong Showmaker who's decided to turn his Dark Ring into a very dangerous looking book there and back again.
I really quite like how they called it a bombant. Oh my god, is that Gragas Bombadil?
Oh yeah, but
Gragas Bombadil.
I could get behind that. Gragas would make for a great Tom Bombadil.
Yep, that makes sense.
Who is the Dark Lord?
I mean,
like who is Sauron?
The thing is that Castan is not. I mean, Mordekai's probably right.
Mordekai's probably the answer.
Yeah, it probably is. Although
Mordekai's is the right answer.
Technically, Mordekai's is kind of more like Morgoth.
Yeah, in that case, is like LeBlanc Sauron?
No, she's more like Saruman. No, but she's fighting against Mordekaiser.
That's true.
So I guess maybe you'd say... Maybe you'd say Atakan. No, Atakan is Sauron, because Mordekaiser is Morgoth and his boss. Because remember,
Viega?
No, and I think that LeBlanc is Saruman, because she is kind of...
I think it's Viega. You know why?
Yeah.
Because
Karthus, hard.
Oh, God, Karthus not about. Karthus doesn't have that much lore anymore. Is the problem. Like his lore's just kind of been not considered.
Silvercaster don't understand Sixpack. So funnily enough, I think we actually might be casting Sixpack in an arena tournament right after this.
We are literally Sixpack on the arena tournament.
So we actually do know ball.
Yeah. So I was literally doing a segment with Sixpack a month ago. I was him and Rusty Sniper.
Oh, damn.
Were running around.
Gideon has been
Stockholm
chased off of his own base. But what the hell?
It was basically
Are you kidding?
Yeah, we had a break between games in the Lost Returns final series, and so what happened is we actually about to have the game end. So I might pause on the Sixpack commentary for like maybe 2 minutes because we need to see the ending of the Lord of the Dark Seal, legally distinct from Jolkin, Rolkin, Tolkien.
Shut up. Showing your own boss side. He has a Magi's Feather, he has a Seeker's Cup. Going in with the Zempered Fates.
And in comes the counter. Pop Blaster for some team fighting. Full contact as it may be. D plus Kia just hit harder. And unfortunately, the backs are broken. The cease and desist comes on through. But Showmaker says, and go and call Aunt on this one. Call Uncle. Showmaker needs to jump away. Stays alive on sub 100 HP. But it will not matter as Nongshim are blasted. Aced on their fountain. And D plus Kia do it in incredible style. A 10-0-7 Kassadin sends them to the finals.
ASI has its first finalists in its first iteration. D plus Kia will be in the finals, awaiting the winner of the lower bracket run. Nongshim Red Force will go down to the lower bracket where they will face tomorrow the winner of BNK Fearex and Weibo Gaming, who are waiting down in round 1 of the lower bracket. Tomorrow we will have, I believe, another 3 series, which will be best of 3s, which will be the entire lower bracket run. And then a day after that, on Sunday, will be our finals, best of 5 instead of the best of 3s then.
I had a story.
Yeah.
Oh, Sixpack. That's fine. There we go. So we had a segment that was basically planned where the idea was we had Sixpack come on stage and said, "Look, guys, got a word from the police, from the state. Basically, apparently there's been rats in the building, and if we don't get rid of them, they're going to shut the show down." And then they cut to a shot of Rusty Sniper in a really bad rat costume, and they found him. And they basically had Sixpack running after him through the audience and then tackling him onto a beanbag. But there was like a full-on fight between Rusty Sniper and Sixpack. They hate each other now, it's dire stuff. They decided they're gonna blast people's faces off. Unfortunately, Rusty Sniper I don't think is in the tournament. Otherwise, it would be great. They don't actually hate each other. What are you gonna do about that? You didn't get any of that, did you?
No, not really, because I was actually messaging Dums about the arena tournament, and I was like, yo, we probably need to sort this out. Yeah, so Sam and I are going to be casting an arena tournament after this. We'll keep the stream live, and when we're ready to go, we'll raid over towards Dums. I think
I'll make sure I'm good to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess we might still be on here.
That's fine. I may need to leave and make sure I'm available.
Well, Sam, the show day's over. As in, like,
it's over. Ah, I see. Naruhodo. Sorry, I thought there was another series for some reason.
This is our 3rd series.
Oh my god, I thought there was another one.
Sam, we've cast 3 series today.
Yeah, we have.
Sam,
oh no.
Sam, do you smell toast?
Yeah, my face feels a bit numb.
Oh god. Thank you, Duckworld. Yes, and for those of you who missed it earlier as well, Sam and I did get co-streaming rights for Worlds, so we'll be co-streaming Worlds here on the channels you're currently seeing. We're currently live on 3 different channels, on Twitch, YouTube, and then obviously Onivia's YouTube as well. So we'll be chilling out, watching that, inviting some friends on as well to come chill out.
That's a question.
Wasn't there a falling out between Morgoth and Sauron? I think there actually was, because to an extent, not to the sense that they weren't on the same side, because Sauron, the reason why Sauron kind of turned evil-ish was that Sauron started from a position he loved order and, like, he loved order, basically. So the way that he decided to bring order to Middle-earth and to creation was to basically enslave it, to capture it. But Morgoth at his heart is actually discordant. The whole thing about Morgoth is that he was the note of discord in the Song of Creation from Eru Iluvatar. Funnily enough, there's actually someone in YouTube chat right now called Eru Iluvatar, which is very funny. But yeah, so there was a bit of a difference there, but I don't think they ever cracked. I don't think they ever like changed sides or anything like that. Morgoth wants to mess up everything that the gods create. Yeah. He's there as discord. He wants to. Yeah, he is discordance. Which is why he can prey on like the ambitions which you have and your weaknesses of character. He kind of elevates the discord in people, and that's how he gets people to serve him, I suppose. Wasn't it Elrond's dad that was part of taking down Morgoth? Wasn't he the guy with the flying boat? Sauron fell out of favor after a couple of prison breaks from his fortress. Right, I actually didn't know that. Should always do a world tier list while waiting for dumps. That's true. That is true. We should do that. That's actually a great idea. We should do that. Well, the setup he's got, I think, has got 2 cameras, I think, so. I think, anyway. Fabulous. In that case, I shall make sure I'm set up to go. Showmaker, obviously MVP. Awesome game from him. I have to say, I do know a decent amount about Tolkien lore at this point, but there's always more to learn, because there's so much. Thanks for the cast. I hope you have fun in the arena tournament. Heading over to watch CS Pro League. Cool. Well, thanks everyone for watching. We will be sticking around for arena tournament. We'll do a world tier list until we're ready to do that. So yeah, stick around, enjoy yourselves, and we'll do what we can when we're ready. It goes live in exactly 40 minutes. Yeah. Wait. Do I have to buy 40 minutes at a time? That's a long time. It is a long time. What do you want to do? 1 cam or 2 cams then? I don't mind. 1 cam's easier for casting, but it's what I want more comfortable. Yeah. Let's do it this way then. I'll just make sure I get my headphones. Yeah, you need to get like another. Yeah, you need to get your headphones. Okay, we're gonna spin our wheels and waste some time for a little bit. If you're on YouTube, we'll wait until this kind of bit of the broadcast ended in terms of the highlights and stuff, and then we'll end the stream for YouTube. I've learned not to take Tolkien lore too seriously. He had multiple versions for each version of events, and it's called The Unfinished Tales for a reason. That's true. Yeah, basically, like, history is meant to be somewhat harder to interpret, right? Because yeah. There's a lot of vaguety in it, because that's the way that history goes, really.
大家好，我是 TK 中的 Showmaker， 谢谢。
谢谢。我们也要谢谢 Showmaker， 谢谢 DK 给我们带来如此精彩的2局表演。那首先想要先问一下，这场赢完以后，直接进入到决赛了，现在队伍里的氛围，包括心情是怎样的呢？
재밌는 경기 보여드려서 감사하고 지금 결승 진출하게 됐는데 팀 분위기나 심정이 어떠신가요?
저희가 이제 조별 리그 할 때 이제 웨이브한테 좀 완패 당하고 나서 좀 뭔가 침울해져 있었는데 오늘 연승하면서 이제 팀 분위기 올릴 수 있어서 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
其实我们在之前打小组赛的时候被微博完败嘛，然后当时我们整体队伍的气氛很低落嘛，但是今天2连胜嘛，2连胜登进决赛挺开心的吧？
对，好起来了的许哥，好吧。那问第2局的问题，对吧？第2局里面许哥是选到了一个卡萨丁，并且在本局也斩获了 MVP。想要问一下，这个卡萨丁的选择是自己想选，还是说教练推荐他选的这个英雄？对于卡萨丁在这个版本是怎么样去看待的呢？
두 번째 판 카나디 픽해서 이제 MVP까지 받으셨는데 이제 챔피언 픽하실 때 이제 펼메이크 선수가 픽을 원해서 한 건지 아니면 코치진에서나 픽을 강요해서 한 건지 그리고 카사딘이 이 패치에서 어떤 부분을 차지하는지 궁금하시네요.
카사딘이 이제 최근에 버프되기도 했고 또 뭔가 적팀 조합 봤을 때 카사딘 하는 게 되게 좋아 보여가지고 제가 좀 어필했던 것 같아요.
其实卡萨丁这英雄的话，最近版本加强了嘛，然后加上看到对面阵容以后，选卡萨丁的话，自己发挥比较出色，然后选人的时候自己比较强烈要求选卡萨丁。
可以，强烈要求好吗？支持许哥。是啊，那最后一个问题，最后一道难题留给许哥了。好，要不要预测一下明天比赛晋级的队伍会是谁？他们决赛的对手将会是谁呢？
될 마지막 질문 되게 어려운 질문인데 내일 이제 마지막으로 결승으로 진출할 팀이 어느 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
진짜 어려운 질문이긴 한데 내일 그냥 잠 잘 자고 맛있는 거 먹은 팀이 이길 것 같습니다.
其实这个问题其实非常难到我了嘛。其实明天比赛的话，就看哪边睡得好、吃得好，应该能进决赛吧。
哎呦，这个回答
吃好睡好休息好，
还真没想到，好吧？也希望剩下3队都能够听听许哥劝，今天晚上睡好、吃好、休息好。
Thank you。
那也感谢许哥来接受我们的采访，拜拜。
감사합니다.
So anyway, we shut up for the interview, just in ccase anyone does speak Mandarin or Korean out there for the answers.
吃好睡好就行了啊。我现在也感觉到了，就是现在的亚洲邀请赛很多队伍。
Who would I predict to be opponent in finals for this tournament?
所以说你保持个清醒的头脑，把教练真的好战术执行下去，就会取得不错的效果。
Honestly, BFX.
看一下目前的赛事情况啊，在今天过后
I think it might be BFX. They had a pretty bad game today, but they.
这2场 BO3 啊，分别是 WBG 对上 BFX， 然后这场比赛的胜者。
I mean, Weibo would have to lock the hell in, which I'm not sure
将会
about.
成为后天 DK 的决赛
BFX beat Nongshim already.
依然是 BO3， 而后天的决
I
赛
don't know, it's pretty close between the other 3 teams.
虎哥得加油往前啊，虎哥！
带着 LPL 最后的希望，微博将会在本次亚洲邀请赛的比赛当中继续前行。在明天的下午5点，微博对上 BFX 2个小组的小组第1名，是没想到是在败者组的第1轮直接相遇了，而后续胜者和农心的较量也会同样很精彩。但较量能够看得出来 ，DK 是一支目前在4支队伍里面有点领先的队伍了。
对。因为我觉得他很坚定地选择了就是自己的路线，并且坚持了下去。
没错，所以说希望明天的比赛也同样精彩。同时提醒大家，本次赛事由虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播联合主办，感谢西安 WE 主场的全程制作啊！相信明天这个比赛对于剩下的3支队伍来说，都希望能够把握住这次机会，对，调整好自己的状态，后天再去迎战许哥，
把力量借给虎哥吧。
我们也支持一下 WBG， 好吧？希望大家都能够加油。我们明天下午的5点钟和大家不见不散，拜拜。
Well, another day of ASI done. If you're on YouTube, the show is going to end here, and if you are on Twitch, we'll stick around and we'll do a World's Tier List. So here's the matches we got tomorrow. Got Weibo versus BNK Fearx. Winner stays on and goes against. Oh, so we only have 2 matches, right? Okay, only 2.
It starts a little bit later on.
Oh, that's actually kind of nice for us. Nice. That is actually kind of nice for us. Okay, cool. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thank you for joining us.
Dankeschön.